This is an Audio Renaissance presentation of Mean Streets, an investigation of 5 of the best short stories from Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine. A walk down the rain-slick late-night streets of the city with the most hard-boiled detective of them all, Dennis Franz. Out the Window by Lawrence Block.
There was nothing special about her last day. She seemed a little jittery, preoccupied with something or with nothing at all, but this was nothing new for Paula. She was never much of a waitress in the 3 months she spent at Armstrong's. She'd forget orders and mix up others, and when you wanted the check or another round of drinks, you could go crazy trying to attract her attention. She did make an effort, though. She tried. She could always manage a smile. Sometimes it was the brave smile of the walking wounded, and other times it was a tight-jawed, brittle grin with a few tabs of amphetamine behind it. But you take what you can to get through the day, and any smile is better than none at all. She knew most of Armstrong's regulars by name, and her greeting always made you feel as though you'd come home. When that's all the home you have, you tend to appreciate that sort of thing. And if the career wasn't perfect for her, well, it certainly hadn't been what she'd had in mind when she came to New York in the first place. You no more set out to be a waitress in a 9th Avenue gin mill than you intentionally become an ex-cop coasting through the months on bourbon and coffee. We have that sort of greatness thrust upon us. When you're as young as Paula Whitlauer, you hang in there, knowing things are going to get better. When you're my age, you just hope they don't get too much worse. She worked the early shift, noon to 8, Tuesday through Saturday. Trina came on at 6, so there were 2 girls on the floor during the dinner rush. At 8, Paula would go wherever she went, and Trina would keep on bringing cups of coffee and glasses of bourbon for another 6 hours or so. Paula's last day was a Thursday in late September. The heat of the summer was starting to break up. There was a cooling rain that morning, and the sun never did show its face. I wandered in around 4 in the afternoon with a copy of the Post and read it through while I had my first drink of the day. At 8 o'clock, I was talking with a couple of nurses from Roosevelt Hospital who wanted to grouse about a resident surgeon with the Messiah complex. I was making sympathetic noises when Paula swept past our table and told me to have a good evening. I said, "You too, kid." Did I look up? Did we smile at each other? Hell, I don't remember. "See you tomorrow, Matt." "Right," I said, "God willing." But he evidently wasn't. Around 3, Justin closed up, and I went around the block to my hotel. It didn't take long for the coffee and bourbon to cancel each other out. I got into bed and slept. My hotel is on 57th Street, between 8th and 9th. It's on the uptown side of the block, and my window is on the street side looking south. I can see the World Trade Center at the tip of Manhattan from my window. I can also see Paula's building. It's on the other side of 57th Street, 100 yards or so to the east. A towering high-rise that, had it been directly across from me, would have blocked my view of the Trade Center. She lived on the 17th floor. Sometime after 4, she went out a high window. She swung out past the sidewalk and landed in the street a few feet from the curb, between a couple of parked cars. In high school physics, they teach you that falling bodies accelerate at a speed of 32 feet per second per second. So she would have fallen 32 feet in the first second, another 64 feet the next second, then 96 feet in the third. Since she fell something like 200 feet, I don't suppose she could have spent more than 4 seconds in the actual act of falling. I got up around 10:30. When I stopped at the desk for my mail, Vinny told me they'd had a jumper across the street during the night. "A dame," he said, which is a word you don't hear much anymore. "She went out without a stitch on. You could catch your death that way." I looked at him. "Landed in the street, just missed somebody's caddy. How'd you like to find something like that for a hood ornament? I wonder if your insurance would cover that. What do you call it? Act of God?" He came out from behind the desk and walked with me to the door. "Over there," he said, pointing. "Where the florist's van is where she flopped. Nothing to see, anyway. By the time I came on duty, there wasn't a trace left." "Who was she?" "Who knows?" I had things to do that morning, and as I did them, I thought from time to time of the jumper. They're not that rare, and they usually do the deed in the hours before dawn. They say it's always darkest then. Sometime in the afternoon I was passing Armstrong's and stopped in for a short one. I stood at the bar and looked around to say hello to Paula, but she wasn't there. A doughy redhead named Rita was taking her shift. Dean was behind the bar. I asked him where Paula was. She skipping school today? Didn't you hear? What, Jimmy fired her? He shook his head, and before I could venture any further guesses, he told me. I drank my drink. I had an appointment to see somebody about something, but suddenly it ceased to seem important. I put a dime in the phone and canceled my appointment and came back and had another drink. My hand was trembling slightly when I picked up the glass. It was a little steadier when I set it down. I crossed 9th Avenue and sat in St. Paul's for a while. 10, 20 minutes, something like that. I lit a candle for Paula and a few other candles for a few other corpses, and I sat and thought about life and death and the high windows. Around the time I left the police force, I discovered that churches were very good places for thinking about that sort of thing. After a while, I walked over to her building, and I stood on the pavement in front of it. The florist's truck had moved on, and I examined the street where she'd landed. There was, as Vinny had assured me, no trace of what had happened. I tilted my head back and looked up, wondering what window she might have fallen from, then looked down at the pavement and up again, and a sudden rush of vertigo made my head spin. In the course of all this, I managed to attract the attention of the building's doorman, and he came out to the curb anxious to talk about the former tenant. He was a black man about my age, and he looked as proud of his uniform as the guy in the Marine Corps recruiting poster. It was a good-looking uniform, shades of brown, epaulets, gleaming brass buttons. "Terrible thing," he said. "A young girl like that with her whole life ahead of her. Did you know her well?" He shook his head. "She would give me a smile, always say hello, call me by my name, always in a hurry, rushing out again, rushing in. You wouldn't think she had a care in the world, but you never know. No, you never do. She lived on the 17th floor. I wouldn't live that high above the ground if you gave me the place rent-free. Heights bother you, huh?" I don't know if he heard the question. "I live up one flight of stairs. That's just fine for me. No elevator and no high window." His brow clouded, and he looked on the verge of saying something else, but then someone started to enter his lobby, and he moved to intercept him. I looked up again, trying to count windows to the 17th floor, but the vertigo returned, and I gave it up. "Are you Matthew Scudder?" I looked up. The girl who'd asked the question was very young, with long, straight brown hair and enormous light brown eyes. Her face was open and defenseless, and her lower lip was quivering. I said I was Matthew Scudder and pointed at the chair opposite mine. She remained on her feet. "I'm Ruth Whitlauer," she said. The name didn't register until she said, "Paula's sister." Then I nodded and studied her face for signs of a family resemblance. If they were there, I couldn't find them. It was 10 in the evening. Paula had been dead for 18 hours, and her sister was standing expectantly before me, her face a curious blend of determination and uncertainty. I said, "I'm sorry, won't you sit down? And will you have something to drink?" "I don't drink. Coffee?" "I've been drinking coffee all day. I'm shaky from all the damn coffee. Do I have to order something?" She was on the edge, all right. I said, "No, of course not." I caught Trina's eye and warned her off, and she nodded shortly and let us alone. I sipped my own drink and watched Ruth Whitlauer over the brim of the cup. "You knew my sister, Mr. Scudder?" "Well, in a superficial way, as a customer knows a waitress." "The police say she killed herself." "And you don't think so?" "I know she didn't." I watched her eyes while she spoke, and I was willing to believe she meant what she said. She didn't believe that Paula went out the window of her own accord, not for a moment. Of course, that didn't mean she was right. "What do you think happened?" "She was murdered. I know she was murdered. I think I know who did it." "Who?" "Carrie McLeod." "I don't know him." Ruth went on, "But it may have been somebody else." She lit a cigarette, smoked for a few moments in silence. I'm pretty sure it was Carrie, she said. Why? They were living together. She frowned, as if in recognition of the fact that cohabitation was small evidence of murder. He could do it, she said carefully. That's why I think he did. I don't think just anyone could commit murder. In the heat of the moment, sure, I guess people fly off the handle. But to do it deliberately and throw someone to just deliberately throw someone out of a... I put my hand on top of hers. She had long, small-boned hands, and her skin was cool and dry to the touch. What do the police say? They say she killed herself. She drew on the cigarette. But they didn't know her. If Paula wanted to kill herself, she would have taken pills. She liked pills. I figured she took ups. Ups, tranquilizers, Lutz, barbiturates. And she liked grass, and she liked to drink. She lowered her eyes. My hand was still on top of hers, and she looked at our two hands, and I removed mine. I don't do any of those things. I drink coffee, that's my one vice, and I don't even do that much because it makes me jittery. It's the coffee that's making me nervous tonight, not all of this. Okay. She was 24. I'm 20. Baby sister. Square baby sister. Except that was always how she wanted me to be. She did all those bad things, and at the same time she told me not to do them, that it was a bad thing. I think she kept me straight. I really do. Not so much because of what she was saying as that I looked at the way she was living and what it was doing to her, and I didn't want that for myself. I thought it was crazy what she was doing to herself, but at the same time, I guess I worshipped her. I loved her. God, I really did. I'm just starting to realize how much. And she's dead, and he killed her. I know he killed her. I just know it. I asked her what she wanted me to do. Well, you're a detective. Not in an official sense. I used to be a cop. Could you find out what happened? I don't know. I tried talking to the police. It was like talking to the wall. I can't just turn around and do nothing. Suppose I look into it and it still looks like suicide. She didn't kill herself. Well, suppose I wind up thinking that she did. She thought it over. I still wouldn't have to believe it. No, I agreed. We get to choose what we believe. I have some money. She put her purse on the table. I'm the straight sister. I have an office job. I save money. I have $500 with me. That's too much to carry with you in this neighborhood. Is it enough to hire you? I didn't want to take her money. She had $500 and a dead sister, and parting with one wouldn't bring the other back to life. I would have worked for nothing, but that wouldn't have been good because neither of us would have taken it seriously enough. And I have to pay rent and 2 sons to support, and Armstrong's charges for the coffee and the bourbon. I took 4 $50 bills from her and told her I'd do my best to earn them. After Paula Whitlauer hit the pavement, a black and white from the 18th precinct caught the squeal and took charge of the case. One of the cops in the car was a guy named Guzik. I hadn't known him when I was on the force, but we'd met since then. I didn't like him, and I don't think he cared for me either, but he was reasonably honest and had struck me as competent. I got him on the phone the next morning and offered to buy him a lunch. We met at an Italian place on 56th Street. He had veal and peppers and some red wine. I wasn't hungry, but I made myself eat a small steak. Between bites of veal, he said, "The kid's sister, huh? I talked to her. She's so clean and so pretty it could break your heart if you let it. And of course you don't want to believe Sis did the Dutch act. I asked is she Catholic because then there's the religious angle, but that wasn't it. Anyway, your average priest will stretch a point. They're the best lawyers going. The hell, 2,000 years of practice, they ought to be good. I took that attitude myself. I said, look, there's all these pills. Let's say your sister had herself some pills and then drank a little wine and smoked a little pot, and then she went to the window for some fresh air. So she got a little dizzy, and maybe she blacked out, and most likely she never knew what was happening. Because there's no question of insurance, Matt. So if she wants to think it's an accident, I'm not going to shout suicide in her ear, but that's what it says in the file. Did you close it out? Sure, no question. She thinks murder. He nodded. Tell me something I don't know. She says this McLeod killed Sis. McLeod's the boyfriend. You see, the thing is, he was at an after-hours club at 53rd and 12th about the time Sis was going skydiving. You confirm that? He shrugged. It ain't airtight. He was in and out of the place. He could have doubled back and all, but there was the whole business with the door. What business? Well, she didn't tell you? Paula Whitlauer's apartment was locked and the chain bolt was on. The super unlocked the door for us, but we had to send him back to the basement for a bolt cutter so as we could get through the chain bolt. You can only fasten a chain bolt from inside, and you can only open the door a few inches with it on. So either Whitlauer launched her own self out the window, or she was shoved out by Plastic Man, and then he went and slithered out the door without unhooking the chain bolt. Or the killer never left the apartment. Huh? Did you search the apartment after the super came back and cut the chain for you? We looked around, of course. There was an open window, and there was a pile of clothes next to it. You know, she went out naked, don't you? Uh-huh. There was no burly killer crouching in the shrubbery, if that's what you're getting at. You checked the place carefully. We did our job. Did you look under the bed? It was a platform bed, no crawl space under it. Closets? He drank some wine, put the glass down hard, and glared at me. What the hell are you getting at? Have you got reason to believe there was somebody in that apartment when we went in there? Look, I'm just exploring the possibilities. You honestly think somebody's going to be stupid enough to stay in that apartment after shoving her out of it? She must have been on the street 10 minutes before we hit the building. If somebody did kill her, which never happened, they could be halfway to Texas by the time we hit the door. And don't that make more sense than jumping in the closet and hiding behind the coats? Yeah, unless the killer didn't want to pass the doorman. So he's still got the whole building to hide in. Just the one man on the front door is the only security the building's got anyway, and what does he amount to? And suppose he does hide in the apartment and we happen to spot him. Then where is he, huh? With his neck in a noose, that's where he is. Except you didn't spot him. Because he wasn't there. And when I start seeing little men who aren't there is when I put in my papers and I quit the department. There was an unvoiced challenge in his words. I had quit the department, not because I'd seen little men. One night, some years ago, I broke up a bar holdup and went into the street after the pair who'd killed the bartender. One of my shots went wide, and a little girl died. After that, I didn't see little men or hear voices exactly, but I did leave my wife and kids and quit the force and started drinking on a more serious level. But maybe it would have happened that way even if I'd never killed Estrelita Rivera. People go through changes, and life does the damnedest things to us all. It was just a thought, I said. The sister thinks it's murder, so I was looking for a way to get her to be right. Forget it. Yeah, I suppose. I wonder why she did it. Do you even need a reason? I went in the bathroom and she had a medicine cabinet like a drugstore, ups, downs, sideways. Maybe she was so stoned she thought she could fly. That would explain her being naked. You don't fly with your clothes on. Everybody knows that. Yeah, I nodded. Did you find the drugs in her system? Drugs in her? Oh, come on, Matt. She came down 17 flights and she came down fast. Yeah, under 4 seconds. Huh? Nothing, I said. No autopsy? Of course not. You've seen jumpers. You were in the department a lot of years. You know what a person looks like after a drop like that? You want to be technical, there could have been a bullet in her, and nobody was going to go and look for it. Cause of death was fallen from a great height. That's what it says, and that's what it was. And don't ask me, was she stoned, or was she pregnant, or any of those questions, because who the hell knows? How'd you even know it was her? We got a positive ID from the sister. I shook my head. I mean, how did you know what apartment to go to? She was naked, so she didn't have any identification on her. Did the doorman recognize her? Are you kidding? He wouldn't go close enough to look. He was alongside the building throwing up a few pints of cheap wine. He couldn't have identified his own ass. Then how'd you know who she was? The window. I looked at him. Hers was the only window that was open more than a couple of inches, Matt. Plus her lights were on. That made it easy. I didn't think of that. Yeah, well, I was there, and we just looked up, and there was an open window and a light behind it, and that was the first place we went to. You'd have thought of it if you were there. Yeah, I suppose. He finished the wine. It was suicide, he said. You can tell the sister as much. Yeah, I will. Is it okay if I look at the apartment? Well, Whitlauer's apartment? We didn't seal it, if that's what you mean. You ought to be able to kind of soup her out of a key. Now, Ruth Whitlauer gave me a key. Then there you go. There's no department seal on the door. You want to look around? So I can tell the sister I was there. Yeah, maybe you'll come across a suicide note. That's what I was looking for. You turn up something like that, and it clears up doubts for the friends and relatives. Look, if it was up to me, I'd get a law passed. No suicide without a note. Well, be hard to enforce. Nah, simple, he said. If you don't leave a note, you got to come back and be alive again. That'd start him scribbling away. You count on it. The doorman was the same man I'd talked to the day before. It never occurred to him to ask me my business. I rode up in the elevator and walked along the corridor to 17G. The key Ruth Whitlauer had given me opened the door. There was just one lock. That's the way it usually is in high-rises. A doorman, however slipshod he may be, endows tenants with a sense of security. The residents of unserviced walk-ups affix 3 or 4 extra locks to their doors and still cower behind them. The apartment had an unfinished air about it, and I sensed that Paula had lived there for a few months without ever making the place her own. There were no rugs on the wood parquet floor. The walls were decorated with a few unframed posters held up by scraps of red mystic tape. The apartment was an L-shaped studio with a platform bed occupying the foot of the L. There were newspapers and magazines scattered around the place, but no books. I noticed copies of Variety and Rolling Stone and People and The Village Voice. The television set was a tiny Sony perched on top of a chest of drawers. There was no stereo, but there were a few dozen records, mostly classical with a sprinkling of folk music, Pete Seeger and Joan Baez and Dave Van Ronk. There was a dust-free rectangle on the top of the dresser next to the Sony. I looked through the drawers and closets, a lot of Paula's clothes. I recognized some of the outfits, or thought I did. Someone had closed the window. There were 2 windows that opened, one in the sleeping alcove, the other in the living room section. But a row of undisturbed potted plants in the front of the bedroom window made it evident she'd gone out of the other one. I wondered why anyone had bothered to close it. Well, in case of rain, I supposed. That was only sensible. But I suspect the gesture must have been less calculated than that, a reflexive act, like tugging a sheet over the face of a corpse. I went into the bathroom. A killer could have hidden in the stall shower, if there'd been a killer. Why was I still thinking in terms of a killer? I checked the medicine cabinet. There were little tubes and vials of cosmetics, though only a handful compared with the array on one of the bedside tables. There were containers of aspirin and other headache remedies, a tube of antibiotic ointment, several prescription and non-prescription hay fever preparations, a cardboard packet of Band-Aids, a roll of adhesive tape, a box of gauze pads, some Q-tips, a hairbrush, a couple of combs, a toothbrush in the holder. There were no footprints on the floor of the stall shower. Of course, he could have been barefoot, or he could have run water and washed away the traces of his presence before he left. I went over and examined the windowsill. I hadn't asked Guzik if they dusted for prints, and I was reasonably certain no one had bothered. I wouldn't have taken the trouble in their position. I couldn't learn anything looking at the sill. I opened the window a foot or so and stuck my head out, but looking down was extremely unpleasant, and I drew my head back inside at once. I left the window open, though. The room could stand a change of air. There were 4 folding chairs in the room, one near the bed, one alongside the window, the other 2 closed and leaning against the wall. They were royal blue and made of high-impact plastic. The one by the window had her clothes piled on it. I went through the stack. She'd placed them deliberately on the chair but hadn't bothered folding them. You never know what suicides will do. One man will put on a tuxedo before blowing his brains out. Another one will take off everything. Naked I came into the world, and naked will I go out of it. Something like that. A skirt, beneath it a pair of pantyhose, then a blouse, and under it a bra with 2 small, lightly padded cups. I put the clothing back as I had found it, feeling like a violator of the dead. The bed was unmade. I sat on the edge of it and looked across the room at a poster of Mick Jagger. I don't know how long I sat there. 10 minutes, maybe. On the way out, I looked at the chain bolt. I hadn't even noticed it when I came in. The chain had been neatly severed. Half of it was still in the slot on the door, while the other half hung from its mounting on the jamb. I closed the door and fitted the 2 halves together, then released them and let them dangle. Then I touched their ends together again. I unhooked the end of the chain from the slot and went to the bathroom for the roll of adhesive tape. I brought the tape back with me, tore off a piece, and used it to fasten the chain back together again. Then I let myself out of the apartment and tried to engage the bolt from outside, but the tape slipped whenever I put any pressure on it. I went inside again and studied the chain bolt. I decided I was behaving erratically, that Paula Whitlauer had gone out the window of her own accord. I looked at the windowsill again. The light dusting of soot didn't tell me anything one way or the other. New York's air is filthy, and the accumulation of soot could have been deposited in a couple of hours, even with the window shut. It didn't mean anything. I looked again at the chain bolt, rode the elevator to the basement, and found either the superintendent or one of his assistants. I asked to borrow a screwdriver. He gave me a long screwdriver with an amber plastic grip. He didn't ask me who I was or what I wanted it for. I returned to Paula Whitlauer's apartment and removed the chain bolt from its moorings on the door and jamb. I left the building and walked around the corner to a hardware store on 9th Avenue. They had a good selection of chain bolts, but I wanted one identical to the one I'd removed, and I had to walk down 9th Avenue as far as 50th Street before I found what I was looking for. Back in Paula's apartment, I mounted the new chain bolt, using the holes in which the original had been mounted. I tightened the screws with the superintendent's screwdriver and stood out in the corridor and played with the chain. My hands are large and not terribly skillful, but even so, I was able to lock and unlock the chain bolt from outside the apartment. I don't know who put it up, Paula or a previous tenant or someone on the building staff, but that chain bolt had been as much protection as the sanitized wrapper on a motel toilet seat. As evidence that Paula had been alone when she went out the window, it wasn't worth a thing. I replaced the original chain bolt, put the new one in my pocket, returned to the basement, and gave back the screwdriver. The man I returned it to seemed surprised to get it back. It took me a couple of hours to find Terry McLeod. I'd learned that he tended bar evenings at a club in the West Village called the Spider's Web. I got down there around 5. The guy behind the bar had knobby wrists and an underslung jaw, and he wasn't Terry McLeod. Nah, he doesn't come on till 8, he told me. And he's off tonight anyway. I asked where I could find McLeod. Sometimes he's here afternoons, but he hasn't been in today. As far as where you could look for him, that I couldn't tell you. A lot of people couldn't tell me. But eventually, I ran across someone who could. You can quit the police force, but you can't stop looking and sounding like a cop. And while that's a hindrance in some situations, it's a help in others. Ultimately, I found a man in a bar down the block from the Spider's Web who'd learned it was best to cooperate with the police if it didn't cost you anything. He gave me an address on Barrow Street, and he told me which bell to ring. I went to the building, but I rang several other bells until somebody buzzed me through the downstairs door. I didn't want Carrie to know he had company coming. I climbed 2 flights of stairs to the apartment he was supposed to be occupying. The bell downstairs hadn't had his name on it. It hadn't had any name at all. Loud rock music was coming through his door. I stood in front of it for a minute, then hammered on it loud enough to make myself heard over the electric guitars. After a moment, the music dropped in volume. I pounded on the door again, and a male voice asked who I was. I said, "Police, open up." That's a misdemeanor, but I didn't expect to get in trouble for it. "What's it about?" "Open up, McLeod." "Oh, God. How did you find me, anyway? Give me a minute, huh? I want to put some clothes on." Sometimes that's what they say while they're putting a clip into their automatic. Then they pump a handful of shots through the door and into you if you're still standing behind it. But his voice didn't have that kind of edge to it, and I couldn't summon up enough anxiety to get out of the way. Instead, I put my ear against the door and heard whispering within. I couldn't make out what they were whispering about or get any sense of the person who was with him. The music was down in volume, but there was still enough of it to cover their conversation. The door opened. He was tall and thin, with hollow cheeks and prominent eyebrows, and a worn, wasted look to him. He must have been in his early 30s, and he didn't really look much older than that. But you sensed that in another 10 years, he'd look 20 years older, if he lived that long. He wore patched jeans and a T-shirt with spider's web silk screened on it. Beneath the legend, there was a sketch of a web. A macho spider stood at one end of it, grinning, extending 2 of his 8 arms to welcome a hesitant, girlish fly. He noticed me noticing his shirt and managed a grin. "It's a place where I work," he said. "Yeah, I know. So, come into my parlor. It's not much, but it's home." I followed him inside and drew the door shut after me. The room was about 15 feet square and held nothing you could call furniture. There was a mattress on the floor in one corner and a couple of cardboard cartons alongside it. The music was coming from a stereo turntable and tuner and 2 speakers all in a row along the far wall. There was a closed door over on the right. I figured it led to the bathroom and that there was a woman on the other side of it. "I guess this is about Paula," he said. I nodded. "I've been over this with you guys. I was nowhere near there when it happened. The last I saw her was 5-6 hours before she killed herself. I was working at the Web, and she came down and sat at the bar. I gave her a couple of drinks, and she split. And you went on working. Until I closed up. I kicked everybody out a little after 3, and it was close to 4 by the time I had the place swept up and the garbage on the street and the window gates locked. Then I came over here and picked up Sonny, and we went up to the place on 53rd. And you got there when?" "Hell, I don't know. I wear a watch, but I don't look at it every damn minute. I suppose it took 5 minutes to walk here, and then Sonny and I hopped into a cab, and we were at Patsy's in 10 minutes at the outside. That's the after-hours place. Look, I told you people all of this. I really wish you would talk to each other and leave me the hell alone." I nodded at the bathroom door. "Look, why doesn't Sonny come out and tell me about it? Maybe she can remember the time a little more clearly." "Sonny? She stepped out a little while ago. She's not in the bathroom." "Nope, nobody's in the bathroom." "Mind if I see for myself?" "Not if you show me a warrant." "What's the hassle, huh? I know you guys got forms to fill out, but why not give me a break? Look, she killed herself, and I wasn't anywhere near her when it happened." He could have been. The times were vague, and whoever Sonny turned out to be, the odds were good that she'd have no more time sense than a koala bear. There were any number of ways he could have found a few minutes to go up to 57th Street and heave Paula out a window, but it didn't add up that way, and he just didn't feel like the killer to me. I knew what Ruth meant, and I agreed with her that he was capable of murder, but I didn't think of this particular murder. I said, "When did you go back to the apartment?" "Who said I did?" "You picked up your clothes, Carrie." "That was yesterday afternoon. The hell, I needed my clothes and stuff." "How long were you living there?" I wasn't exactly living there." "Where were you exactly living?" "I wasn't exactly living anywhere. I kept most of my stuff at Paula's place, and I stayed with her most of the time, but it wasn't as serious as actual living together. We were both too loose for anything like that. Anyway, the thing with Paul, it was pretty much winding itself down. She was a little too crazy for me." He smiled with his mouth. "They have to be a little crazy," he said, "but when they're too crazy, it gets to be too much of a hassle." Oh, he could have killed her. He could kill anyone if he had to, if someone was making too much of a hassle. But if he were to kill cleverly, faking the suicide in such an artful fashion, fastening the chain bolt on his way out, he'd pick a time when he had a solid alibi. He was not the sort to be so precise and so slipshod all at the same time. So you went and you picked up your stuff. Right. Including the stereo and records. The stereo was mine. The records, I left the folk music and the classical shit because that belonged to Paula. I just took my records. And the stereo. Right. You got a bill of sale for it, I suppose? Who keeps that crap? What if I said Paula kept a bill of sale? What if I said it was in with her papers and canceled checks? You're fishing. You sure of that? Nope. But if you did say that, I suppose I'd say the stereo was a gift from her to me. You're not really going to charge me with stealing a stereo, are you? Why should I? Robbing the dead's a sacred tradition. You took the drugs, too, didn't you? Her medicine cabinet used to look like a drugstore, but there was nothing stronger than Excedrin when I took a look. That's why Sonny's in the bathroom. If I hit the door, all the pretty pills will go down the toilet. Look, I ought to rap on that door just to do you out of the drugs, but it doesn't seem worth the trouble. That's Paula Whitlauer's stereo. I suppose it's worth $200. And you're not her heir. Now unplug that thing and wrap it up, McLeod. I'm taking it with me. You want to take anything but yourself out of here, you come back with a warrant, and then we'll talk about it. I don't need a warrant because I'm not a cop. I'm a detective, McLeod. I'm private, and I'm working for Ruth Whitlauer, and that's who's getting that stereo. I don't know if she wants it or not, but that's her problem. She doesn't want Paula's pills, so you can pop them yourself or give them to your girlfriend. But I am walking out of here with that stereo, and I'll walk through you if I have to, and don't think I wouldn't enjoy it. You're not even a cop. Right. You got no authority at all. He spoke in a tone of wonder. You said you were a cop. You can always sue me. You can't take that stereo. You can't even be in this room. That's right. Oh, I was itching for him. I could feel my blood in my veins. Look, I'm bigger than you, I said, and I'm a whole lot harder, and I'd get a certain amount of satisfaction in beating the hell out of you. Look, I don't like you. It bothers me that you didn't kill her because somebody did, and it would be a pleasure to hang it on you. But you didn't do it. Now you unplug the stereo and pack it up so I can carry it, or I'm going to take you apart. I meant it, and he realized as much. He thought about taking a shot at me, but he decided it wasn't worth it. Maybe it wasn't all that much of a stereo. While he was unhooking it, I dumped a carton of his clothes out onto the floor, and we packed the stereo in it. On my way out the door, he said he could always go to the cops and tell them what I'd done. I don't think you ought to do that, I said. You said somebody killed her. That's right. You just making noise? No. You're serious? I nodded. She didn't kill herself? I thought it was open and shut from what the cop said. It's interesting. In a way, I guess you could say it's a load off of my mind. How? He shrugged. Well, I thought, maybe she was upset it wasn't working out between us. At the Web, the vibes were on the heavy side, if you follow me. Our thing was falling apart, and I was seeing Sonny, and she was seeing other guys, and I thought, well, maybe that was what did it for her. I suppose I blame myself. Yeah, I can see it was eating away at you. Man, nothing eats away at me. You let things get to you that way, and it's death. I shouldered the carton and headed on down the stairs. Ruth Whitlauer had supplied me with an Irving Place address and a Gramercy telephone number. I called the number and didn't get an answer, so I walked over to Hudson and caught a northbound cab. There were no messages for me at the hotel desk. I put Paula's stereo in my room, tried Ruth's number again, then walked over to the 18th precinct. Guzik had gone off duty, but the desk man told me to try a restaurant around the corner, and I found him there drinking draft Heinekens with another cop named Birnbaum. I sat at their table and ordered bourbon for myself and another round for the two of them. I said, I have a favor to ask. I'd like you to seal Paula Whitlauer's apartment. We closed that out, Guzik reminded me. I know, and the boyfriend closed out the dead girl's stereo. I told him how I'd reclaimed the unit from Carrie McLeod. I'm working for Ruth, Paula's sister. The least I can do is make sure she gets what's coming to her. She's not up to cleaning out the apartment now, and it's rented through the 1st of October. McLeod's got a key, and God knows how many other people have keys. Now, if you slap a seal on the door, it'd keep the grave robbers away. I guess we can do that. Tomorrow all right? Tonight would be better. What's there to steal? You got the stereo out of there, and I didn't see anything else around that was worth much. Well, things have a sentimental value. He eyed me and frowned. I'll make a phone call, he said. He went back to the booth in the back, and I jawed with Birnbaum until he came back and told me it was taken care of. I said, another thing I was wondering. You must have had a photographer on the scene. Sure, that's routine. Did you go up the apartment while he was at it? Take a roll of interior shots? Yeah, why? I thought maybe I could have a look at him. What for? You never know. The reason I knew it was Paula's stereo in McLeod's apartment was I could see the pattern in the dust on the top of the dresser where it had been. If you've got interior pictures, maybe I'll see something else that's not there anymore, and I can lean on McLeod a little and recover it for my client. And that's why you'd like to see the pictures. Right. He gave me a look. That door was bolted from the inside, Matt, with a chain bolt. Yeah, I know. And there was no one in the apartment when we went in there. Yeah, I know that, too. Matt, the case is closed, and the reason it's closed is the dizzy broad killed herself. Now, what are you trying to make waves for? I'm not. I just want to see the pictures. I drank what remained of my drink. You need a new hat anyway, Guzik. The weather's turning, and a fellow like you needs a hat for fall. If I had the price of a hat, maybe I'd go out and get one. You got it, I said. He nodded, and we told Birnbaum we wouldn't be long. I walked with Guzik around the corner to the 18th. On the way, I palmed him 2 10s and a 5, the price of a hat in police parlance. He made the bills disappear. I waited at his desk while he pulled the Paula Whitlauer file. There were about a dozen black and white prints, 8x10 high-contrast glossies. Perhaps half of them showed Paula's corpse from various angles. I had no interest in these, but I made myself look at them as a sort of reinforcement, so I wouldn't forget what I was doing on the case. The other pictures were interior shots of the L-shaped apartment. I noted the wide-open window, the dresser with the stereo sitting on it, the chair with her clothing piled haphazardly on it. I separated the interior pictures from the ones showing the corpse and told Guzik I wanted to keep them for the time being. He didn't mind. He cocked his head and looked at me. You got something? Nothing worth talking about. If you ever do, I'll want to hear about it. Sure. You like the life you're leading? Working private? Shuffling around? Seems to suit me. He thought it over, nodded. Then he started for the stairs, and I followed after him. Later that evening, I managed to reach Ruth Whitlauer. I bundled the stereo into a cab and took it to her place. She lived in a well-kept brownstone, a block and a half from Gramercy Park. Her apartment was inexpensively furnished, but the pieces looked to have been chosen with care. The place was clean and neat. Her clock radio was tuned to an FM station that was playing chamber music. She had coffee made, and I accepted a cup and sipped it while I told her about recovering the stereo from Carrie McLeod. I wasn't sure whether you could use it, I said, but I couldn't see any reason why he should keep it. You can always sell it. No, I'll keep it. I just have a $20 record player that I bought on 14th Street. Paula's stereo cost a couple of $100. She managed to smile. So you've already more than earned what I gave you. Did he kill her? No. Are you sure? I nodded. He'd kill if he had a reason, but I don't think he did. And if he did kill her, he'd never have taken the stereo or the drugs, and he wouldn't have acted the way he did. There was never a moment that I had the feeling that he'd killed her. And you're sure my sister killed herself? No. I'm pretty sure someone gave her a hand. Her eyes widened. I said, It's mostly intuition, but there are a few facts to support it. I told her about the chain bolt, how it had proved to the police that Paula had killed herself, but how my experiment had showed it could have been fastened from the corridor. Then I showed her the pictures I'd obtained from Guzik. I selected one shot which showed the chair with Paula's clothing without showing too much of the window. "The chair," I said, pointing at it. I wanted to see the photograph taken at the time to make sure things hadn't been rearranged by the cops or McLeod or by somebody else. But that clothing's exactly the way it was when I saw it. I don't understand. The supposition is that Paula got undressed, put her clothes on the chair, then went to the window and jumped. Her lip was trembling, but she was holding herself together, and I went on talking. Or she'd taken her clothes off earlier, and maybe she took a shower or a nap, and then came back and jumped. But look at the chair. She didn't fold her clothes neatly, she didn't put them away, and she didn't just drop them on the floor either. Now, I'm no authority on the way women get undressed, but I don't think many people do it that way. Ruth nodded. Her face was thoughtful. Now, that wouldn't mean very much by itself. If she were upset or stoned or confused, she might have thrown things on the chair as she took them off. But that's not what happened. The order is all wrong. The bra's underneath the blouse, the pantyhose is underneath the skirt. She took her bra off after she took her blouse off, obviously, so it should have been on top of the blouse, not under it. Of course. I held up a hand. It's nothing like proof, Miss Whitlower. There are any number of explanations. Maybe she knocked the stuff onto the floor and then picked it up, and the order of the garments got switched around. Maybe one of the cops went through the clothing before the photographer came in with his camera. But you think she was murdered? Yes, I guess I do. What are we going to do now? I think I'll poke around a little. I don't know much about Paula's life. I'll have to learn more if I'm going to find out who killed her. But it's up to you to decide whether you want me to stay with it. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Because it probably won't lead anywhere. Suppose she was upset after her conversation with McLeod, and she picked up a stranger and took him home with her, and he killed her. If that's the case, we'll never know who he was. It'll take you some time. I suppose you'll want more money. Her gaze was very direct. I gave you $200. I have $300 more that I can afford to pay. When the $300 runs out, you can tell me if you think it's worth staying with the case. I couldn't afford more cash right away, but I could arrange to pay you later on or something like that. Nah, I shook my head. It won't come to more than that, I said, no matter how much time I spend on it. And you keep the $300 for the time being, all right? I'll take it from you later on if I need it, and if I feel I've earned it. That doesn't seem right. It seems right to me, I said. And don't make the mistake of thinking I'm being charitable. But your time's valuable. I shook my head. Not to me, it isn't. I spent the next 5 days picking the scabs off Paula Whitlower's life. It kept turning out to be a waste of time, but the time's always gone before you realize you've wasted it. And I'd been telling the truth when I said my time wasn't valuable. I had nothing better to do, and my peeks into the corners of Paula's world kept me busy. Her life involved more than a saloon on 9th Avenue and an apartment on 57th Street, more than serving drinks and sharing a bed with Carrie McLeod. She did other things. She went one evening a week to group therapy on West 79th Street. She took voice lessons every Tuesday morning on Amsterdam Avenue. She had an ex-boyfriend she saw once in a while. She hung out in a couple of bars in the neighborhood and a couple of others in the village. She did this, she did that, she went here, she went there. And I kept busy dragging myself around town and talking to all sorts of people, and managed to learn quite a bit about the person she'd been and the life she'd led without learning anything at all about the person who'd put her on the pavement. At the same time, I tried to track her movements on the final night of her life. She'd evidently gone more or less directly to the spider's web after finishing her shift at Armstrong's. Maybe she'd stopped at her apartment for a shower and a change of clothes, but without further ado, she'd headed downtown. Somewhere around 10, she left the web, and I traced her from there to a couple of other village bars. She hadn't stayed at either of them long, taking a quick drink or two and moving on. She'd left alone as far as anyone seemed to remember. This didn't prove a thing, because she could have stopped elsewhere before continuing uptown, or she could have picked someone up on the street, which I'd learned was something she'd done more than once in her young life. She could have found her killer loitering on a street corner, or she could have phoned him and arranged to meet him at her apartment. Her apartment. The doorman changed off at midnight, but it was impossible to determine whether she'd returned before or after the changing of the guard. She'd lived there, she was a regular tenant, and when she entered or left the building, it was not a noteworthy occasion. It was something she did every night. So when she came home for the final time, the man at the door had no reason to know it was the final time, and thus no reason to take note. Had she come in alone or with a companion? No one could say, which did suggest that she did come in alone. If she'd been with someone, her entrance would have been a shade more memorable. But this also proved nothing, because I stood on the other side of 57th Street one night and watched the doorway of her building, and the night doorman didn't take the pride in his position that the afternoon doorman had shown. He was away from the door almost as often as he was on it. She could have walked in flanked by 6 Turkish sailors, and there was a chance no one would have seen her. The doorman, who'd been on duty when she went out the window, was a rheumy-eyed Irishman with liver-spotted hands. He hadn't actually seen her land. He'd been in the lobby, keeping himself out of the wind. And then he came rushing out when he heard the impact of the body on the street. He couldn't get over the sound she made. "All of a sudden, there was this noise," he said. "Just out of the blue there was this noise, and it must be it's my imagination, but I swear I felt it in my feet. I swear she shook the earth. I had no idea what it was, and then I came rushing out, and, oh, Jesus God, there she was." "Didn't you hear her scream?" "The street was empty just then. This side, anyway. There was nobody around to scream." "Didn't she scream on the way down?" "Did somebody say she screamed? I never heard it." "Do people scream as they fall?" "They generally do in films and on television. During my days in the force, I saw several of them after they jumped, but by the time I got to them, there were no screams echoing in the air. And a few times I'd been on hand while they talked someone in off a ledge, but in each instance the talking was successful, and I didn't have to watch a falling body accelerate according to the immutable laws of physics." "Could you get much of a scream out in 4 seconds?" I stood in the street where she'd fallen, and I looked up toward her window. I counted off 4 seconds in my mind. A voice shrieked in my brain. It was Thursday night, actually Friday morning, 1 o'clock. Time I got myself around the corner to Armstrong's, because in another couple hours Justin would be closing for the night, and I'd want to be drunk enough to sleep. And an hour or so after that, she'd be 1 week dead. I'd worked myself into a reasonably bleak mood by the time I got to Armstrong's. I skipped the coffee and crawled straight into the bourbon bottle, and before long it began to do what it was supposed to do. It blurred the edges of thought so I couldn't see the bad, dark things that lurked there. When Trina finished for the night, she joined me, and I bought her a couple of drinks. I don't remember what we talked about. Some, but by no means all of our conversation touched upon Paula Whitlower. Trina hadn't known Paula terribly well. Their contact had been largely limited to the 2 hours a day when their shifts overlapped, but she knew a little about the sort of life Paula had been leading. There had been a year or two when her own life had not been terribly different from Paula's. Now she had things more or less under control, and maybe there would have come a time when Paula would have taken charge of her life, but that was something we'd never know. I suppose it was close to 3 when I walked Trina home. Our conversation had turned thoughtful and reflective. On the street, she said it was a lousy night for being alone. I thought of high windows and evil things on the edge of thought, and took her hand in mine. She lives on 56th, between 9th and 10th. While we waited for the light to change at 57th Street, I looked over at Paula's building. We were far enough away to look at the high floors. Only a couple of the windows were lighted. That was when I got it. I've never understood how people think of things, how little perceptions trigger greater insights. But I had it now. Something clicked within me and a source of tension unwound itself. I said something to that effect to Trina. "You know who killed her?" "Not exactly," I said, "but I know how to find out, and it can wait until tomorrow." The light changed, and we crossed the street. She was still sleeping when I left. I got out of bed and dressed in silence, then let myself out of her apartment. I had some coffee and a toasted English muffin at the Red Flame. Then I went across the street to Paula's building. I started on the 10th floor and worked my way up, checking the 3 or 4 possible apartments on each floor. A lot of people weren't home. I worked my way clear to the top floor, the 24th, and by the time I was done, I had 3 possibilities listed in my notebook and a list of over a dozen apartments I'd have to check that evening. At 8:30 that night, I rang the bell of apartment 21G. It was directly in line with Paula's apartment and 4 flights above it. The man who answered the bell wore a pair of Lee corduroy slacks and a shirt with a blue vertical stripe on a white background. His socks were dark blue, and he wasn't wearing shoes. I said, "I want to talk with you about Paula Whitlower." His face fell apart, and I forgot the other possibles forever, because he was the man I wanted. He stood there. I pushed the door open and stepped forward, and he moved back automatically to make room for me. I drew the door shut after me and walked around him, crossing the room to the window. There wasn't a speck of dust or soot on the sill. It was immaculate, as well scrubbed as Lady Macbeth's hands. I turned to him. His name was Lane Postmantor, and I suppose he was around 40, thickening at the waist, his dark hair starting to go thin on top. His glasses were thick, and it was hard to read his eyes through them, but it didn't matter. I didn't need to see his eyes. "She went out of this window," I said, "didn't she?" I don't know what you're talking about." "Do you want to know what triggered it for me, Mr. Postmantor?" I was thinking of all the things nobody noticed. No one saw her enter the building. Neither doorman remembered it because it wasn't something they'd be likely to remember. Nobody saw her go out of the window. The cops had to look for an open window in order to know who the hell she was. They backtracked her from the window she fell out of. And nobody saw the killer leave the building. Now that's the one thing that would have been noticed. It wasn't that significant by itself, but it made me dig a little deeper. It occurred to me that maybe the killer was still inside the building, and then I got the idea that she was killed by someone who lived in the building. From that point on, it was just a question of finding you. I told him about the clothes on the chair. She didn't take them off and pile them up like that. Her killer put her clothes like that, and he dumped them on the chair so that it would look as though she undressed in her apartment, and so that it would be assumed she'd gone out of her own window. But she went out of your window, didn't she? He looked at me. After a moment, he said he thought he'd better sit down. He went over to an armchair and sat in it. I said, "She came here. I guess she took off her clothes and you went to bed with her, is that right?" He hesitated, then nodded. "What made you decide to kill her?" "I didn't." I looked at him. He looked away, met my gaze, then avoided my eyes again. "Tell me about it," I suggested. He looked away again, and a minute went by before he started to talk. It was about what I figured. She was living with Carrie McLeod, but she and Lane Postmantor would get together now and then. He was a lab technician at Roosevelt, and he brought home drugs from time to time, and perhaps that was part of their attraction. She'd turned up that night a little after 2, and they went to bed. She was really flying, he said. And he'd been taking pills himself. It was something he'd begun doing lately. Maybe seeing her had something to do with it. They went to bed and did the dirty deed, and then maybe they slept for an hour, something like that. And then she was awake and coming unglued, getting really hysterical, and he tried to settle her down, and he gave her a couple of slaps to bring her around, except they didn't bring her around, and she was staggering. She tripped over the coffee table and fell funny, and by the time he sorted himself out and went to her, she was lying with her head at a crazy angle, and he knew her neck was broken, and when he tried for a pulse, there was no pulse. All I could think of was that she was dead in my apartment and full of drugs, and I was in trouble. So you put her out the window. I was going to take her back to her own apartment. I started to dress her, but it was impossible. And even with her clothes on, I couldn't risk running into somebody in the hallway or on the elevator. It was crazy. I left her here and went to her apartment. I thought maybe Carrie would help me. I rang the bell, but nobody answered. I used her key, but the chain bolt was on. Then I remembered she used to fasten it from the outside. She'd showed me how she could do it, so I unhooked her bolt and went inside. Then I got the idea. I went back to my apartment and got her clothes and rushed back and put them on her chair. I opened her window wide. On my way out the door, I put her lights on and hooked the chain bolt again. I came back here and took her pulse again. She was dead. She hadn't moved or anything. I turned off the lights and opened the window. I dragged her over to it and... Oh, God in heaven. God, I couldn't do it. But it was an accident that she was dead, and I was so damned afraid. And you dropped her out and closed the window. He nodded. And if her neck was broken, it was something that had happened in the fall. And whatever drugs were in her system was just something that she'd taken by herself, and they'd never do an autopsy anyway. You were home free. I didn't hurt her. I was just protecting myself. Do you really believe that, Lane? What do you mean? You're not a doctor. Maybe she was dead when you threw her out of the window. Maybe she wasn't. There was no pulse. You couldn't find a pulse. That doesn't mean there wasn't any. Did you try artificial respiration? Do you know if there was any brain activity? Of course not. All you know was that you looked for a pulse and you couldn't find one. Her neck was broken. Maybe. How many broken necks have you diagnosed? And people sometimes break their necks and live. The point is that you couldn't have known she was dead, and you were too worried about your own skin to do what you should have done. You should have phoned for an ambulance. You know that's what you should have done, and you knew it at that time, but you just wanted to stay out of it. I've known junkies who left their buddies to die of overdoses because they didn't want to get involved. You went them one better. You put her out a window and let her fall 20 stories so that you wouldn't get involved. And for all you know, she was still alive when you let go of her. No, he said. No, she was dead. I'd told Ruth Whitlauer she could wind up believing whatever she wanted. People believe what they want to believe. It was just as true for Lane Postmantor. Maybe she was dead, I said. If she was dead, that could have been your fault, too. What do you mean? You said you slapped her to bring her around. What kind of a slap, Lane? I just tapped her on the face. Just a brisk slap to straighten her out. That's right. Oh, hell, Lane. Who knows how hard you hit her? Who knows whether or not you gave her a shove? She wasn't the only one on pills. You said she was flying. Well, you know what? I think maybe you were doing a little flying yourself. And you'd been sleepy and you were groggy and she was buzzing around the room and being a general pain in the ass. So you gave her a slap and a shove and another slap and another shove and another... No! And she fell down. It was an accident. It always is. I didn't hurt her. I liked her. She was a good kid. We got on fine. I... Put your shoes on, Lane. What for? I'm taking you to the police station. It's only a few blocks from here. Am I under arrest? I'm not a policeman. I'd never gotten around to saying who I was, and he'd never thought to ask. My name's Scudder. I'm working for Paula's sister. I suppose you're under citizen's arrest. I want you to come to the precinct house with me. There's a cop named Guzik there, and you can talk to him. Look, I don't have anything to say, he said. He thought for a moment. You're not a cop? No. What I said to you doesn't mean a thing. He took a breath, straightened up a little in his chair. So, you can't prove a thing. Maybe I can, and maybe I can't. You probably left prints in Paula's apartment. I don't know if Paula left any prints in here or not. You probably scrubbed them up. But there may be neighbors who know you were sleeping with her, and someone may have noticed you scampering back and forth between the apartments that night. It's even possible a neighbor heard the two of you struggling in here before she went out the window. When the cops know what to look for, they usually find it sooner or later. It's knowing what they're after that's the hard part. But that's not even the point. Look, just put your shoes on, Lane. That's right. Now we're going to see Guzik, that's his name, and he's going to advise you of your rights. He'll tell you that you have a right to remain silent, and that's the truth. That's a right you have. And if you remain silent and you get a decent lawyer and do what he tells you, I think you can beat this charge. I really do. Why are you telling me this? Why? I was starting to feel drained, but I kept on with it. Because the worst thing you could do is remain silent, Lane. Believe me, that's the worst thing you could do. Now, if you're smart, you'll tell Guzik everything you remember. You'll make a complete voluntary statement, and you'll read it over when they type it up, and you'll sign your name on the bottom. Because you're not really a killer. It doesn't come easily to you. Now, if Carrie McLeod had killed Paula, he'd never lose a night's sleep over it. But you're not a psychopath. You were drugged and half crazy and terrified, and you did something wrong, and it's eating you up. Your face fell apart the minute I walked in here tonight. You could play it cute and beat this charge, but all you'd wind up doing is beating yourself. Because you live on a high floor, Lane. The ground's only 4 seconds away. If you squirm off the hook, you'll never get it out of your head. You'll never be able to mark it paid in full. And one day or night, you'll open the window and you will go out of it. No! I took his arm. Come on, I said. We'll go see Guzik.
August Body by Bill Crenshaw.
There were 6 apartment buildings that Lieutenant Haggerty could see. 6 flat-roofed rectangular slabs of red brick, rippling heat like they just left the kiln. There, said Haggerty, pointing to the only tree edging the parking lot. The parking places in its shade were occupied. We'll block somebody in, said Sergeant Lee. So we'll write ourselves a ticket. Lee squeezed as much of the car into the shade as he could. Across the parking lot, a blue and white sat running, windows up. Haggerty said, opening his door, "You see, it's only in unmarked cars the air conditioners don't work." His door banged into the bumper of a Toyota. "Hey!" somebody yelled. "That's my car, chump!" Haggerty peeled himself off the vinyl seat and forced his way through the narrow gap between car door and frame. He flashed his shield at the irate owner lumbering his way. He was not in the mood for public relations work. He put on his coat and made a half-hearted effort to straighten his tie, taking his time in the thin shade. On the other side of the tree, a little poodle with blue toenails and blue collar was yapping at a black and white cat stretched on a branch out of its reach. The dog stopped yapping long enough to trot over and sniff Haggerty's leg, growling. Haggerty resisted the urge to boot it into whichever apartment building was in range. The buildings were 2-storied brick boxes from the early 50s, ugly and thoughtless and solid. 4 apartments to each building, 2 bedrooms each apartment, no soul, good walls, lousy plumbing. No doubt about which building. A group was already forming in front of the screen door of the building on the right, already in spite of the heat. It was the kind of heat that made you think fillings were going to melt right out of your teeth, and Haggerty was glad to edge through the crowd and move out of the sun, out of the glare, away from the heat mirages dancing off asphalt and car hoods, glad to move into the dim cool of the corridor, glad to be inside in spite of what he knew they'd find behind the closed door and the uniformed policeman, what they'd find in the apartment. In the apartment, the dead girl lay on the living room rug in a red-brown stain, staring at the ceiling with dull eyes. The clothes left on her were ripped. Lee crossed the room to the big air conditioner and opened his coat. Haggerty shivered. "I hate these," he said. "Yeah," said Lee. Haggerty didn't know the uniform on the door, but the one inside was Booker. "Forensics?" asked Haggerty. "On their way," said Booker. "Okay," said Haggerty. "Who found her?" "I found her." A voice from behind. It sounded defiant. Haggerty turned. Through strings of brightly colored plastic beads that served as a door, he saw 2 men sitting at the kitchen table in front of a couple of cans of beer. Haggerty didn't know which one had spoken, but he bet with himself that it was the one on the left, the stocky one with the beard, and the hair just a tad beyond stylish, just a tad into high-rise pickup trucks and rebel flag license plates, an upscale good old boy. Haggerty felt a headache start. "Who?" he said. "Me," said the Beard. "I found her." The one on the right sat pale and silent in his T-shirt, skinny and curved with the hard, wiry muscles of manual labor. "You the husband?" Haggerty heard himself say, not meaning to phrase it that way. The husband, like the dog or the cat. The Beard stiffened a little, taking offense, maybe. "Now, I'm the boyfriend," he said. The boyfriend had a couple of Band-Aids above his right eye and what looked like blood on his shirt. Haggerty felt himself frown. "So is this your apartment?" The Beard tried to speak, cleared his throat. "Becca's," he said. "You living together?" "It's none of your business," said the Beard, leaning forward. The last thing Haggerty wanted to deal with was angry boyfriends trying to protect the reputations of dead lovers, if that was in fact what the Beard was doing. And who was this with him? And what were they doing, sitting around on the scene? "Booker," he said, not turning around. "What the hell's going on here?" Booker was at his side, fumbling for his notebook. "This is Mr. Rudder, Calvin Wade, boyfriend, and Mr. Morton, Donald P., neighbor. Mr. Rudder arrived at apartment about 1300 and found the deceased. He ran upstairs to Mr. Morton's apartment and—" "What are they doing here?" Haggerty interrupted. The boyfriend, Rudder, was squeezing his beer can too hard, making it crinkle.
"I got every right,"
Rudder began, rising. Lee was suddenly beside Rudder's ear, telling him quietly to sit back down. Booker was saying, "When Rudder saw the body again, he started to faint, so Morton and me helped him into the kitchen so he could sit down." Haggerty couldn't imagine Rudder starting to faint. He turned to face Booker. "The scene is not secured. You have bystanders sitting in the victim's kitchen drinking beer like this was a little afternoon party. You know better than this, Booker. Now get them out of here." He nodded toward Morton. "Get them to his apartment and tell them to wait." "Yes, sir," said Booker. Rudder picked up his can. "Leave it," said Haggerty. Rudder drained it before banging it down. Haggerty ignored the challenge. When they were gone, Lee cleared his throat. "A little rough there, weren't you, Lieutenant?" Lee got formal only when he disapproved. Haggerty looked around the kitchen and shook his head. I hate these." He went back to the living room. The girl had been stabbed 8 or 9 times that he could see, long-bladed kitchen knife beside her, wiped clean of blood and probably of prints. She'd been strangled, too, and slapped around from the look of the bruises on her throat and face. The blood around her was thick and dried. She'd been there a while. Her blouse had been torn off her. Her trousers were ripped at the front, but still mostly on. "Where the hell's forensics?" Haggerty growled. "Here the hell's forensics," said Marks as he and Kenneth entered the room with crime kits and cameras. "What's eating you?" Haggerty said nothing. Marks looked to Lee. Lee shrugged. "Long day," he said. Marks cocked his head to get a better look at the body. "If you'll just go somewhere, Haggerty, we can do our jobs." "Get Booker," said Haggerty to Lee, pushing through the beads into the kitchen. "Don't you just love police work?" Marks muttered as Lee edged past him to call Booker back down. Booker came in, and Haggerty asked him for a report. He poked through the kitchen cabinets while Booker gave him what he had. The boyfriend had come by to pick up the girlfriend. "Girl have a name?" said Haggerty, stretching to see a high shelf. He wasn't touching except with his eyes, opening cabinets with fingernails under the edge of the doors instead of using the knobs. The shelves were neat, were more than neat. They were precise. Dishes and glasses and cans and jars ranked and filed for inspection. Ordered, meticulous, obsessive. "Watkins, Rebecca M.," said Booker, voice official and a bit nervous. "White female, age 37, date of birth 37." She looked younger there on the floor. Actually, he realized he hadn't looked at her face. Go on." Booker leaned over his notebook. Boyfriend came by about 1 o'clock, knocked, got no answer, let himself in with his key, figuring she was in the shower. He found her on the floor, didn't touch anything. Started yelling, he thinks. Morton agrees. Morton came out of his apartment using kitchen door atop of stairs. He yelled down. Rudder heard him, ran out of apartment and upstairs calling for help. Tripped on Morton's dog on the stairs and cut his head pretty good. Said his girlfriend was hurt. Morton sat him in his kitchen so his wife could doctor his head and went downstairs. saw the girl, locked the apartment, and called the police. Booker stopped and looked up. "You got the Times?" said Haggerty. Booker looked back down. Call came in at 1302, put out same to EMS and police. We were a few blocks over, so we got here quick, 1307. Canceled EMS, 1309, forensics and homicide requested same. Homicide arrived 1316. He looked up. I didn't get forensics arrival. Haggerty looked at his watch. Call it 1:23 or 13:23 if you prefer. The little joke was Haggerty's way of apologizing for jumping him so hard before. If Booker got it, he didn't show it. "So, anything else?" Haggerty said. "Yes, sir. There's a window open in the street-side bedroom. Screen cut and pulled back. Looks like a B&E gone bad." "Show me." The window was raised 15 or 16 inches, not quite as high as the top of the hedge between the building and the street. They let the hedge grow for privacy, no doubt. She got more privacy than she wanted. "Let's go see the boyfriend," he said. The corridor seemed hot and damp after the cool apartment. In the glare beyond the screen door, the group was growing larger, talking quietly. An occasional laugh rose with cigarette smoke in the still air. "Every call, I wonder where the hell they come from," muttered Lee. "They smell it out," said Booker. "Vultures." "Don't insult vultures," said Lee. Booker gave the door a sharp rap and pushed it open, and the heat washed out into Haggerty's face. Heat and all the smells that heat sucked out of the dogs' beds and garbage pails and the morning dishes sitting in the sinks of filmy water. Above the kitchen table, a ceiling fan wobbled, stirring the hot air like a spoon stirs coffee, its on-off chain twitching and clinking on the light fixture behind it. At the table, Rudder and Morton each held a fist around another sweating can of beer and glanced up at them, hostile. They made Haggerty mad just to look at them. They both looked like trouble, the kind of macho types who wouldn't mind knocking a woman around if she gave a little lip, didn't know her place. He didn't like them. Not being fair, he told himself. There was no reason to dislike them. He was tired, maybe. Maybe it was the headache. Maybe it was the heat. He was on a short fuse, he knew, and he should let Lee do the questioning. He fanned away a fly. "Mr. Rudder," prompted Booker. "Rudder, why don't you tell me what happened?" Rudder gestured at Booker with his can of beer. "I already told him." The can was shaking. Patience, Haggerty told himself. He's had too many, seen too much. We need to go through it again, if you don't mind. Rudder pushed his hands into his eyes and rubbed hard. "I just lost my woman, man. I just lost my girl. I don't want to talk about it." His voice was whiny. It grated. Haggerty tried not to show anger, tried to bite back what he wanted to say. So Lee stepped in with the textbook lines, calm and calming. "Sorry for your loss, Mr. Rudder. Understand your pain. Know it's hard. Quicker we start, quicker we catch. Appreciate cooperation in this, your hour of grief." Rudder drained his beer and opened another and started his story. It was essentially the story Haggerty had heard from Booker. Rudder had found her when he came to pick her up. He had called for help. He had run up to Morton's apartment and tripped on the stairs, cut his head and scratched his face and knees and the palms of his hands. "I didn't even know I was hurt," he said. "I didn't feel nothing." The more Rudder talked, the less Haggerty liked him. Self-pitying and self-serving, sounded like he was trying to tell his side, as if Lee had heard another side somewhere. He took frequent pulls at the beer. He looked shaken, but more with nervousness than shock, Haggerty thought. More shaken by what might come than by what had happened, trying to control fear rather than grief. And he said "didn't" for didn't, which was like fingernails on chalkboards. Rudder had last seen Rebecca alive, he said, when he left her apartment at about 12:30 that morning. They'd been out, had come back about 11:30, 11:45. They'd seen Morton in the yard in his bathrobe, looking for his dog or something. They went into the apartment, had a midnight snack, talked about the wrestling, and then he left. He had seen Morton on his way out, he said, at the top of the stairs with his little dog. "Wrestling?" asked Haggerty. Rudder turned his face from Lee and looked at Haggerty as if he was someone who had just walked in. "Yeah, tag team down at the Civic Center. Carolina Crushers against the Tornado Twins. Combat rules." "Oh," said Haggerty. "Wrestling." Rudder flushed and opened and closed his hands. The only sounds for a long moment were the click of the chain against the light and the buzz of a fat August fly. "So, why didn't you sleep over?" asked Haggerty. Rudder flushed again. "None of your business," he said in a tone forced smooth by his teeth. "It's all my business," said Haggerty. Rudder turned to Lee. This guy, what's his problem? He get his jollies this way? This is my girl he's talking about." "She's dead," said Haggerty. "She's my girl now." Now Rudder erupted from his chair. "I don't have to put up with any of this crap." Lee put his fingertips on Rudder's chest and sat him back down, talking quietly. "What time did you say you got back from the match?" Rudder looked from Haggerty to Lee and back to Haggerty. 11:30, he said finally, shrugging. 11:45. "And you left?" "Left 45 minutes later, something like that." Haggerty turned to Morton. "And you saw him both times?" Morton cleared his throat and nodded. "Quite a coincidence." "Quite a dog," said Morton. "Let the dumb little mutt out after the late news to do her nightlies, and she runs all around the yard to find just the right spot. I saw Rebecca and Mr. Rudder here while I was waiting on her. Then later she wakes me up barking like crazy, so I get out to let her out again because I don't want another nightly in the house. But then I see Mr. Rudder saying good night and figured that's what got the mutt started." "Did Rudder see you?" "Yeah. Couldn't hardly help it with the mutt barking at him. I had her by the collar. He waved." "And this was about what time?" I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was after 12:30. "So you saw Rebecca Watkins when Rudder was leaving?" "Yes. Well, not if you mean saw. I mean, I only saw Mr. Rudder. I didn't go downstairs. He was standing in the door talking to her. She was back in the apartment." "But you heard her?" "Sure, yeah, I heard her. And what did she say?" "Well, she said good night, I guess." "You guess? What else would she say?" Haggerty's patience had dried up in the heat. "I mean hear, like I meant saw. Did you hear her?" "I don't know," said Morton, waving his hands as if he were shooing worrisome thoughts away like flies. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. I think I did. But maybe you didn't?" Rudder banged his fist down. "What is this? What the hell is this? Who is this guy anyway? Are you even a cop? Let me see some ID here, eh, Mr. Cop? You can't ask that kind of crap. We don't even have lawyers here or anything." Haggerty pulled out his shield and passed it to Lee. Rudder made a show of writing down the name and number, fingers white around the pen. Haggerty thought that Rudder must be on a short fuse, too, that maybe Rudder was always on a short fuse, that maybe it should be on a short leash. Maybe he should find out how short. Haggerty asked Rudder if Rebecca were still in the clothes she had worn last night. Rudder frowned. "I didn't look downstairs," he said. "I didn't see." The wine was back. "What is she wearing, Booker?" said Haggerty without turning around. Booker looked at his notebook. Black trousers, cotton, torn, partially removed, apparently wearing red silk blouse at time of attack, removed by force, wearing one black low-heel shoe. "Is that what she was wearing last night?" Haggerty asked. Rudder nodded. "That's what I saw her in," said Morton. "When they got back last night, I mean." "And after you came in," said Haggerty to Rudder, "she got you a snack?" "Yeah, wine and cheese for her, a beer for me, and potato chips." "And did she clean up before you left? Wash the glasses, I mean, put them away, all that?" "I don't know, I guess." "I don't want to guess, Rudder. Did she clean up or not?" "I said I don't know." "Somebody's got into that apartment pretty damn soon after you left," said Haggerty. "She didn't even have time to change clothes for bed. You didn't hear anything? You didn't see anything? If she cleaned up for a while after you left, she must have been just outside. If she cleaned up before you left, he might have already been inside the apartment." Haggerty's eyes flicked to Morton. "Or at least inside the building." It took a second to sink in. A second before Morton's eyes started widening and his head started shaking back and forth. No, sir. No, sir. Not me. No, sir." Haggerty looked back to Rudder. "Maybe he went down right after you left, thinking to have a little fun. Wife asleep, right? He's out chasing her damn mutt. Rebecca's just finishing up in the kitchen when he tries the door and finds it unlocked and slips in. He makes his move, drops his line, "Hey, baby." She tells him to buzz off. She slaps him. He gets mad. Things get out of hand. Morton's head shook back and forth harder and harder, and he kept saying, "No, sir," louder and louder until both he and Haggerty were shouting to be heard. "No, sir," Morton yelled, but Haggerty had already stopped. Haggerty turned to Rudder. "Of course, maybe he didn't see Rebecca just like he said. Maybe you didn't cut your face by tripping over a dog. Maybe that was a convenient way to cover up a cut you'd gotten earlier that morning." Before Lee could stop him, Rudder was up and across the room and had thrown a right to Haggerty's jaw. Haggerty's head snapped back and he came up with his fist cocked, but Lee was between them and Booker had Rudder from behind. Lee pulled Haggerty out of the kitchen onto the landing. "Jesus, Lieutenant," he said, "what the hell was that? What are you trying to do?" Haggerty snatched his arm away and paced to the window overlooking the crowd below. He dabbed at his bloody lip with the back of his hand. "Have Booker take him in," he said. Lee shook his head. "You're asking for trouble. You egged him into it, Ben. He just lost his girl. He saw her all sliced up. Of course he's squirrely. He's a maggot. He killed her. Come on, Lieutenant. You're letting it get to you. Now let it go. He killed her. Maybe Morton killed her. You made a better case there. Maybe the guy who came in the window killed her." Haggerty leaned on the windowsill, and he stared down into the group. "You saw his temper. He lost it with her. He killed her before he knew it. You saw his temper." Lee put his hand on his shoulder. "If he killed her, let's pop him for that when we get the goods. But let this go now." From the parking lot, the coroner's wagon was pulling across the lawn toward the crowd. Haggerty turned to Lee. "You talk to him then. You tell him that out of the kindness of our hearts, we're not going to take him in, but tell him he's out of chances, and that he stays where he is until I say otherwise. Tell Booker to stay with them and meet me downstairs." Haggerty hadn't realized how much he had been sweating until his wet shirt stuck cold to his back and belly in the air of the apartment. Marks was packing his kit. The body was covered. "Done here," Marks said. "Almost through in the bedroom." "Time of death?" asked Haggerty. Marks shrugged. "Hard to tell here, especially with the air conditioning blasting away. Come on, Marks, give me a range." 6 to 18, probably closer to 12, but that's not news, is it? Except for the body, except for the chairs and the coffee table pushed aside and whatever small struggle there was, the room was as neat and orderly as the cabinets. No little cobwebs, no dust balls in the corners, books alphabetical by author, their spines flush with the edges of the shelves, no cheap romances, no condensed books, history, drama, poetry. He tilted his head. Milton, Julius Caesar. Haggerty recognized the title or two from college, all sold back to the bookstore at his first opportunity. She had kept hers. Classy lady, well-read. Why go to wrestling with a hyena? Why even see him? Haggerty went back to the kitchen. Unlike upstairs, no greasy water in the sink, no trash can overflowing on the linoleum. Haggerty pushed open the trash can lid. A beer can, an empty potato chip bag, the trash of the night before. Haggerty suddenly felt lonely, missing his wife as he had not in the 5 years since she walked. Lee came in from the living room. "Okay to take the body?" "She emptied her trash every day," said Haggerty. "Why is she dating a pig like Rudder?" Lee turned and nodded to the men from the ME's office. They unfolded the body bag next to the covered form on the floor. "You ready?" asked Lee. The ME's men lifted the body into the open bag. "She's cold," one of them said. "You ready?" Lee repeated. "Maybe that's it," said Haggerty. "What's it?" said Lee. But Haggerty was already heading for the bedroom. Marks was watching Kenneth dust the window. "What was the room temperature?" asked Haggerty. "Which room?" said Marks. "Both." "Living room, 69 degrees Fahrenheit. This room, 75. Shouldn't it be warmer? I mean, if the window's been open since 1 or so this morning, shouldn't it be warmer in both rooms?" Lee snapped his fingers. "You think Rudder opened it this morning? You think he killed her last night, then came in and opened the window and called for help so it would look like he found the body?" Marks thought a second or two before shaking his head. "Sorry, won't stand up. That's a big unit pumping away out there, way more than she needed. It could keep it this cool with this window open, even back here." "Yeah, well, thanks anyway," said Haggerty. "I'll let you know if we pull any prints," said Marks. "You won't. None that aren't hers, anyway." "I got to tell Booker to let them go," said Lee. "I'll be in the car," said Haggerty. The heat and the glare outside were almost unbearable now. As soon as he hit the sun, Haggerty started sneezing, something he hadn't done since he was a kid. The crowd divided to let him pass, then closed again, waiting the transfer of the body as the signal to go home. The car was an oven in spite of the shade. "Let's eat," said Lee as he cranked the unit up. Haggerty gave the air conditioning panel a good kick for the sheer pleasure of it, rather than in hopes that it would do any good. "Something's missing," said Haggerty. "Something's not right. Rudder's bad on this one." "How about the park?" said Lee. 10 degrees cooler. We'll grab a chili dog and look at the zoo, stretch our legs." "Chili dog?" "Sure. Makes you sweat, cools you off." "You're driving." "What gets me," said Haggerty 20 minutes later, sitting at a picnic table in the shade of a thick-leaved oak, "what gets me is what those two were doing together at all." There was at last a slight breeze, but since it came from the direction of the lion cages, it was not as welcomed as it could have been. Lee was starting on his second chili dog. Haggerty hadn't touched his. "Lonely," said Lee around a mouthful. "She's late 30s, single. When you're lonely, lots of people look better than they should." Haggerty shook his head. "Yeah, still." He brushed at the fly circling his chili dog. "Such a maggot. She had more class than that." Lee gave a half laugh. "You talk like you knew her." Haggerty shrugged. "You see how they live. You get to know them. Compare her apartment with Morton's. They don't look like they're on the same planet, much less the same building. When's the last time her apartment saw a roach, do you think, huh? Or a mouse?" "Or a fly," said Lee, waving his hand over Haggerty's hot dog. "If you don't eat that soon, the flies will." Haggerty looked down. The flies that Lee had shooed away circled only for a second before settling on the chili again. He started to wave them away, then stopped. "Got him," he said, popping his fist on the table. "Got him, I got him, I got him. It had to be Rudder." He was up and headed for the car. "Hey," called Lee, grabbing his drink and Haggerty's hot dog. "Hey, wait!" Haggerty was in the driver's seat calling, "Let's go, let's go." Lee slid into the passenger side, balancing Coke and chili dog. "She made him mad," said Haggerty, backing out of the parking place a little too fast. "Maybe she laughed at him. Maybe she laughed at his wrestling, his wrastling. I bet he loves that wrastling. And he doesn't like to be laughed at. He probably didn't mean to kill her, but when it was done, he cleaned up the apartment like she would have and left. Then he realizes he's not through, that he'll be the prime suspect. So he goes back the next afternoon and finds the body and runs for help. Except before he runs for help, he opens the window." "I don't see it," said Lee. "Why couldn't Morton have done it? Or why couldn't it be somebody breaking in last night?" "Because there were no flies," said Haggerty. "A body, fresh blood, a window open 12 hours in an August heat wave, and no flies? That place should have been swarming. But a window open 20 or 30 minutes, blood dried, body cooled. The flies would come eventually, but there were no flies when we were there or when Booker was, and he was there fast. That means the window hadn't been open all night. That means somebody had just opened it." He pulled up at a stoplight and turned to Lee. "And that means Rudder." A fly from the chili dog buzzed past Haggerty's ear and landed on the dash. Haggerty reached for the newspaper beside him and raised it. He hesitated. The fly rubbed its forelegs over each other as if gloating, as if happy to have helped. Haggerty brought the paper down hard. Lee stared at him. Haggerty shrugged. Just a fly," he said.
Time Exposure by John Lutz.
She was upset about something, all mussed by external and internal stormy weather, all wild blonde hair and wild blue eyes haunted by the lightning. That was what had driven her to Nudger's office. She made Nudger, who was used to dumpy divorcees and pilfered cash registers, feel like Sam Spade. Nudger liked that. "Mr. Nudger?" she asked tentatively, brushing water from her raincoat with the back of her hand, lowering her neat frame into the chair before Nudger's desk. The action allowed a glimpse of pale legs with slender ankles. Nudger nodded to the ankles. A sheet of rain hit the window as if the wind had flung it there out of malice. "I'm Adelaide Lacey," the wet blonde said. "I want to hire you." Nudger sized her up for potential to pay, as was his habit. She was wearing a navy blue dress. Her clothes were expensive, but not high fashion. She was about 35, neatly groomed, and wore no wedding ring. She didn't appear to be the sort you'd go to finance a business venture, but she looked as if she could afford Nudger's piddling fee. Nudger's alternative was another hand of solitaire. "So what's bothering you, Miss, is it?" She nodded. "Miss Lacey." "These." She removed a squarish brown envelope from the purse and leaned forward to place it on the desk. "You'd better look, then I'll explain." Nudger opened the damp envelope and withdrew an 8x10 black and white photograph of a downtown street. He recognized the street, Locust Avenue. The photograph was sharp. There were no people or traffic, only buildings. Beneath the first photo was a second, a blow-up of one of the buildings, the Arcade Building, an office building Nudger had been in more than once. There was a curious thing about that photograph. All of the windows in the Arcade Building seemed to reveal empty rooms, all except one. In that window was a heavy-set, balding man seated at a desk, a pencil resting between his fingers, his head slightly bowed. He was in sharp focus. Nudger could count the buttons on his shirt. He looked familiar to Nudger, but Nudger couldn't place him. "Do you want something to drink, Miss Lacey?" Nudger asked, putting down the photographs on his desk. He wanted to slow the pace of this encounter. He was experiencing intimations that made him uneasy. "Call me Adelaide," she said, smiling nervously. "And no thanks. A photographer named Paul Dobbs came to me with those 2 days ago," she went on. "He said he'd been commissioned by an architectural firm to take photos of certain downtown streets. His employer was interested in the buildings, nothing else. So Dobbs would set up his camera just after sundown when it was still light out, but shadows were minimal and downtown was pretty much deserted. Then, with special film, he'd take 45-minute time exposures." "Very long exposures," Nudger said. "And for good reason," Adelaide told him. As Dobbs explained it, at that slow exposure rate, occasional passing cars, buses, or pedestrians wouldn't show up in the photo. They'd be moving too fast for their images to form on the film. There could be a bank holdup on those streets, and it wouldn't appear in the photograph. Nudger understood. The same held true of any movement inside the windows of the photographed buildings. That was why all the rooms appeared empty. All but one. Nudger felt a cold weight in his stomach. He was liking this less and less. Soon his insides would be forcibly reminding him that he was ill-suited by temperament for his work. Adelaide Lacey confirmed what he was thinking. "Dobbs told me that the only way that man could appear so sharply focused in that window would be if he was as still as the building itself, if he was dead." Nudger's stomach kicked. He picked up a foil-wrapped roll of antacid tablets, slipped one of the thin white discs onto his tongue, and began to chew. Dead. Gee, he disliked that word. What else did Dobbs say? Lightning flashed like a warning, thunder rumbled like fateful laughter. Adelaide shifted in her chair, obviously made uncomfortable by the thought of what she was about to say. Dobbs noticed the man in the window in one of his photographs, blew up the scene, and took it to a friend who's a reporter on the Globe Democrat. The reporter told him he was crazy, that the city leased that floor of the Arcade Building, and that the man in the photo was Virgil Hiller, the city comptroller. Face and name suddenly connected in Nudger's mind. He popped another antacid tablet into his mouth. The next day, Hiller and his secretary had disappeared, Adelaide said, along with $500,000 in city funds. And that made Dobbs all the more suspicious of murder. Sure, but the assistant comptroller and even the mayor claimed they saw Hiller alive the morning after Dobbs's photograph was taken. Did Dobbs buy their story? Adelaide shrugged. He had no choice. I mean, contradicting the mayor, right, City Hall and all that. So what did Dobbs do? Adelaide widened her luminous blue eyes in faint surprise. Why, he came to me. He told me everything. She saw suddenly that she had gotten ahead of herself, smiled a nervous, shadowy smile, and sat back. Virgil Hiller's secretary, the woman he supposedly ran away with, is my sister Mary, Mr. Nudger. And I know what she really thought of her boss. She told me often enough he was a tyrannical creep and a secret drunk. She'd never have run away with him. Where is Dobbs now? Nudger asked. He's disappeared. Nudger felt a growing queasiness. He longed for a nice, dull divorce case, a punch in the nose from an irate adulterer. Have you told the police all this? He asked. No. Mr. Dobbs cautioned me not to go to the police. So did Mr. Kyle. Not Mr. Arnie Kyle, the gambler. Yes, Adelaide said. Do you know him? Only well enough to avoid him like bubonic plague. Adelaide nodded, brushed back an errant strand of blonde hair that was still damp from the rain. I can understand that. He came to my apartment the first time Mr. Dobbs was there and asked for the envelope. Is there another envelope? Nudger asked. What envelope are we talking about now? 2 weeks ago, Mary came to me with this regular business-size white envelope. She was scared, though trying not to act it. She left the envelope with me and told me to open it only if something happened to her. And now something has apparently happened to her. Did you open the envelope? No. When I went to get it from where I kept it on the shelf in the closet, it was gone. Did you tell Arnie Kyle that? Yes. He acted angry. Though he was very gentlemanly, then he left. He was only acting gentlemanly, Nudger assured her. He probably really was angry. He's the dominant force in bookmaking and prostitution in this city. He's had people killed before breakfast, then had an extra piece of toast. That's what Mr. Dobbs said, more or less. Mr. Nudger, Adelaide said, I need to know what it all means. I need to find Mary, or at least find out what happened to her, and I can pay. I have money saved, and if I have to, I'll use it all. Nudger absently touched his twisting stomach, rapped a knuckle on the desk. Why'd you come to me in particular, Adelaide? I didn't know one private investigator from another, she said candidly. I picked you out of the yellow pages. That's apropos, Nudger said. Adelaide stared at him without blinking. Her wide blue eyes seemed to mist, and her lower lip quivered like a child's. Then she brought herself under control, and her voice was steady but pleading. I need help, Mr. Nudger. Nudger gave in. He smiled at her. And I need the money. Let's talk fee. 10 years ago, when Nudger was a rookie patrolman in the police department, his partner in a two-man patrol car had been Jack Hammersmith. Nudger's nerves couldn't stand up with the constant strain and the hyped-up life of a street cop. When his superiors realized this, he'd been assigned to play Copy the Clown, appearing with a red nose and oversized shoes at benefits and children's parties around town. Then Copy the Clown had been discontinued by the new police commissioner, as cutting too undignified a figure to represent the police department. So Nudger left the department and, after a series of short-lived occupations, discovered that, though he wasn't constitutionally fit for the work, using his police background and contacts to become a private investigator was his best hope to feed, shelter, and clothe himself. He'd managed with difficulty to do that during the past 8 years, often acutely missing Copy the Clown. During those same years, Nudger had developed a spastic nervous stomach, while Iron Gut Hammersmith had risen in the department to become a lieutenant in the 3rd Precinct, and Nudger's most valuable police contact. What's with Virgil Hiller? Nudger asked, settling into the straight-backed wooden chair at the side of Hammersmith's desk. It was a tough chair to settle into. Nudger and anyone else who sat in it felt an irresistible urge to stand up after about 10 minutes. Hammersmith was a workaholic and didn't like visitors hanging around his office distracting him. What I like about you, Nudge, he said, is that you get to the point. Desk work had made the once sleek and handsome Hammersmith a portly, florid man. His image had finally caught up with the long, foul-smelling cigars he had always smoked. Hiller fell victim to 2 of man's greatest temptations, money and a woman. Hammersmith scooted back in his own comfortable leather chair. The 2 seem to go together. Have you noticed? Anyway, Hiller saw his chance to get his hands on both on a more or less permanent basis, tucked one under each arm, and left the city for pleasure-filled parts unknown. Anything in his background to suggest he'd do that? Nudger asked. Nope. It doesn't have to be. We're talking about opportunity. And $500,000 and the woman he no doubt loves, or thinks he does. Even thee and me, Nudge. Me, maybe, Nudger said, not thee. What about the secretary, Mary Lacey? 32, straight, hard-working, and homely. But then Virgil Hiller was never offered leading roles in the movies either. Hammersmith fired up one of his abominable cigars and squinted at Nudger through its curiously greenish smoke. You hired to find Hiller? The secretary, Nudger said. Same thing. They're a set. You want a cigar? No, thanks. I love life. Did a photographer named Paul Dobbs come to see you? Oh, him. Sure. With his time exposure photo that showed Hiller sitting at his desk, maybe asleep, or dead. How do you explain it? Hammersmith observed the glowing ember of his cigar closely, as if something minute had appeared there that gripped his interest. Question is, he said, how do you explain it to a grand jury? The date of the photograph can't be firmly substantiated, and who understands all that technical jargon anyways? I know I don't. And you've got a caseload up to here. He'd heard this story before from the police. He understood their point of view, too. Hiller and Mary Lacey were probably thousands of miles away, basking on foreign sands. I know what you're going to ask next, Hammersmith said. What about Dobbs's disappearance? Well, officially Dobbs hasn't disappeared despite a phone call we got from a certain young lady named Adelaide Lacey. We checked, Nudge, and Dobbs has dropped out of sight off and on for months at a time for the last 10 years. Those kinds of freelance photographers are like that. He's probably in Fiji photographing natives for National Geographic, or maybe doing some porno work to turn a fast buck. He's done both those things in his varied career. Nudger's back was beginning to ache. His 10 minutes in the hard chair were almost up. How does Arnie Kyle fit in with Hiller? He asked. Hammersmith wiggled the cigar clamped in his mouth and raised an eyebrow. I didn't know he did, but I'm not surprised. Kyle's the sort that likes to be seen with any politician. Makes him feel respectable, though I can't imagine why. Nudger stood to leave, stretched his cramped back muscles. Thanks, Jack. Maybe you can tell me where Kyle fits in with Hiller, Hammersmith suggested, aiming the cigar at Nudger as if it were a smoking gun. When I find out, Nudger said, you'll be the next to know. If there is a next, Hammersmith cautioned. You be careful of Kyle. Purely by accident, he blew a perfect smoke ring and glared at it, a bit surprised. He'd always been skeptical of coincidence. Nudger left him like that, walked through the crowded, noisy booking area and down the concrete steps to the street. The place to start was Mary Lacey's apartment. It was in a downtown refurbished building that Nudger figured would soon be converted into condominiums. It wasn't exclusive or wildly expensive, but it was a nice place to live, with a touch of aged luxury and plenty of atmosphere in the long, high-ceilinged halls, stained-glassed windows, fireplaces, and ornate wrought iron. Mary's apartment was on the 5th floor. According to Adelaide, she'd moved in 2 years ago and liked the place. Adelaide had a spare key and let Nudger in. She's paid the rent to the end of the month, Adelaide said. I don't know what to do, start packing her things or what. Nudger didn't answer. He was nosing around, not knowing exactly what he was looking for, hoping he'd recognize it if he came across it. He started with the living room, searching in table drawers, beneath lamp bases, behind drapes. He noticed immediately that Mary Lacey's apartment had been searched by experts, no doubt the police. Yet there was an uncharacteristic care with which things were put back in place. The police didn't have to be that careful, having no reason to conceal the fact that they'd searched the apartment. For the next hour, Nudger gave the apartment a thorough tossing. He found nothing that might give a clue to the whereabouts of Mary Lacey or the mysterious envelope. He went back to Mary Lacey's dresser and removed its contents. Then he withdrew the newspapers that she'd used to line the bottom of the drawers. These sheets of newspaper are dated 5 years ago. You told me that Mary had only lived here 2 years, and his paper isn't the least bit stained. It might have been bought down at the corner newsstand yesterday. But why would Mary use such an old newspaper to line her dresser drawers? Because she wanted to save the paper, but she didn't want anyone to know that she saved it. Even if they searched the apartment, they might not think anything of old newspapers used to line drawer bottoms. They'd be too interested in the other contents of the drawers. Adelaide was getting impatient, nervous. But why that paper? Look at it. Nudger held a 5-year-old newspaper's front page up for Adelaide to see. It was a special edition of the Globe Democrat, printed the tragic day Mayor Ollie Lane had been killed in an airplane crash. He was riding the back seat of an open-cockpit Skyrider as a re-election campaign attention-getter. The biplane was to have spelled out the mayor's initials high in the sky over the city. But something went wrong. The plane began fluttering downward halfway through the capital L and exploded on contact with the ground. The pilot's mechanic had wisely disappeared. When they examined the wreckage, they determined that one of the wing struts was twisted from its mooring, and the turn of the base of the L had caused the top wing to buckle under the strain of the tight maneuver. There was a large photo of the mayor in the front page, trimmed in black. "So what does it mean?" Adelaide asked. "After all these years?" "It could mean a number of things. Did Mary ever talk about this accident?" "Not that I can remember." "Did she work for the city at that time?" "No. She was a secretary at a chemical firm. She went to work for Virgil Hiller 3 years ago." Nudger began returning things to the way he'd found them, but he folded the newspaper carefully and tucked it beneath his arm. "What now?" Adelaide asked. "Research," Nudger told her. "I'll drop you off at your place, then phone you and tell you the results." After half an hour at the city's main library, Nudger had a late supper and then drove across town to Paul Dobbs's apartment. Dobbs' place was on the top floor of one of several modern 3-story apartment projects that looked like elaborate motels. Their rent was cheap and seemed like even more of a bargain because they had a pool where boy could meet girl. Nudger stood for a moment on the third-floor front balcony, looking down at the deserted parking lot. Then he rang the doorbell. Who could say? Maybe Paul Dobbs had gotten back from Fiji. But Nudger knew better. After a few minutes, he used his honed Visa card to slip the pathetic lock and entered Dobbs' apartment. Breaking and entering, this was called in courts of law. Nudger's stomach was fluttering like hummingbirds' wings. What calmed him somewhat was that he knew he wouldn't be here long. He knew what he was searching for, and he found it in less than 5 minutes, the place where Paul Dobbs kept his photography equipment. It took up most of the closet in the second bedroom. The inside of the closet was a mess. There was undeveloped film unraveled all over the place, and 3 expensive 35mm cameras lay on the floor with their backs open. A sudden noise from the living room made Nudger suck in a harsh breath, fear clawing at his insides. Someone else was in Dobbs's apartment, walking slowly toward the main bedroom. Nudger heard the floor creak. This bedroom would be next, he was sure. He doubted if he was hearing Paul Dobbs light-footing it around his own apartment. Nudger eased his way out of the sliding glass doors onto the rear balcony. He saw the pool glimmering darkly in the moonlight 3 stories below. A deep, amused voice said from the room he just left, come out, wherever you are," sadistic and coaxing. Nudger moved to the side of the balcony, almost running into a huge fern in a ceramic planter, pressing himself against the cool, hard bricks. There was no way off the small balcony other than through the bedroom, or by a Tarzan-caliber 3-story dive into the pool, and it occurred to Nudger that he didn't know which end of the pool was the deep one. "Getting a breath of night air, are you?" the voice said, nearer, moving toward the open glass doors. Nudger found sudden strength and lifted the ceramic planter to hurl at the man. Then he had a better idea. He yelled and tossed the heavy planter, fern and all, out over the pool. Then he drew back into the shadows at the very end of the balcony. A large man wearing a gray suit cursed and ran to the railing, gazed down for a second at the foam and ripples in the dark pool, and then he wheeled and he ran back into Dobbs's apartment. Nudger saw that he was carrying a gun. Nudger waited 5 seconds before he followed the man's path through the empty apartment. He could hear descending footfalls clattering on the back stairs. Nudger ran as silently as he could down the front stairs. Then he was out the front entrance and racing across the parking lot to his car. "Hey!" a voice yelled behind him. Nudger didn't know whose voice, didn't pause or look back to find out. He had his key in his hand when he yanked open the car door, had it in the ignition switch even before he was in his seat. The engine came to life on the second try, and he sped from the blacktop lot, the right front fender ticking one of the brick pillars flanking the driveway. He took every side street at top speed in the old Volkswagen, skidding around each corner, checking the rear-view mirror on the straightaways. 10 minutes had passed before he could assure himself that he wasn't being followed. And it was a wonder he hadn't been picked up by a cop, speeding around like a lead-foot teenager. Where were the traffic cops when you needed them? Out chasing crooks? He'd talk to Hammersmith about this. But if he was right about Dobbs, he'd have more important things to discuss with Hammersmith. He came to a major intersection and got his bearings, then popped 3 antacid tablets into his mouth and drove toward Adelaide Lacey's apartment. Adelaide was in bed. It took her about 5 minutes to come to the door and let Nudger in. She was wearing no makeup and had her hair wrapped in some kind of scarf to preserve her hairdo. Her drab flannel robe was tied crookedly about her waist with a sash, and brown furry slippers destroyed the grace of her ankles. "Mr. Nudger?" Nudger looked her over. For the first time, he didn't mind that she'd called him Mr. "I've just come from Paul Dobbs's apartment," he told her. "Did you find anything?" She walked halfway across the living room and turned to look at him. "Do you want some coffee?" "I found confirmation of a sort. Yes, thanks. Cream and sugar." "I drink mine black," said a voice from the doorway. Nudger turned and saw a small, dapper man wearing a check sport coat with a luminous striped silk tie that appeared almost metallic. He recognized Arnie Kyle, and he recognized the large man with Arnie Kyle. He'd seen him earlier at Paul Dobbs's apartment. "That was good. I really thought you jumped off that balcony into the swimming pool." "Actually," Nudger said, his stomach beginning to pulsate, "I don't even swim, especially with my clothes on." Arnie Kyle smiled. "That might be good to know." He looked at Adelaide, then back to Nudger. "Forget the coffee. Both of you can sit down." The large man was holding a revolver with the casual respect of an expert marksman. Nudger sat on the sofa, and Adelaide sat down next to him. She absently rested a hand on his wrist. He hoped she wouldn't pick up his trembling and become unsettled. "You're a lot smarter than you look," Kyle said to Nudger. "But as soon as Riley here told me what you were looking for in Dobbs's place, I came to the same conclusion you did. That's why I showed up here, apparently just in time." "What's he talking about, Mr. Nudger?" Adelaide asked. 5 years ago, Nudger said, Arnie Kyle was in on a scheme to murder the incumbent mayor so the election would go to his man. The city comptroller, Virgil Hiller, was the only member of the previous administration in on the murder, which explains why the library reveals he was the only member who kept his job all these years. But Hiller was becoming a risk, drinking too much, talking too much. He talked to his secretary, your sister, Mary. Naturally, she was afraid to go to the authorities, in an administration corrupt from the mayor on down. To protect herself, she sealed something incriminating in an envelope and left it with you. Dobbs figured she might have done something like that for insurance, so he searched your apartment without your knowing. He found the envelope, and then came to you and pretended to be here for the first time. Why come see me if he already had the envelope? To put it back, Nudger said. Dobbs was a small-time photographer who stumbled into something big. He knew that if that envelope turned up missing, he'd be suspected of having stolen it, and that would put him in danger. So he took it, photographed its contents, and then put it back. Not on the first visit with you, because Arnie Kyle interrupted him. But I remembered your mentioning a second Dobbs visit. Since the envelope hasn't been found in his apartment or anywhere else, I think he managed to slip it back onto your closet shelf during the second visit. You were supposed to find it later and assumed you simply missed it the first time you looked. Dobbs was like you, Kyle pointed out, just smart enough to get himself in serious trouble by playing out of his league. Nudger tried to ignore that unnerving comparison and continued. When Arnie Kyle found photographs of the contents but no envelope in Dobbs's possession, he knew the original was still missing and started frantically searching for it. It never occurred to him that Dobbs would want to photograph its contents and then bring the envelope back here where he got it. Until tonight, Kyle said, when it occurred to you. I had the advantage. I knew about Dobbs's second visit with Adelaide. It wasn't difficult to figure out the purpose of that visit. Everybody seems to have some kind of angle in this world, Kyle said. Ain't it depressing? It causes this kind of trouble. The question now is, what are we going to do about it? Nudger shrugged. He knew there was no question in Kyle's mind except possibly how to dispose of the bodies. I have no idea. That's why I stopped on the way here and phoned Police Lieutenant Hammersmith to ask him to meet me here so we can figure this thing out. Don't waste my time with bluffing, Kyle said. He had a shark's underslung smile. It doesn't become you to lie. You never talked to Hammersmith. Admit it. I admit it, Nudger said as sirens began to wail in the distance. But I left a message on his recorder. Doubt crossed Kyle's intense features like a subtle change of light. You haven't personally killed anyone, Nudger told him, but being in the vicinity here while Riley does would amount to the same thing. He really is bluffing, Riley said. He had more nerve than Kyle and seemed eager to kill, whereas Kyle was merely willing. Nudger wondered if Riley was the one who had made Mary Lacey reveal the whereabouts of the envelope. The one who had killed Mary Lacey and Virgil Hiller. The sirens were getting louder, getting closer. If you wait around to find out for sure if I'm bluffing, Nudger said, it'll be too late for you to slip out of the building. Those might be fire engine sirens, Arnie. Kyle shook his head. They ain't fire engines. Then Kyle gave a sort of snarl and took a few steps towards Adelaide's bedroom. Knowing where that envelope is might hang you in court, Nudger pointed out. Not to mention what might happen if it were found in your possession. Kyle stopped and glared at him. The sirens were quite close now. He sighed. You really ain't as dumb as you look. No, I ain't. With a snake-like hiss, Kyle spat on the carpet. Come on, he said to Riley. Let's get out by the fire stairs. He beat Riley out the door. Riley tucked his gun into a shoulder holster and smiled faintly at Nudger as he followed, as if he derived some satisfaction at least out of seeing his boss outsmarted. Adelaide let out a long breath and removed her hand from Nudger's wrist. She stared at him. Were you bluffing? Nudger stood and began to pace to help get rid of his heartburn. He reached into his shirt pocket, peeled back the silver paper on a roll of antacid tablets, popped 3 of them into his mouth and chewed. I wasn't bluffing, he said, as the sirens growled to silence in the street below. Car doors slammed. Within a minute, footsteps sounded on the stairs and in the hall. When Hammersmith arrived, they found the envelope shoved to the back of the top shelf of Adelaide's closet. Inside was a blueprint of the downtown convention center that had been constructed 5 years ago at the time of the mayor's death. There was an X in red ink on the blueprint and a footnote, indicating where the body of Fred Carter, the missing mechanic paid by Arnie Kyle to sabotage the mayor's plane, was encased in the building's concrete piering. Hammersmith stared at the blueprint and shook his head sadly. It's going to take this city years to get over what's coming. The dead legitimate mayor, the Skyrider pilot, Paul Dobbs, Mary Lacey, they were all victims too, Nudger said. They'll never get over anything again. Hammersmith admitted Nudger had a point. After ordering a pickup bulletin for Arnie, Kyle, and Riley, he stormed out of Adelaide's apartment, leaving behind a greenish haze of cigar smoke. When they were alone, Adelaide said, It didn't turn out at all the way I wanted when I hired you, Mr. Nudger. Things seldom do, Nudger told her. But sometimes they turn out better than they might have. I guess that has to be good enough. Adelaide smiled a tight, resigned smile and nodded, her eyes moist. Nudger took her out and bought her several double scotches. He drank warm milk.
In the Bag by Ralph McInerny.
I changed planes in Cleveland and continued westward in a puddle jumper that touched down in Jackson and Kalamazoo before it got to South Bend. Such flights always seem to begin just short of midnight and to grope into darkness. The cabin lights are turned off. The flight attendants are stingy with the coffee and soft drinks. Smokers ignore any restrictions on their activities. When we landed at Jackson, I was groggy, more bored than tired. We would be on the ground 15 minutes. I made sure my safety belt was buckled, tipped back my seat, and fell asleep. You'll have to straighten your seat for takeoff, sir. The stewardess was smiling down at me. I did not smile back. I had managed to fall asleep, but now I was wide awake with the daring 15-minute flight to Kalamazoo. I should have spent the night in Cleveland. What was the point of getting home at such an ungodly hour? Tomorrow I'd be all out of sorts, unable to work efficiently. This time I fell asleep with my seat in the upright position. The landing in Kalamazoo brought me almost to the surface of consciousness, but then I dropped once more into sleep. When I awoke, we were still on the ground, or so I thought. A sleepy look out the window snapped me awake. This was South Bend. I attempted to stand, but was held in place by my belt. I unbuckled it, grabbed my briefcase, and stumbled up the aisle. The stewardess was chatting with the pilot through the open door of the front cabin, and she did not turn while I unhooked my garment bag. "This is South Bend," I said accusingly. She glanced at me and nodded. "That's right." I was asleep. Lucky you. She didn't seem to realize or care that I might have missed my destination. I might have flown on to Chicago. I hoisted the garment bag over one shoulder and went down the steps and across the windy apron to the terminal. The sight of Connie waiting for me in the brightly lit waiting room drove the grouchiness from me. My return from Cleveland had been prompted by a desire to erase the memory of the quarrel we had had. We seemed always to be quarreling lately. Yet here she was, bright-eyed and welcoming in the wee hours of the morning. She took my briefcase. I got an arm around her waist, and we headed out of the terminal, bumping hips. The advantage of traveling light is that you don't have to wait for luggage to be unloaded. I had found that I could carry all I needed in the briefcase and garment bag, both of which I could take aboard. At that moment, saving time seemed all the more desirable. In the car, Connie started the motor and then turned to me for a kiss. Thank God I hadn't stayed in Cleveland. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning when the phone beside the bed rang. Reaching for it, not wanting to turn on the light, I knocked it on the floor and had to reach around for the fallen receiver. A muffled voice was audible in the dark. Beside me, Connie groaned and turned away. I found the phone and put it to my ear. "Is this Martin Quimby?" "Who's this?" I demanded. The voice was unfamiliar. It was certainly no voice I felt I must defer to, nor was it the voice of a relative bearing bad news. "Were you on United Flight 667 from Cleveland tonight?" "Yes." "I have your garment bag, Mr. Quimby. I assume you have mine." "I have my own," I protested. "Yours looks very much like mine. Look, I'm calling from Chicago. Could you check and see if you have my garment bag?" The garment bag was hooked on the doorknob across the room. I had put it there, anxious to get to bed. "Just a minute," I said, and put the phone down. Connie moaned in protest when I threw back the covers. I crossed the room, took the garment bag into the bathroom, and turned on the light. As soon as my eyes got used to the glare, I could see the garment bag wasn't mine. There was an identification flap. It read, "Cedric Adams." I went back to the phone. "What's your name?" "Adams. Cedric Adams. My name's on the bag. Do you have it?" "Yes. I'm sorry. I was asleep when we landed, and—" "I need that bag," Adams said urgently. It occurred to me that I needed mine, too. For one thing, it contained a new suit that had cost me $300. How can we exchange them? It's simple. I've checked with the airline. You put my bag on the 8 o'clock flight to Chicago this morning, and I'll send yours down on the plane that leaves here at 10. Chicago time? Well, it was a stupid question, prompted by the dismal thought that I would have to get out of bed within hours and take Adams's bag to the airport. But then he would have to go to some trouble to return mine to me. And, after all, the fault was mine. I had taken his bag. I agreed to do as he suggested and said again that I was sorry. "Just put that bag on the 8 o'clock plane," he said in a voice of command. He added in a softer tone, "I have to have it tomorrow." I hung up, got back under the covers and screwed my head onto the pillow. But if I was ready for sleep, sleep did not return. If I hadn't been annoyed by the stewardess, if I had paid attention to what I was doing, I wouldn't have taken Adams's bag when I left the plane. I had no one to blame but myself. Adams had every right to be angry with me. I had sensed he would have liked to speak more bluntly than he had. I lay sleepless, listening to the steady sound of Connie's breathing, the sleep of the just, a faintly accusing sound. If I had stayed in Cleveland, this mix-up wouldn't have happened. Adam's phone call had left me with the same depression I felt after a quarrel with Connie. Why had I taken that milk run from Cleveland? Milk run? This suggested warm milk as a soporific. I slipped out of bed cautiously so as not to wake Connie. Her temper was at its shortest when she first woke up, and I took Adam's bag downstairs with me. It was while I was waiting for the milk to warm that I unzipped Adam's garment bag. I could plead weariness, the fact that while I couldn't fall asleep, I wasn't really awake either. I could draw attention to the fact that it was after 3 in the morning, a time of day when the moral code seems in suspension anyway. The truth is, I wasn't thinking much of anything when I lay the garment bag flat on the kitchen table and drew the zipper down diagonally across the bag. Perhaps anyone would have done the same in my place. I imagined Adams opening my garment bag in his hotel room near O'Hare, thinking it was his own. How shocked he must have been to find only clothes, my clothes. The contents of his bag certainly shocked me. Actually, it was the contents of the pockets of his sport jackets that shocked me. The 4 manila envelopes sticking out of them had the name of a Cleveland bank printed on them. In the envelopes were 20s, 50s, 100s, and 500s. Some realizations are quicker than a calculator. I knew at once that this was a great deal of money. There's something public and impersonal about money. It could belong to anyone. A man's clothes may be his own and bear his stamp, but money is either used and bears the mark of many hands, or it's new and might be anyone's. The bills in the envelopes I had removed from the pockets of Cedric Adams' sport coat were new. Examining them in my kitchen, they seemed as much mine as anyone's. From the first glimpse I had of them, I was possessed by the impulse to confiscate the money. It was a small temptation at first. I thought of taking 1 bill from each envelope. But a $670 windfall seemed paltry when I thought of how much would remain. The smell of burning milk shook me from my reverie. I snatched the pan from the stove and poured the milk into the sink. Opening a lower cupboard, I took out a bottle of bourbon, poured 3 ounces neat into a glass, and pondered how I might with impunity become the possessor of all that money. I arrived at a simple answer. I considered and reconsidered it, fearful that it was the bourbon or the hour or blindness induced by the avarice that made it seem a plan without flaw, but I could discover nothing wrong with it. Adams had lost his garment bag on a flight from Cleveland to Chicago, a flight that had made 3 intermediate stops. If someone had taken his bag, this could have happened in Jackson or Kalamazoo as well as in South Bend. But he had called me, and I had admitted I had his bag. What proof did he have of that? He had no more proof that the person he had spoken to on the phone was Martin Quinby than I had that my caller was Cedric Adams. If I put his bag on the 8 o'clock flight without the money, he would pick it up at the United luggage counter in O'Hare, and he would have no way of proving that the loss was due to my having taken his bag. And if he kept his end of the bargain, my garment bag would come in from Chicago, and what proof would there be that Adams had anything to do with its return? Of course, he had already spoken with airline officials and would doubtless do so again in the morning. The kitchen clock now read 4:05, but I was more dismayed by how long I must wait to go to the airport than by the lateness of the hour. And then I thought, why wait? If I took Adams' bag to the terminal now, the place would be all but deserted, and I could drop it on the baggage belt, and it would look like a forgotten or lost piece of luggage, having no connection with me at all. Perfect. I would do it. I put on a raincoat over my pajamas and went out to the garage, hugging Adams' garment bag. I eased open the garage door carefully, taking a full minute. The motor sounded like an artillery barrage before a battle when I turned the ignition key. I backed out of the driveway with the lights out, huddled over the wheel, praying that I hadn't awakened Connie. I didn't want her privy to my crime. Crime? But if I was guilty of theft, it was a thief I was robbing. Who but a thief would be traveling with that much money stashed in his luggage? To steal stolen money seemed almost innocent, as if I were rectifying a moral imbalance by appropriating those envelopes. Why, then, did I feel like an outlaw, speeding to the airport at this ungodly hour? I didn't really believe that I could just drop off Adams' bag and go. I was wrong. It was as easy as I had imagined. The only other person in the terminal was an elderly woman swabbing the floor listlessly to the uncertain tempo of the muzak. The belt that emerged from one opening carrying baggage past waiting travelers and disappeared into another opening was of course at rest. I shoved Adam's bag onto one of those openings and hurried away, half expecting a shout to halt me. But I was leading a charmed life. I had left the car motor running. I slipped out to the no parking zone and was on my way home only minutes after having arrived at the terminal. Before turning into my driveway, I flicked off the headlights. Dawn was already graying the sky, and I had sufficient visibility to put the car in the garage. I crept upstairs, entered the bedroom, and stopped. Connie seemed still asleep. I went into the closet and put the envelopes on the shelf, pushing them back beneath a stack of my shirts. When I got into bed, Connie stirred. I lay quiet, but in a moment she spoke. "You've been drinking." "Oh, I couldn't sleep." I was tense. That exchange could have been a prelude to argument. My drinking had more than once provided the occasion for a quarrel. Connie sighed and turned away, pulling the covers over her shoulder. It might have been a rebuff. It might have summed up our marriage. But I was thinking of all that money on the closet shelf. You would have thought that I had received it in exchange for Connie, that it represented a way out of the unhappiness that seemed to grip us both. The windows grew bright with a new day before I fell asleep. In the morning, I telephoned the airport and told the airline I had left a bag on the Cleveland to Chicago flight the night before. Would they put through an inquiry on it? I described the bag. I gave the girl my name. Yes, my name was on the bag. When I hung up and turned smiling from the phone, Connie stood on the stairs looking quizzically at me. What was that all about? I wanted to tell the airline about my garment bag. What about it? Well, I left it on the plane last night. It must have gone on to Chicago. She tipped her head to one side and frowned at me. Was she remembering me coming toward her at the terminal with the garment bag slung over my shoulder? She said, "Who called last night?" It was a wrong number." "Then why were you on the phone so long?" "I wasn't. It must just have seemed that way at that hour." This was worse than taking Adam's money. Adams was a stranger, but Connie was my wife. Deceiving her was worse than theft. I told myself I was protecting her, that we would both enjoy the money, but in a deeper recess of my soul, I knew I had regarded that money as a ticket out of our humdrum life together. Has any crook ever considered himself a crook in his heart of hearts? I didn't. If I felt anything, it was righteousness. I had thwarted a thief. In the kitchen, Connie put away the bottle of bourbon. She said, "Well, I didn't dream you came down here for a drink, did I? What did you need a drink for, anyway?" "That flight from Cleveland was awful," I said. "How could you forget to pick up your bag?" Thelma, my secretary, asked when I told her I wanted her to go to the airport and pick up my garment bag. She had just brought a cup of coffee and the mail into my office. I knew that the prospect of getting away from her typewriter and out of the office excited her. "Call the airline and see if it's come in," I advised her. No point in making the trip in vain. I felt indifferent to the fate of my bag in spite of the $300 suit it contained, but of course I couldn't just forget it. The vices of the nouveau riche suddenly had appeal. Wastefulness, obsolescence, conspicuous consumption. "If they've lost it, I'll sue," I said, trying to impress myself as much as Thelma. At 10 o'clock, she buzzed to say my bag had come in from Chicago and she was on her way to pick it up. An hour later, when my phone rang, I answered it myself. Connie's voice spoke in my ear in a strangled, terrified tone. "Martin, there's a man." She stopped as if a hand had been clapped over her mouth. "Quimby, you know what I want. I assume you'd prefer to have your wife alive. Where is it?" It was Cedric Adams' voice. Listening to it, I thought of the bank envelopes on the closet shelf, pushed far back under the pile of shirts. "I don't understand," I said. "Who's speaking?" "Don't play around, Quimby." His voice was one of controlled rage. I could hear Connie whimpering in the background. "Where's the money?" "So you're a thief. Listen, my wife is telling the truth. We don't keep money in the house. You must believe her." I paused. "I can go to the bank. How much—" "I don't want your money. I want mine. The money that was in the garment bag you took from the plane last night." "Plane? I wasn't on any plane last night." "That isn't what your wife said," he grunted, and Connie screamed. I closed my eyes. "Stop it! If you touch her again, you'll get nothing from me." "Do you have it with you?" I thought. "Yes." I said, "I have it with me." "Bring it." "No, you come here for it. I have it here in my office. That's the only way you'll get it." "Not your office," he said with finality. "Then where?" "The airport." Finally, I agreed. I repeated my warning that he not touch Connie again. It seemed the least I could do for her. It seemed a farewell gift. Before I left the office, I called the police. I told them that a man named Cedric Adams had been making threatening phone calls to my house, and that he was now at my house demanding that I give him a large sum of money. There was a possibility that he would harm my wife. When I came out of the elevator on the ground floor, I ran into Thelma carrying my garment bag. I took it from her. "I have to go home for a while. I'll drop it off there." She shrugged as if the day had stopped making sense to her hours ago. It took me longer to get to my house than it would take him to get to the airport. The traffic was terrible. I cruised past the house, saw Connie's car in the driveway, and went to the corner, turned, and entered the street behind and parallel with my own. I parked, got out of the car, and cut through a yard to my own back fence. Once over that, I stood under an apple tree and stared at my house. Had Adams really gone to the airport? There was only one way to find out. I dashed across the yard, up onto the back porch, and grasped the knob of the back door. I turned it. Locked. While I fumbled for my keys, I pressed the button to set off the chimes within. That was a message to Connie. I was home. She was safe. But she didn't come to the door for me. I had to use my key. I pushed open the door and hesitated before stepping inside. Closing the door behind me, slowly, quietly, I was struck by the silence of the house. "Connie?" A dreadful thought crossed my mind. "Connie!" I made a quick circuit of the downstairs, dashing from room to room, but there was no sign of her. When I came to the stairway, I stopped and I looked up at the landing where a rubber tree stood. It suggested a jungle, atrocities, God knew what. I lifted one foot and put it carefully on the first step. I mounted the stairs as if I were wading through water. When I reached the landing and the rubber plant, I turned. The upper floor was level with my eyes. Had I expected to see Connie sprawled on the floor? I felt the slightest twinge of disappointment. The bathroom was visible, too, but what was visible of it was empty. I went and looked inside, in the bathtub. Nothing. Again, that involuntary twinge of disappointment. In our bedroom, which was also empty, I went to the closet and pushed my hand to the back of the shelf under the shirts. When my hand didn't make contact with the envelopes, I felt carefully from one side, then the other. I pulled the shirts from the shelf and felt around with both hands. The envelopes weren't there. Stunned, I came out of the closet and crossed the room to the bed. I sat on it and put my face in my hands. The enormity of my unspoken hope shocked me. I wished I had never seen that money. But why had Adams taken Connie as hostage after he'd found the money? Now that the money was gone, I found myself able to tremble at the thought of harm coming to her. She was my wife. I brought my hands together and I prayed that no harm would come to her. The ringing phone lifted me from the bed. I was so startled, I let it ring 3 times before answering. "Mr. Quimby, Sergeant McIntyre of the South Bend Police. We have Mr. Adams in custody." "How is my wife?" "Your wife?" "He took her as a hostage. Isn't she there?" "No, she isn't. He was alone." "Mr. Quimby, we have a problem. The money Adams stole in Cleveland. It isn't on him." "He stole some money?" "That's why we acted on your call. Those phone calls you mentioned, we couldn't arrest him for those. Where's the proof? But the name rang a bell." I hung up the phone. I went to the window and looked down at the driveway. Connie's car wasn't there. When I went to the closet again, I set the row of empty hangers tinkling. I hadn't noticed before that Connie's side of the closet was empty. Her clothes were gone, the money was gone, and Connie was gone. Downstairs, I mixed a drink and tried unsuccessfully to feel betrayed.
Fast Burn by Loren D. Estleman.
The old man wrestled open my inner office door and held it with a shoulder while he worked his way inside, supporting himself on 2 steel canes and dragging 1 foot behind him that clanked when he let his weight down on it. He had a corrugated brow and a long, loose face of that medium gray that very black skin sometimes turns with age, shot through with concentration and pain. His brown suit bagged at the knees, and no 2 buttons on the jacket matched. At that moment I was up to my wrists in typewriter ribbon, changing spools on the venerable Underwood portable that came with the office, and unable to get up from behind my desk to assist him, not that he looked like someone who was accustomed to receiving help from anyone. I simply said hello and nodded toward the customer's chair on his side. While I threaded the ribbon through the various forks, hooks, and prongs, I heard him lower himself thankfully into semi-soft vinyl and make the little metallic snicking noises that went with undoing the braces securing the canes to his wrists. I took my time, giving him breathing space. Going to see a private investigator isn't like visiting the dentist. I come at the desperate end of the long line of friends, relatives, friends of relatives, friends of friends, and guys around the corner whose friends owe him favors. By the time the potential client gets around to me, he's admitted that his problem has grown beyond him and his circle. So I let this one resign himself to the last stop before the abyss, and didn't realize until I looked up again that I was playing host to a dead man. You know dead once you've seen it a few times, and the old man's cocked head and black open mouth with the spittle hanging at one corner, and the glittering crescents of his half-open eyes said it, even as I got up and moved around the desk to feel his neck for an artery that he didn't need any longer. His face was 4 shades darker than it had been coming in, and bunched like a fist. He'd suffered 6 kinds of hell in that last quiet moment. I broke a pair of surgical gloves out of a package I keep in the desk, put them on, and went through his pockets. When someone dies in a room you pay rent on, it's only polite to learn who he is. If the driver's license in his dilapidated wallet was valid, his name was Emmett Gooding, and he lived, or had lived, on Mount Elliott near the cemetery. What a crippled old man was doing still driving was between him and the Michigan Secretary of State's office. There were $12 in the wallet and a ring of keys in his right pants pocket, nothing else on him except a handful of pocket lint and a once white handkerchief that crackled when unfolded. He was wearing a steel brace on his left leg. I put everything back where I'd found it and dialed 911. The prowl car cop who showed up 10 minutes later looked about 17 with no hair on his face and no promise of it, and a glossy black visor screwed down to his eyes. He put on gloves of his own to feel Gooding's neck and told me after a minute that he was dead. Yeah, well, that's why I called, I said, knocking ash off a Winston into the souvenir ashtray on my desk. I wanted a second opinion. You kill him? He laid a hand on his sidearm. I'll answer that question when it counts. Creases marred the freckles under his eyes. When's that? Now. I nodded at the first of 2 plainclothesmen coming in the door. He was a slender black with a Fu Manchu mustache and coils of gray hair like steel wool at his temples, wearing the kind of electric blue suit that looks like hell on anybody but him. I knew him as Sergeant Blake, having seen him around Detroit Police Headquarters, but not often enough to talk to. His companion was white, short, 15 pounds too heavy for department regs, and a good 10 years too old for active duty. He had a brush cut, jug ears, and so much upper lip it hung down over the hollow in his chin. I didn't know him from Sam's cat. You can live in a city the size of Detroit a long time and never get to know all the cops on the detective force if you're lucky. Blake's eyes slid over the stiff quickly and lit on the uniform as he flashed his badge and ID. "Anything?" "Just what's here, Sarge," reported the youngster, and handed me a glance meant to be hard. "Suspect's uncooperative." "Okay, crash." And the uniform was off the case. When he had gone, "They're running too small to keep these days." The short, fat cop grunted. "Amos Walker, right?" Blake looked at me for the first time. I nodded. "This is my partner, Officer Pfister. Who's the dead guy?" I said I didn't know and gave him the story, leaving out the part about searching the body. Cops consider that their province, which it is. Pfister, meanwhile, wrapped a handkerchief around his fingers and drew the dead man's wallet out of his inside breast pocket. He had probably run out of surgical gloves years ago. He read off what mattered on the driver's license and inventoried the other contents. Blake watched me carefully while this was going on, and I made my face just as carefully blank. At length he gave a little shrug. That was it until the medical examiner arrived with his black metal case, glanced at Gooding's discolored face, and looked at his fingers and took off the dead man's right shoe and sock and examined the bottom of his foot, and then put all his instruments back in the case, humming to himself. He was a young Oriental. They're almost always Orientals. I think it has something to do with ancestor worship. Blake looked at him, and the M.E. said, "Massive coronary. We'll root around inside and spend a hunk of taxpayers' money on tests, and it'll still come out massive coronary. When their faces turn that shade and there's evidence of an earlier stroke," he indicated the leg brace, part of which showed under the dead man's pants leg, "it can't be much else." The sergeant thanked him, and when the expert left, had me tell the story again for Pfister's notepad, and then again just for fun while the whitecoats came to bag the body and cart it down to the wagon. "Any ideas about why he came here?" Blake asked. I shook my head. He sighed. "Okay. We might need your statement later if Charlie Chan turns out to be wrong about the heart attack." "He didn't act like someone who's been wrong recently," I said. Pfister grunted again. "Tell me, I never met one of them croakers that didn't think his sweat smelled like lilacs." And on that sparkling note they left me. I spent the rest of the week tailing a state senator's aide around Lansing for his wife in Detroit. She was curious about the weekends he was spending at the office. Turned out he had a wife in the state capital, too. I was grinning my way through my typewritten report at the desk when Sergeant Blake came in. He wore a tired look and the same shocking blue suit. There couldn't be another like it in the city. "You're off the hook," he announced. "Gooding's heart blew like the M.E. said. We checked him out. He was on the line at the Dearborn plant till he took his mandatory 4 years ago. Worked part-time flagging cars during road construction for the county. Had a stroke last year and quit. No family. Papers in his dump on Mount Elliott said he was getting set to check into a nursing home on DeKindre. Staff at the home expected him this week. Next to his phone, we found Monday's Free Press folded to an article about employee theft that mentioned you as an investigator, and the yellow pages open to the page with your number." That was a feature piece about a lot of dead cases. I stapled the report. "What did he want with me?" "Maybe he thought this was the elephant graveyard for old Ford workers. I'd care if he died any way but natural." "Okay if I look into it?" "Why? There's no one to stand your fee." "He came looking for help with something. I'd like to know what it was." "It's your time." He opened the door. "Thanks for coming down, Sergeant. You could have called." "I'm on my way home. I dropped off a uniform to drive Gooding's car to the impound. We found it in the lot next door." He went out, and I got up to file my carbon of the report to the woman with the generous husband. The window behind the desk started chattering, followed an instant later by a massive hollow crump that rang my telephone bell. At first I thought it was the ancient furnace blowing. Then I remembered it was June, and I got my .38 out of the desk. I almost bumped into Blake standing in the hall with his police special drawn. He glanced at me without saying anything, and together we clattered down 3 flights to the street. Something that wasn't an automobile any longer squatted in a row of vehicles in the parking lot next to my building, with its hood and doors sprung and balls of orange flame rolling out of its shattered windows, pouring black smoke into the smog layer overhead. Sirens keened in the distance, years too late to help the officer cooking in the front seat. Shadows were congealing when I got away from headquarters, dry mouth from talking to a tape recorder and damp under the arms from Sergeant Blake's enthusiastic interrogation. The bomb squad was still looking at the charred husk of Gooding's car, but it was a fair bet that a healthy charge had been rigged to the ignition. Gooding was homicide's meat now, and my permission to investigate his interest in me had died with the uniformed cop. So I called an old acquaintance and personnel at the city-county building and asked for information on the old man's brief employment with the road commission. If I'd had brains to begin with, I would have invested in 2 chinchillas instead of a license and waited for spring. My acquaintance promised to get back to me next day during business hours. I hung up and drove to Dearborn, where no one working the late shift at the Ford plant had ever heard of Emmett Gooding. The turnover in the auto industry is worse than McDonald's. I caught the last guy in personnel just as he was leaving his office, flashed my ID, and told him I was running a credit check on Gooding for a finance company. He was small, with a bald head and a very black pointed beard. Reluctantly, he agreed to go back in and pull the old man's file. He scowled at the papers in the manila folder. He was a steady worker, didn't take as many sick days as you might expect from someone nearing mandatory retirement. Turned down a foreman's job twice in 18 years. No surprise. It was a thankless position, not worth the raise. Is there anyone still working here who knew him? I asked. Probably not. A robot's doing his job these days. He winced. I had a computer expert in here recently bragging about how the machines free workers from inhuman jobs to explore their true potential. In my day, we called it unemployment. There was nothing in that for me, so I thanked him and got up. His eyes followed me. What's a man Gooding's age want with a loan? He's buying a hot tub, I explained, and got out of there. That was it for one day. I had a bill to make out for the bigamist's wife, and contrary to what you read, private stars don't often work at night, when most sources are closed. The bill complete, I caught a senile pork chop and a handful of wilted fries at the diner down the street from my office and went home. There was just a black spot on the parking lot pavement where Gooding's car had stood. After breakfast the next morning, I drove down to the city-county building, making a gun out of my index finger and snapping a shot at the statue of the Spirit of Detroit on my way in. The Green Giant, as we call it, was still threatening to crush the family he was holding in one hand with the globe he was gripping in the other. The blunt instrument symbolized progress. I owed my contact and personnel to having sprung his younger brother from a charge of assaulting a police officer upon producing evidence that the cop had a habit of trying to pull moving violators out of their cars through the vent windows before such windows went out of fashion. It had cost me some goodwill at police headquarters, but the access to confidential records was worth it. My man looked like 14 trying to pass for 40, with freckles, horn rims, and short sandy hair parted with a protractor. Never mind his name. What do you got? I slung myself into the treacherous scoop chair in front of his gray metal desk and lit up. He pushed a spotless white ashtray my way. He was one of those non-smokers who didn't mind a little more pollution in the sky already the color of sardines. Not a lot, he said. Gooding was with the road commission off and on, mostly off for only about 5 months before taking a medical. He told me which months. I wrote them down in my notebook. What sort of worker was he? How good do you have to be to hold up a sign? Nothing remarkable on his worksheet. I guess he was reliable. Where'd he work? He started to read off street names, quadrant numbers, and dates from the printout sheet on his desk, then swore and slid it across to me. I wrote them down, too, along with the foreman's name and home telephone number. Anything else? Nothing the computer noticed, he said. Okay, thanks. I got up, shook his hand, and went through the door, or almost. Blake and Pfister were on their way in. The sergeant's fist was raised to rap on the door. When he saw me, I pulled my head back out of range. He hesitated, then uncurled his fingers and smoothed down one side of his Fu Manchu. He said, I guess I should have guessed. The guy in Dearborn said someone was around asking about Gooding last night. Good morning, Sergeant, I said. Officer? Let's clink him for interfering in a police investigation, suggested Pfister. His long upper lip was skinned back to his gums, exposing teeth the shade of old plaster. Blake ignored him. You're screwing around with your license, Walker. Not technically, since I'm not working for anyone. Then Pfister said, The law ain't in books, pal. It's here standing in front of you. Don't let us walk on your heels a second time, the sergeant said evenly. We'll bend you till you break. He walked around me into the office, followed a second later by his trained dog. The foreman's name was Lawler. I tried his home number from a booth, got no answer, and called the county dispatcher's office, where a dead-voiced secretary informed me Lawler was due at a road construction site on DeKindre at 2. That gave me 3 hours. I coaxed my heap up woodward to the Detroit Public Library and spent the time in the microfilm room reading copies of the news and free press for the dates Gooding had worked flagging cars. No major robberies or hits had taken place in those vicinities at that time. So much for the theory that he had seen someone driving through whom he was better off not seeing. I put a hamburger out of its misery at a lunch counter on Warren and took the Chrysler north to DeKindre. On the way, I flipped on the radio in the middle of a news report about the bombing outside my office building. The announcer managed to get my name right, but that was about all. A crew of 8 were taking turns shoveling gravel and Elmer's glue into a single pothole the size of a dimple at Remington. They would tip the stuff into the hole, pat it down, then walk half a block back to the truck for another load. Even then, it didn't look as if they could make the job last until quitting time, but you never know. A hard hat crowding 50, with a great firm belly and sleeves rolled back past thick forearms burnt to a dark cherry color, stood with one work shoe propped on the truck's rear bumper, eyes like twin slivers of blue glass watching the operation through the smoke of his cigarette. They didn't move as I pulled my car off to the side a safe distance from the county vehicle and got out. Mr. Lawler? His only reaction was to reach up with a crusted forefinger and flick ash off his cigarette without removing it from between his lips. Since the gesture seemed more positive than negative, I gave him a look at my license photostat and told him what I was doing there. Gooding ran interference for your crew, I wound up. What can you tell me about him? He knew which side of the sign said stop and which said slow. Anything else? Anything meaning what? He still wasn't looking at me. You run into guys like him in every profession. The one bee in the hive that would rather sting than make honey. Look, I said, I'm just earning a living like you in the Lightning Corps here. You look like someone who's talked to investigators. You know what I want. How did the old man get along with the other workers? Did you notice if there were any he was especially friendly with, or especially not friendly with? Did you overhear one of them saying something like, Gooding, I don't like you, and I'm going to blow you up in your car? You know, little things like that. He flicked off some more ash. I talked to investigators, he acknowledged. 2 years ago, I seen a car run a stop sign on Jefferson and knock down a kid crossing the street. When I was getting set to testify against the driver, his lawyer hired a detective to follow me around from bar to bar and prove in court I was drunk and an unreliable witness. Yeah, he said, spitting out the butt. I talk to investigators." He walked away to look down into the pothole. I stood there for a moment, peeling cellophane off a fresh pack of Winston's. When he didn't return, I put one in my mouth and went back to my car. A lanky guy with a scar on his jaw and his hard hat balanced precariously on the back of his head climbed into the passenger seat. "I heard you talking to Lawler, mister." He talked through a sunny grin that brightened the interior. "He's not a bad dude. He just had a run of bad luck." Must be tough. I touched a match to my weed and shook it out, waiting. "I knew Emmett Gooding some," he said. I waited some more, looking at him. His grin was fixed. I got out my wallet and held up a 10-spot between the first and second fingers of my right hand. When he reached for it, I pulled it back. He shrugged and sat back, still grinning. "Not enough to say much more than hello," he went on. "There's like a wall around these old men, you know, except to Jamie." "Jamie?" "James Dunrather, I think his right name was. Dude about 22, long, greasy blonde hair and pimples. Lawler canned him a couple weeks back for selling dope on the job." He shook his head. "Ugly scene, man. He kept screaming about how he could get Lawler killed. Lawler just laughed." I scraped some dust off the dash with the edge of the bill. "Dunrather and Gooding were friends?" Not friends. Jamie had a way of talking at you till you had to say something back just to get him to stop. I seen him talking to the old man that way on lunch break. Not the old man exclusive, mind you, just at anybody close. Gooding was the only one that didn't bother to get up and walk away." "What'd he talk about?" "Mostly he bragged about what a bad dude he was and all the bad dudes he knew. What you expect to hear from a part-time pusher. Then Gooding got sick and quit. But he come back." "To work?" He shook his head again. "He come to where we was tearing up pavement on 8 Mile. It was about a week before Jamie got canned. Man, Gooding looked about 100, leaning on those canes. He talked to Jamie for maybe 10 minutes and then left in that beat-up Pontiac of his. Rest of us might have been in Mississippi for all the notice he took of us." "You didn't hear what they were talking about?" "Man, when that roto mill starts ripping up asphalt—" "Yeah," I said. "Where can I find this Dunrather?" He shrugged, eyeing the sawbuck in my hand. I gave it to him. "I hope that's worth the job." I nodded through the windshield at Lawler, watching us from behind the pothole. My angel grinned with one foot on the pavement. "Affirmative action, man. It's a sweet country." I made contact with Barry Stackpole at the News, who kept a personal file on street-level talent for his column. Jamie Dunrather had a record as long as Woodward Avenue for pushing pot and controlled substances, but no convictions, and an alias for each of his many addresses. Recent information had him living in a walk-up over an adult bookstore on Watson. I promised Barry a dinner in Toole downtown. There was a drunk snoring on the bottom step inside the street door with flies crawling on his face. I climbed over him and up a narrow, squawking staircase with a gnawed rubber runner between mustard walls sprayed all over with words to live by. The upstairs hallway smelled of mold and thick paint that was fresh when Ford started paying $5 a day. The building was as real as a stained Band-Aid on the floor of a YMCA pool. I rapped on Dunrather's door and flattened out against the wall next to the hinges, gripping the butt of my .38 in its belt clip. When no bullet splintered the panel, I tried the knob. It gave. Unclipping the gun, I pushed the door open slowly, going in with it to avoid being framed in the doorway. The shade was drawn over the room's only window, but enough light leaked in around it to fall on a ladder-backed chair mottled with old white paint, a dented table holding up a dirty china lamp, a portable TV, and a bed with a painted iron frame. The man dangling from the overhead fixture cast a gently drifting shadow as he twisted in the current of air stirring through the open door. He had a flexible wire like they hang pictures with, sunk in the flesh of his neck, and his frog eyes and extended tongue were pale against his purple face. He was wearing faded jeans and track shoes and a red T-shirt with white letters that said, "Make only big mistakes." You had to smile. A floorboard sighed behind me while I was comparing the dead man's acneed complexion and lank dishwater locks to my informant's description of Jamie Dunrather. I turned about a century too late. Later, I thought I'd heard the swish, but all I was sure of was a bolt of white pain and a black mouth swallowing me. Put this where it hurts and shut up. I'd expected gentler words on my way through the gates, but after staring for a moment at the wet handkerchief folded on the dusky pink palm, I accepted it. I found the sticky lump behind my left ear with no trouble, and I almost passed out when the cold, damp cloth touched the pulpy mass. Bitter bile climbed my throat. My thick tongue made me think of Dunrather, and thought of Dunrather made the bile rise. I swallowed, vaguely conscious of having spoken. Did I say anything worth holding against me? Sergeant Blake ignored the question. He was sitting on the ladder-back chair with his hands on his knees and his face too far from the floor where I was lying for me to make out. But I recognized his suit. Now I became aware of movement around me and spotted the whitecoats from the morgue. They had freed the body and were wrapping it. Pfister stood by watching. "Bag his hands," Blake told them. Then to me, "I'm betting the wire made those cuts on his palms. He wouldn't grab it that tight unless he was trying to save his life. It wasn't suicide." And I said, "The guy who slugged me must have been hiding behind the door. He had to go past the drunk on the stairs on his way out. Maybe he saw something." "The drunk's at headquarters now. But he was as gone as you, and the guy took the service stairs out back when he heard us coming. We found this on the steps." He tossed my wallet onto my chest. "It's been dusted. He wore gloves. If he didn't know who you were before, he knows now. Feed it to me." So I fed it to him, starting with what I'd learned at the road construction site. From past experience, I didn't try to sit up. A pillow from the iron bed was under my head, which was full of bass fiddles tuning up. "I say clink him. It's his putzing around scared the killer into icing Dunrather." "Unless Dunrather killed Gooding," I said. And Blake said, "No, it's good business not to clog up an investigation with too many killers. We got the same information you did by threatening to take Lawler downtown and trace Dunrather through the computer. On our way up here, we heard a street door slam on the other side of the building. Those new security places with no fire exits to speak of spoiled us. We didn't think to look for a back way." I turned the handkerchief around to the cool side. "The bombing story hit the airwaves this afternoon. He's mopping up. Dunrather was a braggart, a poor risk." "Everything about this case screams contract," the sergeant considered, "except Gooding. There's no reason a pro would bother with an old man like that, and he couldn't have expected anyone but Gooding to blow up in Gooding's car." I said, "He's too sloppy for a pro anyway. If a seasoned heavyweight wanted Dunrather's death to look like suicide, he wouldn't have let him cut up his hands that way." "Now he knows who you are and how close you are, whoever he is. I guess maybe we saved your butt by coming in when we did." "You never get a flat tire when you need one," Pfister said distastefully. Blake leaned his forearms on his knees. "Cop killings are messy, Walker. Third parties tend to stop lead. Doesn't matter much to the guy who stops it whether it came from a Saturday night buster or a police special. Pfister will type up your statement and we'll collect your signature later. You want to ride home?" He stood. "My crate's parked around the corner," I said, sitting up slowly. The fiddles were louder in that position. "And your good cop, bad cop number's wasted on me. You're cluttering up the murder scene, hot wit." He held out my dented hat and gun retrieved from the floor.
From 'Mean
can't live on the edge all the time, check behind all the doors and under all the beds, and still be the kind of man who reads Playboy. But if you're lucky enough not to and live, it makes you alert enough next time to spot things like a cigarette end glowing like a single orange eye in the gloom behind your office window on your way to the front door of your building. I did, and forced my echoing skull to remember whether I'd locked the inner sanctum. Then I decided remembering didn't matter, because people who don't mean you harm don't smoke in strange rooms while dusk is gathering without turning on a light. I mounted the stairs like anyone else, returning to his business just before closing, but slower than usual, thinking. You get a lot of thinking done in 3 flights. By the time I reached my floor, I was pretty sure why Emmett Gooding had been marked for death, though I didn't know by whom, and none of it made sense anyway. It rarely does outside Nero Wolfe. I walked right past the outer office door and through the one next to it, closing it behind me. My neighbor that week was a travel agent, with 1 telephone and 1 desk and posters of places that looked nothing like Detroit on the walls. The agent's narrow, sad, brown face lit up when I entered, fell when he recognized me, and registered curiosity when I lifted his receiver and dialed police headquarters. Sergeant Blake had just returned. When his voice finally came on the line, I said, "How sure are you Emmett Gooding left no survivors?" "Why?" Suspicion curled like smoke out of the earpiece. "Because someone had to be named beneficiary on his life insurance policy." "Who told you he had one?" "You just did. Who is it?" "I'm reading the report now. 25,000 goes to a girl out on the coast, the daughter of an old friend who worked with Gooding on the line at Dearborn till he died 9 years ago. But she hasn't left San Francisco this year." "Double indemnity? 50 grand if he died by accident or mayhem?" "Why ask me if you know, and how do you know?" I told him I was a detective. After a pause, he said, "Anything else, or can I go home and introduce myself to my wife?" "Do that. And on the way you might stop by and pick up your cop killer. He's waiting for me in my office." The pause this time was longer. "Where are you?" I told him. "Okay, sit tight. What if he tries to leave?" "Stop him." The line went dead. I hung up and offered the travel agent a cigarette, but he wasn't seeing the pack. He'd overheard everything. I lit one for myself and asked him if he'd sent anyone anywhere lately. "Oh, just my ex-wife and her boyfriend, to Tahiti, on my alimony." I grinned, but he could see my heart wasn't in it. The conversation flagged. I smoked and waited. There had to be an insurance policy for Gooding to have done what he did. It had been done before, but the victims were always family men, and any half-smart cop could wrap it up in an hour. Single men like my almost client, who had outlived whatever family or friends they'd had, tended to throw off everyone but hunch players like me and tireless pros like Blake, who touched all the bases no matter how hopeless. At 2 minutes past 5, I heard the door to my outer office close softly. Swearing quietly, I killed my butt in the travel agent's ashtray and advised him to climb under his desk. I didn't have to tell him twice. I moved out into the hallway with gun in hand. His skinny back, clad in an army fatigue shirt, long black hair spilling to his shoulders, was just disappearing down the stairwell. I strode to the top of the stairs and cocked the .38. The noise made echoes. He started to turn. The overhead light painted a streak along the .45 automatic in his right hand. I cautioned. He froze in mid-turn. He wasn't much older than Dunrather, with a droopy mustache that was mostly fuzz and a bulbous lower lip like a baby's. He was a third of the way down the flight. "Junior button man," I sneered. "What'd Gooding pay you? 100? 500. His voice was as young as the rest of him. "He said it was all he had." "He wasted it. He was a sick old man with nothing to look forward to but a nursing home. So like a lot of other sick old men, he decided to go for the fast burn. But suicide would have voided his insurance, and he wanted his dead friend's daughter to get something out of his death. The stroke made up his mind. He remembered Jamie Dunrather bragging about all the bad cats he knew, got your name from him, and paid you to take him out. I didn't want to get mixed up in no cop killing. Who knew the old man was going to conk and someone else would eat that charge I stuck under his hood? So when you heard about it, you started covering your tracks. You cooled Dunrather, and you would have cooled me, too, if the cops hadn't interrupted you. His thick lower lip dropped a millimeter. I pressed on. You didn't know it was the cops, did you? You knew Gooding had been to see me. You thought he'd told me everything, and you figured that by waiting for me back here, you could ambush me and be in the clear. Why not? When he didn't show by quitting time, I decided to hit you at home. You was all I had to worry about, I thought. Pros give the cops more credit than that, I said, but you'll never be a pro. The air freshened in the stairwell, as if someone had opened the street door. I was talking to draw his attention from it. His knuckles whitened around the automatic's grip, and I saw he was wearing transparent rubber gloves. "What'd the old man want to come see you for, anyway?" he demanded. "Because Gooding changed his mind. When it came down to it, he didn't really want to die. When he couldn't find you to call it off, he was going to hire me to look for you. He read my name in the paper, and that gave him the idea." He made a thin, keening sound between his teeth and twisted around the rest of his way, straightening his gun arm. "Police! Drop it!" A pro would have gone ahead and felled me, then tended to Blake on the second landing, but I was right about him. He swung back to fire down the stairs. Blake and I opened up at the same time. The reports of our .38s battered the walls. The man in the fatigue shirt dropped his .45, clattering down the steps, gripped the banister, and slid 3 feet before sliding off and piling into a heap of Army surplus halfway down the flight. In the echoing silence that followed, Officer Pfister, who had entered the building a second behind his partner, bounded past Blake and bent to feel the man's neck for a pulse. He straightened after a moment. "He's killed his last cop." "The hell with him," said the sergeant, holstering his gun under his left arm. Smoke curled spastically up the stairway. The dead man's name turned out to be Jarvis, and he had been questioned and released in connection with 3 unsolved homicides in the past year and a half. I didn't know him from Sam's cat. You can live in a city the size of Detroit a long time and never get to know all the killers, if you're lucky.
This is an Audio Renaissance presentation of A Vacation to Die For, 6 unabridged mysteries from Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, narrated by Angie Dickinson and Patrick McNee. Now, let's begin our grand tour of murder and mayhem among the jet set. The Spy Who Took a Vacation, written by Edward D. Hoch, narrated by Patrick McNee.
Rand was waiting at Heathrow when Layla Gard's plane touched down after the flight from Cairo. When he saw her passing through customs, he recognized her immediately, even though they hadn't seen each other in more than a year. She was still the small, dark-haired young woman he remembered from their Egyptian adventures, with her high, handsome cheekbones and deep, dark eyes that seemed always to be mocking him. "How good to see you again, Rand," she said, giving him a quick sisterly kiss. "It's been too long." "It has indeed. I hope to make up for it." He helped with her luggage and took her to his car in the airport parking lot. "Are we going into London?" she asked. "Only long enough to get you settled. I promised to show you the British countryside, and that's what I'm going to do." He gave her a quick smile. "There's no better place to start a Nile mermaid than with a trip down the Thames." She made a delightful face. "Isn't it all oily and polluted?" "Not the upper Thames. We'll motor up to Abingdon and take a boat down as far as Hampton Court, making plenty of stops along the way. It's a fine trip of 4 or 5 days, and you'll really get to see a charming part of English country living." "Can Double C spare you that long?" she asked with a grin. "I'm on a week's holiday. Concealed communications is the furthest thing from my mind." "Good." They'd shared 3 adventures together in as many years, all in Layla's Egypt during those dark days when the Russians were pouring men and money into the region. Though the Russians were now gone, the tensions of the latest Arab-Israeli war remained. Layla finally left her position at the University of Cairo to spend a summer in England, perhaps in hopes of finding a teaching job at a British university. After a few quick hours at the London flat Rand had rented for her, they were off to Abingdon by car. They were early enough to beat the afternoon traffic, and Rand filled the time with relaxed conversation about British politics and the election the following day. "You'll miss voting if you're away," Layla observed. "Small loss. There's no real contest in my district. It's quite firmly Tory." "Tory?" "Conservative," he explained with a chuckle. "They used to be called Tories a long time ago." "There's so much to learn about your country." "It's really yours, too. You told me once your mother was Scottish." And so she was. But I've spent my life in Egypt. It was pleasant talking to her, pointing out the familiar sights of the English countryside, seeing them with a new eye because of it. He was a world away from his cluttered office at Double C, and he almost resented it when she asked, "How is the spying business these days?" "Terrible for me," Rand said. "Taz has retired in Moscow, the government has cut our staff, everyone talks of détente." "In my part of the world, men still fight and die," she said. "Yes. But it no longer concerns Britain," she said. "It concerns us, but there's so many other problems. We are caught in a very tight economic situation." She sighed and leant back on the seat. "Rand, I wish you'd call me Geoffrey." "Very well, Geoffrey. But let's not talk shop. Not this week. I shouldn't have asked you about the spying business." "That's all right." He smiled and touched her hand, then braked the car to a halt. They'd arrived. They were in Abingdon. The boat he'd rented for the week was a handsome old 28-foot inboard of a type known as a Thames slipper stern because of the fact that the stern dipped almost to water level. There was a small cockpit, big enough for 3, with a canvas top that folded back when not needed. "Like it?" he asked. "Love it. We're going down the river in this?" He nodded. "About 40 miles. I didn't realize the Thames was so narrow up here. In truth, it seemed less than 50 yards wide." "That's what makes it so pleasant," he said. "It doesn't really widen out till you're past Windsor Castle." They cast off the lines and drifted into the gentle current. "What's upstream?" she wanted to know. "Oxford," he said. "Want to go up and see about a teaching position?" "No, thanks. Not on holiday." Her speciality was archaeology, and she'd pursued it from the bottom of the Nile to the top of the Great Pyramid. Now, as they headed down the sun-drenched river at the maximum allowable speed of about 5 miles an hour, she took a great interest in the big old Tudor and Victorian homes that stood almost at the water's edge. It was nearly the end of June, and many of the estates had their own crafts in the water, tied to the concrete retaining walls that separated green grass from blue water. Most were modern luxury cruisers of the sort one found at the better clubs and marinas, but a few were refurbished steamboats with great smokestacks coming up through their middle. Such a variety of crafts, Layla marvelled. "There's a houseboat." "I could have rented one of those," he said, "but I suspected you'd rather spend your nights on land in some of our quaint country inns." And right you were. He pulled in at the next landing, and they went to dinner at an inn called the Upper Angler. Over cocktails, Layla said, "I'm amazed that the Thames could be so peaceful and lovely. It's rather more like a small canal than a great river." "It's very much like a canal. In fact, we'll be passing through some locks farther downstream." There was a brief commotion from the bar area, and a man in a tweed jacket was hustled out. As he passed near their table on the porch, he muttered, "I thought there was free speech in this country." "What's the trouble, sir?" Rand asked, recognizing the man's American accents. "They don't want any political comments by foreigners in here," he said. His sandy hair was rumpled, and a seam in his tweed jacket had split as the bartender pushed him out. "The election's heating up," Rand observed with a grin. "Here, why not join us? They shouldn't mind you staying out on the porch." The man drew over a chair and sat down. "Thanks, old man. Glad to see a few of you people are still civilized. My name's William Sanders. I'm a yacht broker." He fished in a wallet for a business card as Rand introduced himself and Layla. "I'd say this is the right spot for yacht brokerage," Rand observed. "Oh, yes, except that the big profits come with the big yachts, and the really big ones can't sail on the river this far up. Still, it's a good living buying and selling 'em." "I'd say it was a very American sort of occupation," Layla commented. He glanced at her, wondering how she'd meant the remark, but didn't pursue it, saying instead to Rand, "I hope this election is over soon." "Tomorrow," Rand said. "Isn't the beginning of summer an odd time for elections?" "When the government here loses a vote of confidence," Rand said, "a new election is called. It can happen any time. But at least the campaigns are short." "Does everyone stay up late to watch the returns on TV, like back in the States?" "In London they do, but not in some of the towns and villages. In the smaller places, the votes often aren't counted till the following morning. The ballot boxes are locked in a cell at the local jail overnight." "How quaint," Rand smiled. "It's England. Here, join us in a drink." They chatted for half an hour till the food arrived. Then the American excused himself with a little bow to Layla and vanished into the dusk. "He seemed quite nice," she said after he'd gone. "I can't imagine that mean bartender throwing him out." "These country inns like peace and quiet. What they don't like is an American sounding off about local politics." "That's England too, I suppose." Rand smiled. "After dinner I'll show you some more of it." Morning came early to England in late June. It seemed barely 4 o'clock when the sun was already streaming through Rand's window at the inn. In his London apartment he had a heavy drape to guard against such intrusion, but here he was at the mercy of the sun. He rolled over, saw that the door to Layla's connecting room was still closed, and thought about her. Finally he buried his head under the pillow and tried to go back to sleep. An hour later he was up, though, and he roused Layla Gard for breakfast. "But it's only 5 o'clock, she protested. "We can have breakfast," he said, "and be on the river ahead of the crowd." Once up and underway, her protests faded. As their craft drifted away from shore and was caught by the gentle current of the river, she said, "This is lovely. Thank you for getting me up for it." They travelled downstream, past Dorchester and Wallingford, through the Goring Gap to Pangbourne, and then on into the medium-sized city of Reading. Always there were friendly people to wave from the shore, or other boats to honk a greeting. They lunched at another quiet country inn across the river from a towering Gothic church that might have served as a cathedral in many cities. After Reading and before Henley, they chanced on a fellow traveller in distress. A middle-aged man was standing on the deck of his cabin cruiser, appealing for aid. "Say there, old chap. I seem to be out of petrol. Quite embarrassing, really." Rand guided their craft over to his side. "I've got an emergency can of fuel I can give you. It's only 2 gallons, but it'll get you to town." "Many thanks, mister." His face showed the beginning growth of a grey beard, and Rand guessed him to be a desk-bound Londoner just starting his holiday. So often they grow beards for 2 or 3 weeks, only to shave them off when they return to the office. "My name's Crichton," he said, accepting the petrol can and holding out a greasy hand. "Dave Crichton." Geoffrey Rand. "Glad you came along. That's some unusual boat you got there." "It's only rented," Rand answered defensively. "Yeah, let me buy you and your wife a drink. That's the least I can do to repay you." At Rand's side, Layla blushed nicely, but didn't deny the relationship. "Sounds good," Rand agreed. "You work up a thirst on the river." Dave Crichton proved an amiable drinking companion, even though his idea of buying them a drink was to invite them aboard his cabin cruiser while he filled plastic cups with some ice and cheap scotch. "I'm a botanist at Corby College," he explained, scratching at the bristle on his chin. "Some teaching, some research, but for the summer I'm just relaxing." "I'm in civil service," Rand said vaguely. "Desk job in London. My office overlooks the river, and I've always wanted to vacation here." "It's lovely this time of year," Crichton agreed. "I need more ice." He picked up the empty plastic bucket and hopped onto shore, heading for a nearby inn. "Back in a jiff." When they were alone, Layla asked, "Do you think he's a spy?" "Oh, it would be just my luck to run into one on holiday." She glanced up and tugged at Rand's arm. What's that man doing?" A slim young fellow with long black hair and glasses had intercepted Crichton as he approached the inn. The young man pushed Crichton hard with the flat of his hand and knocked the empty ice bucket to the ground. Rand jumped off the boat and started across the lawn. "Just get out of my way," the black-haired man was saying. "Now look here, keep your hands off or I'll call the police," Crichton said. "Call 'em." "What's the trouble?" Rand asked. "This chap is trying to pick a fight," Crichton answered indignantly. "We don't want trouble," Rand told the young man. "On your way now." He peered at Rand from beneath black bushy brows, then took a step forward and swung a hard right fist at him. Rand stepped back, ducking the blow with ease, and grabbed the man's arm as it went by. He twisted, and the man went down. "On your way," I said. Rand waited to see if the man would rise, but he stayed sitting on the grass. "Try to pick a fight for no reason," Crichton said. "Just came up and shoved me." "You know him?" "Never saw the bloke before." "Come back," Rand said. "We can get your ice elsewhere." They remained with Dave Crichton as the day lengthened into evening. When he finally departed, Layla Guard summed up her reaction to him. "He's more British than you are." Rand smiled. "Many people are." They had eaten at another of the seemingly perfect country inns, and as they were departing, Layla suddenly gripped Rand's arm. "Isn't that the same man who tried to start the fight?" Rand followed her gaze. "That's him, all right. Wonder what he's up to now." The dark-haired young man was loitering near the front of the inn, as if waiting for something or someone. Rand paused to watch from a distance, pulling Layla back into the evening shadows. Some people were approaching the inn from the direction of the parking lot. The instant the young man saw them, he whirled and hurled something, a rock or a brick, at the front window of the inn. There was a shattering of glass and a moment of general confusion. "He smashed the window," Layla exclaimed. "He must be mad." "Or high on drugs. I didn't smell any liquor on his breath." "Should you stop him?" "That seems already attended to," Rand said, and indeed 3 men from inside the inn, one of them the manager, had hurried out to seize the vandal. Within a few minutes, a police car arrived. "The excitement's over," Layla said, turning toward the river where they'd left the boat. They'd already decided to go a bit farther downriver before calling it a night. "Odd," Rand muttered as he fell into step beside her. "What's odd?" "That man, the whole business. First he tried to pick a fight with Crichton, and now he breaks a window. There was a Chesterton story once about a priest, Father Brown it was, who left a trail of petty crimes for the police to follow." "Well, if he wanted the police, he got 'em. They're taking him off to jail." "Perhaps that's exactly what he wanted." "Do you think so?" "It seems to me he's tried at least twice to get himself arrested. This afternoon he even urged Crichton to call the police." "But why would anyone want to be arrested?" Layla asked. A small-town jail can't be the most pleasant place to spend a night. Especially not an election night, Rand said. What? I'm just remembering something. I mentioned to you that some towns store the uncounted ballots in a jail cell overnight. I wonder if they do that here. Does it matter? Rand thought about the possibilities. It just might. Come on, let's go back into town. They found the small local jail without difficulty, and there was no need for Rand to ask his question. As they watched, a car drove up to the door and 3 metal ballot boxes were removed from the trunk under police guard. A tall, white-haired man walked up to watch the proceedings, and Rand guessed that he might well be one of the candidates. He verified it by asking a bystander. "That bloke? That's Michael Wisbeck. He's standing for Parliament in today's election." "I thought it was," Rand said. "Think he won?" "I should hope not. I voted for Ramsay." Rand grunted sympathetically. "Could you point out the Chief Constable to me?" "That would be Folkestone. I don't see him. He must be inside." "Thanks." "What are you up to now?" Layla asked, tugging at his sleeve. "You're supposed to be on holiday, remember." "Holiday or not, if I have a suspicion of a crime, it's my duty to report it." "But there is no reason to suspect a crime," she argued. "That man wanted to be arrested. I'm convinced of it. He wanted to spend the night in jail, and there has to be a reason for it. Suppose he was carrying tools hidden on his body, lockpicks and such. Suppose he plans to get out of his cell and into the cell where the ballot boxes are kept." "Now you're guessing." "Sure I'm guessing," he said, "but it's certainly a possibility." "I think we'd best be on our way." He ignored her and stopped a passing police officer. "Would it be possible for me to have a word with Chief Constable Folkestone?" "Not unless it's an urgent matter, sir. He's pretty much tied up with his election business. May I be of assistance?" Rand hesitated, then shook his head. No, it was nothing important." He caught up with Layla, and she asked, "Well?" "I changed my mind. It's probably a foolish idea." "Shall we go back to the boat?" "No," he decided. "Let's see if there's a room at the inn." In the morning, he was up early. Layla stirred on her pillow and mumbled, "You certainly are an early riser." "I couldn't sleep. I'm going to see the Chief Constable." "Not that again?" "Afraid so. I can't let it pass." She turned over. "Wake me up when you get back." There was more activity at the little town jail than he might have expected. People were already arriving to count the ballots, and the Chief Constable was in his office drinking a cup of steaming tea. He was a gnarled man with a frosty, weather-beaten face that seemed to reflect a lifetime at sea. "Constable Folkestone?" Rand asked from the doorway. "Chief Constable," the man corrected, quietly but firmly. "What can I do for you?" "I happened to witness the arrest of a man last evening," Rand began, and then went on to explain his suspicions. Chief Constable Folkestone listened with interest. When Rand had finished, he said, "Interesting story. You should have told me last night." "Can you check it now?" Rand asked. "Can you make certain he hasn't tampered with the ballot boxes?" Folkestone smiled humorlessly. "No chance of that. The prisoner's name is Edward Bracken, and he never left his cell. In fact, we found him dead in it this morning." "Dead?" "He was stabbed. We think the knife was thrown through the cell window from outside." Over breakfast, Layla was sympathetic. "You can't blame yourself for what happened, Geoffrey. He might have been killed even if you'd gone to the constable last night." "But killed by whom? And why?" Before she could venture an opinion, Layla glanced up and saw a familiar face. William Sanders, the American yacht broker, was crossing the inn's dining room, apparently searching for an empty table. He saw Rand wave and came over to join them. "Did you hear the election results? Wisbeck defeated Ramsay. Very close vote." "Was he the one you were arguing for the other night?" "Damn right. I'm trying to sell Wisbeck a yacht. That's why I'm here. He didn't want to buy till after the election." There was an odd sidelight to the vote counting, Rand told him. The ballots were stored in the local jail overnight, and one of the prisoners was killed there in his cell. The American seemed interested. "You don't say. I hadn't heard about that." He had coffee with them, but seemed anxious to be on his way. "I have to find Wisbeck," he explained. "See you both later." Do you think he will? Layla wondered. What? See us later? Who knows? It's a small river. Are we ready to shove off? He thought about it. Not quite yet. I'm going back to the jail. Something happened there last night, and I'm curious to know what. Go down to the boat and work around it as if we're getting ready to shove off. I won't be long. There was still much activity in the jail area. Rand recognized the tall, white-haired figure of Michael Wisbeck, who emerged from the building to the scattered cheers of onlookers. As he passed close by, Rand said, "Congratulations on your victory." His intent blue eyes turned to Rand. He studied him for just an instant before replying with a simple, "Thank you." When Wisbeck had been driven away in a long black Rolls-Royce, Rand entered the jail, going directly to the chief constable's office. "It's you again," Folkestone said, looking up from his work. "What is it this time?" "The same matter, the killing of this man Brecken." Rand decided to show his identification. "It may be a national security matter," he said, though he knew he was exaggerating. Folkestone stroked his chin. "Well, now, just how can I help?" "I'd like to see the dead man's belongings, everything he had on him at the time of arrest." "There was no identification. He gave his name and a London address when we arrested him. The only thing he was carrying was this little notebook, and we didn't even find it till after he was dead. Otherwise, there was only some money and a handkerchief." Rand flipped through the little notebook. There was no name in it, nothing to show ownership. It seemed to be a record of financial transactions, of payments made or received. Near the back, on some blank pages, a few notes had been scrawled. The most interesting one read, "Cryptogram due Tuesday." But it was misspelled. Cryptogams. No R. Despite the misspelling, there could be no doubt of the meaning. Perhaps this was a job for concealed communications after all. "I'll want to keep this," he told Folkestone. "Have to sign a receipt. We do things by law here." Rand signed for the notebook and left the jail, walking quickly down the front steps to the street. Then, as an afterthought, he strolled round the side of the building. He wanted to see if it was really possible to throw a knife through one of the barred windows. If it wasn't possible, he might have some more questions for Chief Constable Folkestone. The window itself was easy to spot. It was on the ground floor near the back of the building, and the broken glass had been boarded over. It was about 8 feet above the ground, but Rand was willing to concede that the killer could have broken the glass with a stone to lure Brecken near the bars and then hold the knife. It could have been done that way. Or it could have been done by someone in the cell with him. "Mr. Rand?" He turned at the sound of his name and confronted a bland, smiling young man wearing an open-neck sports shirt and carrying a copy of the London Times. "Yes," Rand answered. "There's someone wants to talk with you. I have a car." Before Rand could refuse, he saw the folded newspaper raise a bit, just enough to show the muzzle of a pistol pointed at him. "Please, Mr. Rand. You won't be hurt." "I seem to have no choice." He preceded the young man to a small waiting car. Another man, almost a duplicate of the first, sat behind the wheel. "No tricks now, Mr. Rand," he said. "We're friends." "Sure you are." Rand leant back on the seat. It was too soon to be really worried. The little car sped through the morning sunlight, passing occasional farmers at work in their fields. They were travelling east, toward London, but before they'd gone very far, the driver turned off into a little-used side road. Another car was waiting some distance ahead, sheltered from the sun by a large shade tree. "We're here," the driver said. "He's waiting for you." Rand got out alone and walked toward the waiting car. A man was sitting in the rear seat. He opened the door and got in next to him. "Well, Rand," a familiar voice said, "I hope you'll excuse all this hocus-pocus." It was Hastings, Rand's immediate superior in the complex structure of British intelligence. "This is certainly a surprise," Rand said, meaning it. "What are you doing here?" "I could ask the same of you. I thought you were on holiday." "I am, cruising down the Thames with a friend." "Ah, And it's just by chance you stumbled onto this thing. It is. In fact, I had no idea what the thing is. A man attracted my suspicions yesterday by going out of his way to be arrested. When I checked on him this morning, I found he'd been killed in his cell during the night. I know, Hastings said glumly. He was one of our men. One of yours? I have other concerns beside overseeing your work in concealed communications, you know. My duties include internal security. Why did Brecon, or whatever his real name was, want to be arrested? Rand said. I have no idea, Hastings answered. Was it something about the election? His assignment concerned one of the candidates. That's all I can say. You mean a British intelligence agent was put in that jail overnight to tamper with the election results? No, nothing like that, Hastings quickly assured him. All right. I see I'm going to have to tell you the whole story, or at least as much as we know. Brecon, we'll call him that, was on a special assignment. One of the candidates in yesterday's election is a businessman with somewhat shady connections. As you know, American companies are forbidden to sell certain strategic goods to Russia. This man buys them through a dummy corporation here in England, then resells them to the Russians. We can't arrest him for it, since he violates no British law, but he could become an embarrassment if he served in Parliament. Rand remembered the man who had studied him outside the jail. It's Wisbeck, isn't it? Yes, Hastings replied. And he won. He won, Hastings agreed. And our man Brecon lost the hard way with a knife in him. What about Ramsay, the other candidate, Rand said. He knows nothing about all this. You could have slipped him the information during the campaign. Hastings flashed his eyes. That wouldn't have been sporting. I see. It was the same old British way. How did you learn I was in town? Hastings motioned toward the car behind them. They spotted you at breakfast. You're quite well known in the business, you know. Did they have to use guns? Rand said. Well, I suppose it was easier than an explanation. I said I was sorry. Now that I'm here, what do you want from me? You're good at these things, Rand. As long as you're on the scene anyway, see what you can learn. He thought of the notebook in his pocket. Wisbeck would need a contact, someone working for the Russians. Yes. And your man might have been onto him. If Wisbeck couldn't be touched, his contact could be, as an unregistered agent of a foreign power. Does that explain why he got himself arrested? It could. If he wasn't trying to stuff the ballot boxes himself, maybe he got arrested so he'd be there to prevent someone else from stuffing them. Someone else? That constable fellow? Rand shrugged. Tell me something. Did anything about Brecon's mission involve cryptograms, codes, ciphers, any sort of secret messages? Not that I know of. Cryptograms are your department. They seem to be, Rand agreed, even on holiday. Will you be staying in the area or returning to London? Oh, it's back to London for me. I can leave you a man if you think you'll need him. No, thanks, Rand said. He started to leave the car. What about Brecon? Did he have a family? Hastings looked blank. Don't really know. Have to check his dossier. We'll handle that end. Phone me when you find something. If I find something. They shook hands, and Rand walked back to the other car. The young men drove him back to town, and now the guns were out of sight. Nice day, isn't it? One of them said. Layla was waiting on the riverbank near their boat. Where have you been? I was frantic. It's a long story. He glanced towards the boat, seeing someone move in the cockpit. We have company? Dave Crichton. He stopped by to chat, and I can't get rid of him. Rand smiled. He probably wants a return on that scotch he gave us. He walked to the river's edge and called a greeting. Crichton poked his head up. The lady was worried about you. I got tied up. There's some excitement at the jail. Remember that fellow who tried to pick the fight with you? Sure do. Long black hair, looked like a commie. He got himself arrested last night and someone killed him in his cell. I'll be damned. Crichton jumped ashore and joined Rand. What do you make of it? We saw him deliberately get himself arrested by throwing a rock through the window of the inn. My first thought was that he wanted to get himself arrested to be in the jail overnight with the uncounted election ballots. That's so, Crichton motioned downriver toward his own cabin cruiser. "Come aboard, old chap. Bring your wife. There's still some of that scotch left over." They followed him onto the boat, and Layla relaxed in a convenient deck chair while he poured the drinks. "I thought you'd be far away by now," Rand said. "Came back," Crichton answered with a grunt, handing Rand a glass. "But what about this man who was killed? Anything to do with the election?" "As I said, that was my first thought," Rand said, "because why does someone go to all that trouble to spend the night in a little village jail?" "Why, indeed?" Crichton put down his glass and started the boat's motor. "Let's go for a bit of a spin. I'll bring you back here." He reached over the side to cast off the mooring lines. "Well, I thought about it, and I came up with another possibility," Rand admitted. "It explains everything. Why he picked the fight with you, and why he broke the window." "Why?" The boat was drifting slowly away from shore, catching the current of the river. "He broke the window to get himself arrested, all right, simply for protection. He knew someone was after him, and jail seemed the safest place. Unfortunately, it wasn't safe enough." "But why start the fight with me? Same reason?" Rand shook his head. "The fight with you was the key to the whole thing, once I tumbled to it. You see, the whole reason for it was so that he could pick your pocket. Steal this little notebook you were carrying." Dave Crichton's face hardened. "I'll just take that," he said. A gun had appeared as if by magic in his hand. "I've killed once for it, and I'll kill again if need be." Layla was out of her chair in a flash, but not quite fast enough for Crichton. He hit out with his free hand, catching her on the shoulder and tumbling her to the deck. "Stay there," he warned. Then to Rand he repeated, "Give me the notebook." Rand held on to it. "You'd hardly let us live now, in any event." "Do you know what's in it?" "I've a pretty good idea. A list of money payments involving the just-elected Member of Parliament, Mr. Michael Wisbeck. He's been dealing with the Russians, transshipping American strategic goods, and you've been the go-between, the paymaster." "Smart," Crichton said. "You're smart for a civil servant." "Perhaps I didn't describe my position fully enough," Rand answered with a grin. "I'm with a branch of British intelligence. You chose the wrong boat to stop for gasoline." They were still drifting downstream, the motor purring softly but the throttle unopened. Rand wondered if he planned to throw them overboard. "I was unlucky," Crichton admitted. "Still, how'd you know the notebook belonged to me?" "It could have been the dead man's own, but I ruled that out quite quickly. He wasn't carrying a pencil, pen, or other writing implement, so why would he carry a notebook? I decided he'd gotten the notebook from someone. It was important to him because he didn't surrender it when he was jailed. He kept it hidden on him. I think he figured the jail was the safest place for him and the notebook till the next day. If he knew his killer would come after the notebook, that meant he'd stolen it. I remembered his tussle with you, and now I see the reason for it. You killed him with a knife through the barred window of the jail, hoping to recover the notebook later. Perhaps you posed as a next of kin this morning, and the constable told you I had the notebook. That's what brought you back to us. When I arrived just now, you looked suspiciously as if you were searching our boat. The cabin cruiser rode over a swell, and suddenly another boat was cutting in front of it. "What's that?" Crichton rasped, swinging around. "Just some friends," Rand announced. "Take him, Layla." She tackled him round the ankles as Rand dove for the gun. The other boat was alongside now, and Hastings' 2 men were aboard. Rand could feel Crichton struggling beneath him still, and he caught the man's sleeve, feeling the hardness of steel there. "Have you got him?" Layla asked. "Get this knife out of his sleeve. It's probably a mate to the one that killed Brecken at the jail." As the cabin cruiser edged into the shore, the young men came aboard to take over. Rand was startled to see Hastings with them, too. "I thought you'd gone back to London." "They told me what you were up to, so I decided to stay around. You should have mentioned Crichton when we talked." "I got the idea while they were driving me back to town, and we stopped at the library to look up cryptogram, without an R. If the notebook belonged to Brecken's killer, I figured that might tell me something. It did. Cryptograms have nothing to do with codes or ciphers. They're an old botanical division meaning plants without seeds, like ferns and mosses. Rand showed him the notebook. This was a note for Crichton's botany class, and it told me the notebook was his for certain. "You should have mentioned the notebook too," Hastings said darkly. "We all have our secrets," Rand answered with a grin. Then, dropping his voice, he added, "There's an American round here trying to sell Michael Wisbeck a yacht. Now, he wouldn't be one of your people too, would he?" Hastings cleared his throat. "You took care of Crichton. Leave Wisbeck to us." Then, turning toward Layla, he beamed and said, "And this must be Layla Gad. Jeffries told me so much about you from the Egyptian days. I do hope you're enjoying our river."
The Fever Tree, written by Ruth Rendell, narrated by Angie Dickinson.
Where malaria is, there grows the fever tree. It has the feathery fern-like leaves, fresh, green, and tender, that are common to so many trees in tropical regions. Its shape is graceful with an air of youth, of immaturity, as if every fever tree is still waiting to grow up. But the most distinctive thing about it is the color of its bark, which is the yellow of an unripe lemon. The fever trees stand out from among the rest because of their slender yellow trunks. Ford knew what the tree was called and he could recognize it, but he didn't know what its botanical name was, nor had he ever heard why it was called the fever tree. Whether the tribesmen used its leaves or bark or fruits as a specific against malaria, or if it simply took its name from its warning presence wherever the malaria-carrying mosquito was. The sight of it in Nzukunyani seemed to promote a fever in his blood. An African in khaki shorts and shirt lifted up the bar for them so that their car could pass through the opening in the wire fence. Inside it looked no different from outside. The same bush, still, silent, unstirred by wind, stretching away on either side. Ford, driving the 2 miles along the tarmac road to the reception hut, thought of how it would be if he turned his head and saw Marguerite in the passenger seat beside him. It was an illusion he dared not have and was allowed to keep for perhaps a minute. Tricia shattered it. She began to belabor him with schoolgirl questions uttered in a bright and desperate voice. Another African, in a fancier, more decorated uniform, took their booking voucher and checked it against a ledger. You had to pay weeks in advance for the privilege of staying here. Ford had booked the day after he had said goodbye to Marguerite and returned forever to Tricia. "My wife wants to know the area of Nzukunyani," he said. 4 million acres. Ford gave the appropriate whistle. "Do we have a chance of seeing leopard?" The man shrugged, smiled. "Who knows? You may be lucky. You're here a whole week, so you should see lion, elephant, hippo, cheetah maybe. But the leopard is nocturnal, and you must be back in camp by 6 p.m. He looked at his watch. "I advise you to get on now, sir, if you're to make Thaba before they close the gates." Ford got back into the car. It was nearly 4. The sun of Africa, a living presence, a personal god, burned through a net of haze. There was no wind. Tricia, in a pale yellow sundress with frills, had hung her arm outside the open window, and the fair downy skin was glowing red. He told her what the man had said, and he told her about the notice pinned inside the hut. "It is strictly forbidden to bring firearms into the game reserve, to feed the animals, to exceed the speed limit, to litter. And most of all, you mustn't get out of the car," said Ford. "What, not ever?" said Tricia, making her pale blue eyes round and naive and marble-like. "That's what it says." She pulled a face. "Silly old rules." "They have to have them," he said. "In here as in the outside world, it is strictly forbidden to fall in love, to leave your wife, to try and begin anew." He glanced at Tricia to see if the same thoughts were passing through her mind. Her face wore its arch expression, winsome. "A prize," she said, "for the first one to see an animal." All right. He had agreed to this reconciliation, to bring her on this holiday, this second honeymoon, and now he must try. He must work at it. It wasn't just going to happen as love had sprung between him and Marguerite, unsought and untried for. "Who's going to award it?" he said. "You are if it's me, and I am if it's you. And if it's me, I'd like a prezzy from the camp shop, a very nice, pricey prezzy." Ford was the winner. He saw a single zebra come out from among the thorn trees on the right-hand side, then a small herd. "Do I get a present from the shop?" he asked. He could sense rather than see her shake her head with calculated coyness. "A kiss," she said, and pressed warm, dry lips against his cheek. It made him shiver a little. He slowed down for the zebra to cross the road. The thorn bushes had spines on them 2 inches long. By the roadside grew a species of wild zinnia with tiny flowers, coral red, and these made red drifts among the coarse pale grass. In the bush were red anthills with tall peaks like towers on a castle in a fairy story. It was 30 miles to Taba. He drove on just within the speed limit, ignoring Tricia as far as he could whenever she asked him to slow down. They weren't going to see one of the big predators anyway, not this afternoon. He was certain of that. Only impala and zebra and maybe a giraffe. On business trips in the past, he'd taken time off to go to Serengeti and Kruger, and he knew. He got the binoculars out for Tricia and adjusted them and hooked them round her neck, for he hadn't forgotten the binoculars and cameras she had dropped and smashed in the past through failing to do that, and her tears afterward. The car wasn't air-conditioned, and the heat lay heavy and still between them. Ahead of them, as they drove westward, the sun was sinking in a dull yellow glare. The sweat flowed out of Ford's armpits and between his shoulder blades, soaking his already wet shirt and laying a cold, sticky film on his skin. A stone pyramid with arrows on it, set in the middle of a junction of roads, pointed the way to Taba, to the main camp at Wakasutu, and to Hippo Bridge over the Sutu River. On top of it a baboon sat with her gray, fluffy infant on her knees. Tricia yearned to it, stretching out her arms. She had never had a child. The baboon began picking fleas out of its baby's scalp. Tricia gave a little nervous scream, half disgusted, half joyful. Ford drove down the road to Taba and in through the entrance to the camp 10 minutes before they closed the gates for the night. The dark comes down fast in Africa. Dusk is of short duration, and no sooner have you noticed it than it is gone, and night has fallen. In the few moments of dusk, pale things glimmer brightly and birds murmur. In the camp at Taba were a restaurant and a shop, round huts with thatched roofs, and wooden chalets with porches. Ford and Tricia had been assigned a chalet on the northern perimeter, and from their porch, across an expanse of turf and beyond the high wire fence, you could see the Sutu River flowing smoothly and silently between banks of tall reeds. Dusk had just come as they walked up the wooden steps, Ford carrying their cases. It was then that he saw the fever trees, 2 of them, their ferny leaves bleached to gray by the twilight, but their trunks a sharper, stronger yellow than in the day. "Just as well we took our anti-malaria pills," said Ford as he pushed open the door. When the light was switched on, he could see 2 mosquitoes on the opposite wall. Anopheles is the malaria carrier, but unfortunately they don't announce whether they're Anopheles or not. Tricia talked to the 2 mosquitoes. "Is your name Anna Phyllis?" "No, darling, you're quite safe. She says she's Mary Jane and her husband's John Henry." Ford managed to smile. He had accepted and grown used to Tricia's facetiousness until he had encountered Marguerite's wit. He shoved his case, without unpacking it, into the cupboard and went to have a shower. Tricia stood on the porch, listening to the cicadas, thousands of them. It had gone pitch dark while she was hanging up her dresses, and the sky was punctured all over with bright stars. She had got Ford back from that woman, and now she had to keep him. She had lost some weight and bought a lot of new clothes and had highlights put in her hair. Men had always made her feel frightened, starting with her father when she was a child. It was then, when a child, that she had purposely begun playing the child with its cajolements and its winning little ways. She had noticed that her father was kinder and more forbearing toward little girls than toward her mother. Ford had married a little girl, clinging and winsome, and had liked it well enough till he met a grown woman. Tricia knew all that, but now she knew no better how to keep him than by the old methods, as weary and stale to her as she guessed they might be to him. Standing there on the porch, she half wished she were alone and didn't have to have a husband, didn't, for the sake of convention and pride, for support and society, have to hold on tight to him. She listened wistfully for a lion to roar out there in the bush beyond the fence, but there was no sound except the cicadas. Ford came out in a toweling robe. "What did you do with the mosquito stuff, the spray?" Frightened at once, she said, "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? You must know. I gave you the aerosol at the hotel and said to put it in that makeup case of yours." She opened the case, although she knew the mosquito stuff wasn't there. Of course it wasn't there. She could see it on the bathroom shelf in the hotel, left behind because it was too bulky. She bit her lip, looked sideways at Ford. "We can get some more at the shop." "Tricia, the shop closes at 7, and it's now 10 past. "We can get some in the morning." "Mosquitoes happen to be most active at night." He rummaged with his hands among the bottles and jars in the case. "Look at all this useless rubbish. Skin cleanser, pearlized foundation, moisturizer, like some young model girl. I suppose it didn't occur to you to bring the anti-mosquito spray and leave the pearlized foundation behind." Her lip trembled. She could feel herself almost involuntarily rounding her eyes, forming her mouth into the shape of lisping, "We did 'member to take our pills." "That won't stop the damn things biting." He went back into the shower and slammed the door. Marguerite wouldn't have forgotten to bring that aerosol. Tricia knew he was thinking of Marguerite again, that his head was full of her, that she had entered his thoughts powerfully and insistently on the long drive to Taba. She began to cry. The tears went on running out of her eyes and wouldn't stop, so she changed her dress while she cried, and the tears came through the powder she put on her face. They had dinner in the restaurant. Tricia, in pink-flowered crepe, was the only dressed-up woman there, and while once she would have fancied that the other diners looked at her in admiration, now she thought it must be with derision. She ate her small piece of overcooked hake and her large piece of overcooked, bread-crumbed veal and watched the red wheels for mosquito bites coming up on Ford's arms. There were no lights on in the camp, but those which shone from the windows of the main building and from the chalets. Gradually the lights went out and it became very dark. In spite of his mosquito bites, Ford fell asleep at once, but the noise of the air conditioning kept Tricia awake. At 11 she switched it off and opened the window. Then she did sleep, but she awoke again at 4, lay awake for half an hour, got up, put on her clothes, and went out. It was still dark, but the darkness was lifting as if the thickest veil of it had been withdrawn. A heavy dew lay on the grass. As she passed under the marula tree, laden with small green apricot-shaped fruits, a flock of bats flew out from its branches and circled her head. If Ford had been with her, she would have screamed and clung to him, but because she was alone, she kept silent. The camp and the bush beyond the fence were full of sound. The sounds brought to Tricia's mind the paintings of Hieronymus Bosch, imps and demons and dreadful homunculi which, if they had uttered, might have made noises like these, gruntings and soft whistles and chirps and little thin squeals. She walked about, waiting for the dawn, expecting it to come with drama. But it was only a gray pallor in the sky, a paleness between parting black clouds, and the feeling of letdown frightened her as if it were a symbol or an omen of something more significant in her life than the coming of morning. Ford woke up, unable at first to open his eyes for the swelling from mosquito bites. There were mosquitoes like threads of thistledown on the walls, all over the walls. He got up and staggered, half blind, out of the bedroom and let the water from the shower run on his eyes. Tricia came and stared at his face, giggling nervously and biting her lip. The camp gates opened at 5:30, and the cars began their exodus. Tricia had never passed a driving test, and Ford couldn't see, so they went to the restaurant for breakfast instead. When the shop opened, Ford bought 2 kinds of mosquito repellent and impatiently, because he could no longer bear her apologies and her pleading eyes, a necklace of ivory beads for Tricia and a skirt with giraffes printed on it. At 9 o'clock, when the swelling round Ford's eyes had subsided a little, they set off in the car, taking the road for Hippo Bridge. The day was humid and thickly hot. Ford had counted the number of mosquito bites he had had, and the total was 24. It was hard to believe that 2 little tablets of quinine would be proof against 24 bites, some of which must certainly have been inflicted by Anopheles. Hadn't he seen the 2 fever trees when they arrived last night? Now he drove the car slowly and doggedly, hardly speaking, his swollen eyes concealed behind sunglasses. By the Sutu River and then by a waterhole, he stopped and they watched. But they saw nothing come to the water's edge, unless you counted the log which at last disappeared, thus proving itself to have been a crocodile. It was too late in the morning to see much apart from the marabou storks, which stood one-legged, still and hunched in a clearing or on the gaunt branch of a tree. Through binoculars, Ford stared at the bush, which stretched in unbroken, apparently untenanted sameness to the blue ridge of mountains on the far horizon. There could be no real fever from the mosquito bites. If malaria were to come, it wouldn't be yet. But Ford, sitting in the car beside Tricia, nevertheless felt something like a delirium of fever. It came perhaps from the gross irritation of the whole surface of his body, from the tender burning of his skin, and from his inability to move without setting up fresh torment. It affected his mind, too, so that each time he looked at Tricia a kind of panic rose in him. Why had he done it? Why had he gone back to her? Was he mad? His eyes and his head throbbed as if his temperature were raised. Tricia's pink jeans were too tight for her, and the frills on her white voile blouse ridiculous. With the aid of the binoculars, she had found a family of small gray monkeys in the branches of a peepul tree, and she was cooing at them out of the window. Presently she opened the car door, held it just open, and turned to look at him the way a child looks at her father when he has forbidden something she nevertheless longs and means to do. They hadn't had sight of a big cat or an elephant. They hadn't even seen a jackal. Ford lifted his shoulders. Okay, but if a ranger comes along and catches you, we'll be in deep trouble. She got out of the car, leaving the door open. The grass which began at the roadside and covered the bush as far as the eye could see was long and coarse. It came up above Tricia's knees. A lioness or a cheetah lying in it would have been entirely concealed. Ford picked up the binoculars and looked the other way to avoid watching Tricia, who had once again forgotten to put the camera strap round her neck. She was making overtures to the monkeys, who shrank away from her, embracing each other and burying heads and shoulders like menaced refugees in a sentimental painting. Ford moved the glasses slowly. About 100 yards from where a small herd of buck grazed uneasily, he saw the two cat faces close together, the bodies nestled together, the spotted backs. Cheetah. It came into his mind how he had heard that they were the fastest animals on earth. He ought to call to Tricia and get her back at once into the car. He didn't call. Through the glasses he watched the big cats that reclined there so gracefully, satiated, at rest, yet with open eyes. Marguerite would have liked them. She loved cats. She had a Burmese, as lithe and slim and poised as one of these wild creatures. Tricia got back into the car, exclaiming about how sweet the monkeys were. He started the car and drove off without saying anything to her about the cheetahs. Later, at about 5 in the afternoon, she wanted to get out of the car again, and he didn't stop her. She walked up and down the road, talking to mongooses. In something over an hour, it would be dark. Ford imagined starting up the car and driving back to the camp without her. Leopards were nocturnal hunters, waiting till dark. The swelling around his eyes had almost subsided now, but his neck and arms and hands ached from the stiffness of the bites. The mongooses fled into the grass as Tricia approached, whispering to them, hands outstretched. A car with 4 men in it was coming along from the Hippo Bridge direction. It slowed down, and the driver put his head out. His face was brick red, thick-featured, his hair corrugated blonde, and his voice had the squashed vowel accent of the white man born in Africa. The lady shouldn't be out on the road like that. I know, Ford said. I've told her. Excuse me, do you know you're doing a very dangerous thing leaving your car? The voice had a hectoring boom. Tricia blushed. She bridled, smiled, bit her lip, though she was in fact very afraid of this man who was looking at her as if he despised her, as if she disgusted him. When he got back to camp, would he betray her? Promise you won't tell on me, she faltered, her head on one side. The man gave an exclamation of anger and withdrew his head. The car moved forward. Tricia gave a skip and a jump into the passenger seat beside Ford. They had under an hour to get back to Tapa, and Ford followed the car with the 4 men in it. At dinner they sat at adjoining tables. Tricia wondered how many people they had told, for she fancied that some of the diners looked at her with curiosity or antagonism. The man with fair curly hair they called Eric boasted loudly of what he and his companions had seen that day, a whole pride of lions, 2 rhinoceros, hyena, and the rare sable antelope. "You can't expect to see much down that Hippo Bridge Road, you know," he said to Ford. "All the game's up at Sotingwe. You take the Sotingwe Road first thing tomorrow, and I'll guarantee you lions." He didn't address Tricia. He didn't even look at her. 10 years before, men in restaurants had turned their heads to look at her, and though she had feared them, she had basked, trembling in their gaze. Walking across the grass, back to their chalet, she held on to Ford's arm. "For God's sake, mind my mosquito bites," said Ford. He lay awake a long while in the single bed a foot away from Tricia's, thinking about the leopard out there beyond the fence that hunted by night. The leopard would move along the branch of a tree and drop upon its prey. Lionesses hunted in the early morning and brought the kill to their mate and the cubs. Ford had seen all that sort of thing on television. How cheetahs hunted he didn't know, except that they were very swift. An angry elephant would lean on a car and crush it, or smash a windshield with a blow from its foot. It was too dark for him to see Tricia, but he knew she was awake, lying still, sometimes holding her breath. He heard her breath released in an exhalation, a sigh that was audible above the rattle of the air conditioner. Years ago he had tried to teach her to drive. They said a husband should never try to teach his wife. He would have no patience with her and make no allowances. Tricia's progress had never been maintained. She had always been liable to do silly and reckless things, and then he had shouted at her. She took a driving test and failed, and she said this was because the examiner had bullied her. Tricia seemed to think no one should ever raise his voice to her, and at one glance from her all men should fall slaves at her feet. He would have liked her to be able to take a turn at driving. There was no doubt you missed a lot when you had to concentrate on the road. But it was no use suggesting it. Theirs was one of the first cars in the line to leave the gates at 5:30, to slip out beyond the fence into the gray dawn, the still bush. At the stone pyramid, on which a family of baboons sat clustered, Ford took the road for Sotingwe. A couple of miles up, they came upon the lions. Eric and his friends were already there, leaning out of the car windows with cameras. The lions, 2 full-grown lionesses, 2 lioness cubs, and a lion cub with his mane beginning to sprout, were lying on the roadway. Ford stopped and parked the car on the opposite side to Eric. "Didn't I say you'd be lucky up here?" Eric called to Tricia. "Not got any ideas about getting out and investigating, I hope?" Tricia didn't answer him or look at him. She looked at the lions. The sun was coming up, radiating the sky with a pinkish-orange glow, and a little breeze fluttered all the pale green fern-like leaves. The larger of the adult lionesses, bored rather than alarmed by Eric's elaborate photographic equipment, got up slowly and strolled into the bush, in among the long dry grass and the red zinnias. The cubs followed her, the other lioness followed her. Through his binoculars, Ford watched them stalk with proud lifted heads, walking even the little ones in a graceful, measured, controlled way. There were no impala anywhere, no giraffe, no wildebeest. The world here belonged to the lions. All the game was gathered at Sotingwe near the water hole. An elephant with ears like punkas was powdering himself with red earth blown out through his trunk. Tricia got out of the car to photograph the elephant, and Ford didn't try to stop her. He scratched his mosquito bites, which had passed the burning and entered the itchy stage. Once more, Tricia had neglected to pass the camera strap around her neck. She made her way down to the water's edge and stood at a safe distance. Was it a safe distance? Was any distance safe in here, looking at a crocodile? Ford thought, without really explaining to himself or even fully understanding what he meant, that it was the wrong time of day. It was too early. They went back to Taba for breakfast. At breakfast and again at lunch, Eric was full of what he had seen. He had taken the dirt road that ran down from Sotingwe to Sutu Bridge, and there, up in the tree near the water, had been a leopard. Malcolm had spotted it first, stretched out asleep on a branch, a long way off, but quite easy to see through field glasses. "Massive, great fellow with your authentic square-type spots," said Eric, smoking a cigar. Tricia, of course, wanted to go to Sutu Bridge, so Ford took the dirt road after they had had their siesta. Malcolm described exactly where he had seen the leopard, which might, for all he knew, still be sleeping on its branch. About half a mile up from the bridge, You look over on your left, and there's a sort of clearing with one of those trees with yellow trunks in it. This chap was on a branch on the right side of the clearing. The dirt road was a track of crimson earth between green verges. Ford found the clearing with the single fever tree, but the leopard had gone. He drove slowly down to the bridge that spanned the sluggish green river. When he switched off the engine, it was silent and utterly still, the air hot and close, nothing moving but the mosquitoes that danced in their haphazard yet regular measure above the surface of the water. Tricia was getting out of the car as a matter of course now. This time she didn't even trouble to give him the coy glance that asked permission. She was wearing a red and white striped sundress with straps that were too narrow and a skirt that was too tight. She ran down to the water's edge, took off a sandal, and dipped in a daring foot. She laughed and twirled her foot, dabbling the dry, round stones with water drops. Ford thought how he had loved this sort of thing when he had first met her, and now he was going to have to bear it for the rest of his life. He broke into a sweat as if his temperature had suddenly risen. She was prancing about on the stones and in the water, holding up her skirt. There were no animals to be seen. All afternoon they had seen nothing but impala, and the sun was moving down now, beginning to color the hazy pastel sky. Tricia, on the opposite bank, broke another Nzukunyani rule and picked daisies, tucking one behind each ear. With a flower between her teeth like a Spanish dancer, she swayed her hips and smiled. Ford turned the ignition key and started the car. It would be dark in just over an hour, and long before that they would have closed the gates at Taba. He moved the car forward, reversed, making what Tricia no doubt would call a three-point turn. Facing towards Taba now, he put the shift into drive, his foot on the accelerator, and took a deep breath as the sweat trickled between his shoulder blades. The heat made mirages on the road, and out of them a car was coming. Ford stopped and switched off the engine. It wasn't Eric's car, but one belonging to a couple of young Americans on holiday. The boy raised his hand in a salute at Ford. Ford called out to Tricia, "Come on, or we'll be late." She got into the car, dropping her flowers onto the roadway. Ford had been going to leave her there. That was how much he wanted to be rid of her. Her body began to shake, and she clasped her hands tightly together so that he shouldn't see. He had been going to drive away and leave her there to the darkness and the lions, the leopard that hunted by night. He had been driving away, only the American's car had come along. She was silent, thinking about it. The American turned back soon after they did and followed them up the dirt road. Impala stood around the solitary fever tree, listening perhaps to inaudible sounds or scenting invisible danger. The sky was smoky yellow with sunset. Tricia thought about what Ford must have intended to do. Drive back to camp just before they closed the gates. Watch the darkness come down, knowing she was out there. Say not a word of her absence to anyone. And who would miss her? Eric? Malcolm? Ford wouldn't have gone to the restaurant, and in the morning when they opened the gates, he would have driven away. No need even to check out at Nzukunyani, where you paid weeks in advance. The perfect murder. Who would search for her, not knowing there was need for search? And if her bones were found? One set of bones, human, impala, waterbuck, looks very much like another when the jackals have been at it and the vultures. And when he reached home, he would have said he had left her for Marguerite. He was nicer to her that evening, gentler, because he was afraid she had guessed, or might guess, the truth of what had happened at Zitingwe. "We said we'd have champagne one night. How about now? No time like the present." "If you like," Tricia said. She felt sick all the time. She had no appetite. Ford toasted them in champagne. To us. He ordered the whole gamut of the menu: soup, fish, Wiener Schnitzel, creme brulee. She picked at her food, thinking how he had meant to kill her. She would never be safe now, for having failed once, he would try again. Not the same method, perhaps, but some other. How was she to know he hadn't already tried? Perhaps, for instance, he had substituted aspirin for those quinine tablets, or when they were back at the hotel in Mombasa, he might try to drown her. She would never be safe unless she left him, which was what he wanted, which would be the next best thing to her death. Lying awake in the night, She thought of what leaving him would mean. Going back to live with her mother while he went to Marguerite. He wasn't asleep either. She could hear the sound of his irregular, wakeful breathing. She heard the bed creak as he moved in it restlessly, the air conditioner grinding, the whine of a mosquito. Now, if she hadn't already been killed, she might be wandering out there in the bush, in terror in the dark, afraid to take a step but afraid to remain still, fearful of every sound yet not knowing which sound most to fear. There was no moon. She had taken note of that before she came to bed and had seen in her diary that tomorrow the moon would be new. The sky had been overcast at night, and now it was pitch dark. The leopard could see, perhaps by the light of the stars or with an inner instinctive eye, more sure than simple vision, and would drop silently from its branch to sink its teeth into the lifted throat. The mosquito that had whined stung Ford in several places on his face and neck and on his left foot. He had forgotten to use the repellent the night before. Early in the morning, at dawn, he got up and dressed and went for a walk round the camp. There was no one about but one of the African staff, hosing down a guest's car. Squeaks and shufflings came from the bush beyond the fence. Had he really meant to rid himself of Tricia by throwing her, as one might say, to the lions? For a mad moment, he supposed, because fever had got into his blood, poison into his veins. She knew, he could tell that. In a way it might be all to the good. Her knowing it would show her how hopeless the marriage was that she was trying to preserve. The swellings on his foot, though covered by his sock, were making the instep bulge through the sandal. His foot felt stiff and burning, and he became aware that he was limping slightly. Supporting himself against the trunk of a fever tree, his skin against its cool, dampish yellow bark, he took off his sandal and felt his swollen foot tenderly with his fingertips. Mosquitoes never touched Tricia. They seemed to shirk contact with her pale, dry flesh. She was up when he hobbled in. She was sitting on her bed, painting her fingernails. How could he live with a woman who painted her fingernails in a game reserve? They didn't go out till 9. On the road to Wakasutu, Eric's car met them coming back. There's nothing down there for miles. You're wasting your time. Okay, said Ford. Thanks. Satingwe's the place. Did you see the leopard yesterday? Ford shook his head. Oh well, we can't all be lucky. Elephants were playing in the river at Hippo Bridge, spraying each other with water and nudging heavy shoulders. Ford thought that was going to be the high spot of the morning until they came upon the kill. They didn't actually see it. The kill had taken place some hours before, but the lioness and her cubs were still picking at the carcass, at a blood-blackened ribcage. They sat in the car and watched. After a while, the lions left the carcass and walked away in file through the grass. But the little jackals were already gathered, a pack of them, posted behind trees. Ford came back that way again at 4, and by then the vultures had moved in, picking the bones. It was a hot day of merciless sunshine, the sky blue and perfectly clear. Ford's foot was swollen to twice its normal size. He noticed that Tricia hadn't once left the car that day, nor had she spoken girlishly to him, or giggled, or given him a roguish kiss. She thought he had been trying to kill her, a preposterous notion, really. The truth was, he had only been giving her a fright, teaching her how stupid it was to flout the rules and leave the car. Why should he kill her anyway? He could leave her. He would leave her. And once they were back in Mombasa, he would tell her so. The thought of it made him turn to her and smile. He had stopped by the clearing where the fever tree stood, yellow of bark, delicate and fern-like of leaf, in the sunshine like a young sapling in springtime. Why don't you get out any more? She faltered. There's nothing to see. No? He had spotted the porcupine with his naked eye, but he handed her the binoculars. She looked and she laughed with pleasure. That was the way she used to laugh when she was young, not from amusement, but delight. He shut his eyes. Oh, the sweetie porcupine. She reached onto the back seat for the camera, and then she hesitated. He could see the fear, the caution in her eyes. Silently he took the key out of the ignition and held it out to her on the palm of his hand. She flushed. He stared at her, enjoying her discomfiture, indignant that she should suspect him of such baseness. She hesitated, but she took the key. She picked up the camera and opened the car door, holding the key on its fob in her left hand and the camera in her right. He noticed she hadn't passed the strap of the camera, his treasured Pentax, round her neck. For the 1000th time he could have told her, but he lacked the heart to speak. His swollen foot throbbed, and he thought of the long days at Nzukunyani that remained to them. Marguerite seemed infinitely far away, farther even than at the other side of the world where she was. He knew Tricia was going to drop the camera some 15 seconds before she did so. It was because she had the key in her other hand. If the strap had been round her neck, it wouldn't have mattered. He knew how it was when you held something in each hand and lost your grip or your footing. You had no sense then, in that instant, of which of the objects was valuable and mattered and which was not. Tricia held on to the key and dropped the camera. The better to photograph the porcupine, she had mounted onto the twisted roots of a tree, roots that looked as hard as a flight of stone steps. She gave a little cry. At the sounds of the crash and the cry, the porcupine erected its quills. Ford jumped out of the car, wincing when he put his foot to the ground, hobbling through the grass to Tricia, who stood as if petrified with fear of him. The camera, the pieces of camera, had fallen among the gnarled stone-like tree roots. He dropped onto his knees, shouting at her, cursing her. Tricia began to run. She ran back to the car and pushed the key into the ignition. The car was pointing in the direction of Taba, and the clock on the dashboard shelf said 5:35. Ford came limping back, waving his arms at her, his hands full of broken pieces of camera. She looked away and put her foot down hard on the accelerator. The sky was clear orange with sunset, black bars of the coming night lying on the horizon. She found she could drive when she had to, even though she couldn't pass a test. A mile along the road, she met the American couple. The boy put his head out. "Anything worth going down there for?" "Not a thing," said Tricia. "You'd be wasting your time." The boy turned his car round and followed her back. It was 2 minutes to 6 when they entered Taba, the last cars to do so, and the gates were closed behind them.
A Cast with Character. Written by Charles Nicolo. Narrated by Patrick McNee.
I was lucky. Mother had reminded me to book my ticket in advance. She knew that at the height of the ski season in the Swiss Alps, first class, our class, is always fully booked. The compartment they assigned me was one of the old-fashioned kind, still found on some European trains, the seats and armrests covered with elegant blue velvet. Mother would have loved it. Her favorite color is blue. I'd come to the station early to make sure I got a window seat, but had to give it up just before departure time to an American wearing a large plaster cast on his leg. He had to sit with his leg straight out, supported by a padded board the attendant put under it, with his foot on the seat opposite. With him next to the window, the rest of us in the compartment didn't have to step over his leg every time we came or went. Henry de Camp, a man of middle age, paunchy and balding, wasn't comfortable in his cast. He turned and twisted and kept asking his pretty young English wife, who wore a short leather skirt, high fur boots, and a spiky blonde hairstyle, to remove his sock and tell him whether his toes had turned blue. "The doctor told me if my toes turned blue, I should come back and he'll cut off the cast." These were the first words he spoke to me. Later, we introduced ourselves. I sat opposite Mrs. de Camp, Betty, as her husband insisted we call her. Between Betty and the door sat a young Swiss man of athletic build, Karl-Heinz Mullendorfer. Opposite him and next to me was a small elderly gentleman, either French or Swiss, who carried the stem of his unlit pipe upside down in his teeth. I didn't catch his name, since he was holding his pipe in that manner when he told it to us. The train was hardly out of the station before I'd forgotten about the plastered foot next to me. De Camp had kindly insisted on riding backward with his wife to give me a forward, if once removed, view out of the window. In the station that morning I'd bought a copy of the local newspaper. Being fluent in several European languages, I never have to wait to find a newspaper of my own country in which the news would already be old. When I unfolded the journal, which was hardly larger than an American newsletter, but printed on inferior stock and several pages thicker, the headlines cried out, "Cat burglar strikes again. $1 million in gems stolen at Swiss Key Resort." Noticing that Henry de Camp had no reading material, and thinking that the story of the burglary might take his mind off his leg, I translated the headlines into English for him. My words had quite an effect. "Read it again," he demanded. "Oh, Henry," said his wife, "the gentleman's already read it once. You can't bother him to do it again. We'll get you a trib or something in Paris." "No bother," I told them. "I'll be happy to read it again." And I did. When I was finished, de Camp held out his hand. "Can I see that?" I handed him the paper, and for a moment he stared at the page as if by sheer force of will he could decipher the words. Then he leafed quickly through all the pages. "No photographs," he grunted, and handed the paper back. His reaction interested me. "Do you know anything about the robbery?" I couldn't resist asking. He seemed surprised by my question. "Who, me?" he asked. Then he frowned. "The burglary took place in the hotel where my wife and I were staying. In fact, it happened just about the time I was falling down its front steps and breaking my leg." "Then you didn't break it in a skiing accident?" "Hell no! I tripped on the stairs. That's how we met Carl here. Carl happened to be walking by and helped them get me to a doctor. He even held my leg while the doctor wrapped the plaster bandage around it." "Well," I said, "if you were at the hotel, even on the front steps of it, when the robbery was taking place, in a way you're involved." "I am? How?" "Without even realizing it, you might have seen something that would give the police a clue." "Henry sees something," laughed his wife. Just then I noticed a movement on the seat next to her. She and the young man beside her were holding hands. "I see more than you give me credit for," replied de Camp meaningfully. "Like hell he does," Betty murmured, but she took back her hand and laid it virtuously in her lap. Then her voice rose like that of a petulant child. "All Henry ever thinks about is murder and shooting and jewel robberies. It's not surprising." "What my wife means," de Camp interrupted, "is that I'm a mystery buff. Mystery's my hobby. My business is precious stones. If I hadn't broken my damned leg, I'd be sitting with a guy right this minute making the deal of a lifetime." "If you're in the jewelry business, maybe you know the person who was robbed." "The article didn't give his name," said de Camp. "That's surprising," I said. "Reporters usually love digging up all the juicy details." "Some people like publicity, some don't. For a guy in the trade, like me, it would have meant some free advertising. For some other guy, it might tip off the IRS. There's plenty of reasons for people to want their names kept out of the paper." "Henry gave me these," said Betty, leaning across so that I could get a look at the diamonds on her ears and the solitaire on her finger. They were pretty, but skimpy. If ever I have a wife, Mother will help me choose the right jewelry for her and the right clothes. I wondered rather cynically how long de Camp intended staying married to Betty. "They're very attractive," I assured her. "You don't think they're a bit small?" Caught off guard by her candour, I was glad to come up with the right words. "Not at all," I told her easily. "No one today goes about in flashy jewelry. It would be tempting fate." "Henry's had them insured. He's very professional." Turning her head to the left, she gave a wide smile to her Swiss neighbour. "Are you a mystery buff, by any chance?" de Camp asked me, rattling off a list of his favourite authors. "Well, not really, not in your class. But now I see why the jewel robbery interests you so much. Have you any ideas on it?" "Damn right I do," said he. I'm asking myself how the thief would get away with the loot. I mean, he sure doesn't live in the resort, and they don't allow cars up there, so he'd have to take this train out like everyone else, right? Right? So he ought to be on this train. Yes, of course he could be. A very clever deduction. Thank you. After saying this, de Camp seemed to enter a personal world of deep concentration, as if the rest of us didn't exist. After a few minutes of total lack of conversation in the compartment, Betty got to her feet. I'm going to the club car to see if there's a buffet. You want anything, Henry? But her husband only shook his head silently. As Betty went through the door, the Swiss man got up and followed her. Throwing a bemused glance at me, the old gentleman on my left got to his feet. Then, with his book clutched under his arm and a pipe clenched between his teeth, he too left the compartment. Alone with Henry de Camp, I had the definite feeling that an interesting conversation was about to begin between me and this rather typical but by no means stupid American. Any man able to appreciate stories of mystery and crime and make his living buying and selling precious stones is not to be underestimated. I continued reading my newspaper, feeling sure that sooner or later he'd speak to me. Mister, he said after a few minutes, I didn't get your name. I told him my name and waited to hear what he had to say. I'm a betting man, he confided. What about you? His question took me by surprise. I don't mind a wager now and then, I told him. What do you have in mind? Give me a minute to get it phrased right, he said, and fell silent again, pondering. Are you still wondering about this jewel theft? I asked after a few minutes. I am. And the more I think about it, the surer I am that the thief and the jewels are on this train. The question is, where would the safest place be for him to hide them? I can't imagine, I said. I suppose he'd hide them in his luggage. Then he'd risk inspection by customs officers when we enter France. I shrugged. People sometimes have false bottoms in their suitcases. He wouldn't be the type. No. He'd find a more interesting place. A tobacco pouch might be okay if the jewelry wasn't too bulky. One diamond can be worth $1 million, but so can a whole mess of less valuable stuff. That's true, I nodded. There's just one problem I haven't been able to solve. He frowned. What's that? How the hell am I going to get to the John with this cast on my leg? I couldn't help laughing. I'll ring for the attendant, I told him. I'm sure this won't be the first time they've dealt with a problem. While my fellow passenger was being helped to the men's room, I went for a walk through the cars to stretch my legs. At the bar in the club car stood two familiar individuals deep in conversation, Betty de Camp and Karl-Heinz Muhlendorfer. It was hard to imagine they'd met for the first time only the evening before, but of course people these days do manage to melt the social ice pretty quickly. I smiled to myself. What a stroke of luck for them that her husband broke his leg. I decided not to stay for a drink, and as I was turning to leave, saw our elderly fellow passenger tucked up to a foaming draught of beer, his nose and unlit pipe buried in his book. When I returned to the compartment a few moments later, I had hardly sat down when Henry de Camp was standing in the doorway wanting to get by. I jumped up and he squeezed past me, sinking into his seat with a sigh of relief. I lifted his leg and put his foot back onto the seat next to me. Thanks, he said. I was very curious about many things concerning Henry de Camp, and glad the two of us were alone again. Tell me, I said, hoping to get our earlier conversation back on the rails, so to speak, what was this bet you mentioned earlier? Bet? Oh, the bet. He seemed to ponder a moment, then told me there were some other things he wanted to sort out first. Such as? A while ago, I asked you where you thought a jewel thief might hide his loot on a train like this. You didn't come up with the most obvious, unobvious place. Which is? My cast, of course. I stared at him. Your cast? Why not? What a fabulous idea, I cried. No one would think of looking there. Of course they would, said Henry, waving my words away with a brisk movement of his hand. Of course they would. But who would ever guess? You'd have to tell them yourself. Not really, he replied, and that's where the bet comes in. Are you game? "What is it, then?" I asked him straight out. "I'll wager you," he said slowly, "that without my actually telling anyone, except, of course, you, of this matter, before this day is over, the authorities will believe the stolen jewels are hidden in my cast and have it removed. I'll bet you $100. His words confused me. You mean they'll come to the conclusion that the jewels from the robbery are concealed in your cast without your telling them? And have the cast removed? Is it a bet? But what about your poor leg? My leg will be fine. My leg will be happy to get out of this damn plaster for even a few minutes. What do you say?" It sounded crazy, but somehow the bet appealed to me. I was extremely curious how he'd bring it off. Was it worth risking $100 just to find out? Of course it was. "Agreed," I said, holding out my hand. It may sound odd, but I was actually hoping de Camp would win the bet. I was intrigued to see how he'd manage it. In fact, he seemed so sure of himself, I was convinced he would win. It hardly seemed like a real wager at all, more an act of faith. His handshake was firm in mine. "Now tell me," I said, "how do you plan to do it?" We were alone, but he leant over and replied in a low voice, "By convincing myself that the jewels are in my cast. Once I believe they're in there, the custom guys will just take one look at my face and know I'm hiding something." "How can you be so sure?" "I've never been able to hide anything from customs inspectors. If I'm carrying a lousy 2 extra ounces of booze, they'll read it in my face." "So, if I really know down in my guts that the jewels are in my cast, they'll guess it in a minute." He put one hand to his eyes. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to concentrate." De Camp then sank into a terrible silence. His brows knit, a darkness over his features. After a few minutes of concentration, he began to appear edgy and restless. I felt half mesmerized myself by the field of his concentration, so that both of us nearly jumped out of our seats as the door of the compartment suddenly shot open, and Betty, looking herself a little like a surprised chicken in her spiky hairdo, stood in the doorway. "Hi, ducks," she said, sitting down next to Henry and pecking his cheek. "Careful," he snapped. "Don't jiggle the cast." "I'm sorry, dear. Is it hurting?" "Of course it is. What do you think?" Sorry to be alive. But her husband's bad mood didn't really seem to bother her in the least. After all, didn't she have a handsome new boyfriend to give her all the attention and affection she needed? Just then the young man in question returned to the compartment too, and a moment later Monsieur Pipe and Book made his appearance. "We're arriving at the French border," he told us. "The customs men are in the next car, so if you have anything you don't wish to declare," he chuckled conspiratorially, "now's the time to conceal it." It was then that I saw the title of the book he was reading, The Works of Edgar Allan Poe. "It seems we have another mystery buff in the car," I said. But before he could reply, de Camp interrupted. "The Telltale Heart, a perfect psychological study." "I like that one, too," smiled the man with the pipe. "Who could ever forget that last scene? The happy, confident killer, with apparently nothing to fear, welcoming the police into his home, inviting them to stand on the very floorboards beneath which he's hidden the body of his victim. Then, completely without warning, he gives his evil deed away by imagining the heartbeat of his victim booming loudly enough for all to hear." "Did you say the customs officers are coming now?" asked de Camp. "They're in the next car." "Well, I've nothing to hide," said the American flatly. "Nothing at all." His voice rose. "They can search to their heart's content. They won't find an extra drop of booze, no dope, no wads of banknotes, and no stolen jewels." He looked over at me. "Could I borrow your newspaper?" I handed him the newspaper, which he held up in front of his face. "Let 'em come," he growled. This apparent display of nerves had its effect on the others. Betty de Camp looked for reassurance at Karl-Heinz, who squeezed her hand, which she happened to be holding. An uneasy silence filled the compartment. To pass the time, I turned to the man seated next to me and asked him what business he was in. I'm semi-retired now, he told me, but in fact, I'm a detective. A detective? I exclaimed, so loudly that the others looked our way. Do you have any ideas on last night's crime? Mr. de Camp thinks the jewel thief might be on this train. Smiling, he peered at us over his bifocals. He or she might be anywhere at all, even in this very compartment. Well, it isn't me. Would you believe a cat burglar with 20 pounds of plaster on his leg? My wife can't be the thief, because she was with me the entire evening. Heinz there was walking by when I fell. So, the three of us are in the clear. Were you conscious while they put on the cast? Asked the detective. Not as it matters. From what you say, it's clear none of you is involved in this crime. Sure, I was conscious, said de Camp. They attached a little nose mask to my palm. Whenever I wanted to, I just breathed in some gas. Betty smiled. Henry was a real laugh, he was. You should have seen him. Eyeballs rolled back in his head, and every time they started coming down again, someone would tell him to put the mask on his face and breathe. Then up they'd go out of sight again. Remember, Dax? She paused to pinch her husband's double chin. Remember how you heard a dog barking far, far away, and you cried out, "Where's that dog?" as if the silly thing was about to bite you. I don't remember that at all, Henry pouted. Anyway, you can see that my wife and me and the Swiss kid there have perfect alibis. And I'm sure you have one too. He nodded in my direction, again having forgotten my name. I'm afraid not, I told him. Nothing that would satisfy a judge or jury. I had an early dinner after a long day's skiing and went straight to my hotel room. I fell asleep, reading, and the next thing I knew it was morning and time to pack. I believe you, said Henry de Camp generously, turning to the fifth passenger in our compartment. Do you have an alibi for the evening? None better than Monsieur's, he admitted. I don't ski, but I had taken a great deal of fresh air, and if I may say it, of wine, and also went to bed quite early. I believe you, said de Camp. I believe we're all innocent of any crime, and I'm the most innocent of all. But in spite of everything, if one of us is guilty, then the jewels would have to be on this train, and probably in this compartment. So, if they're here, where do you think they are? With this unexpected question, de Camp swept his arm to indicate the entire car and its occupants, from the row of suitcases and boxes we'd placed above us on the racks, down to our shoes and socks. They have no idea whatsoever, said the detective, tapping his empty pipe against his hand. As nobody else had one either, an awkward silence fell. Suddenly, de Camp seemed to get an idea. Listen, he said. Before the customs men get here, will you all do me a favor? After an instant of hesitation, we all nodded, more or less enthusiastically. Will you sign my cast? I've never broken any bones before, but I know it's a tradition to have your cast signed. He took a felt-tipped pen out of his pocket and handed it to me. I have to admit I didn't find it at all pleasant signing my name to a plaster cast, but I did it to be sociable, as did the others. Thank you, said de Camp when we were done. I'll always remember this. At that moment, the door of our compartment was jerked abruptly open, and the face of a customs inspector looked in. Monsieur, dame, prepare yourselves for customs inspection. Oh, we're well prepared, cried Henry de Camp jovially. Tell me, Inspector, have they found the jewel thief yet? What jewel thief, monsieur? You know, the one who robbed that hotel room last night and stole $1 million worth. Now a second inspector appeared in the doorway. Do you know something about this case, monsieur? Who, me? How would I know anything? At the time of the robbery, I was tripping on the stairs outside my hotel and breaking my leg. And what time was that? Asked the customs inspector. Why, wasn't it around 10, Betty? Betty was with me at the time. She's my wife. Madame is your wife? Asked the inspector in such astonishment that I wondered whether he'd noticed her early in the club car with Karl-Heinz. I don't remember the time exactly, Betty said. Is it important? What time was the robbery? "But we're not here to discuss the robbery," cried the inspector impatiently. "We're here to find out whether you have anything to declare." "Like what?" asked de Camp. "Are you bringing anything of value into the country?" Henry laughed. "I'll say I'm bringing in this cast. It's worth plenty." "Ha, ha, ha, ha." "Is it? Why?" "Do you want to see my medical bill?" "Yes," said the customs inspector. "It would be interesting, in case I break my leg, to know what it costs for a cast." "Well, the hotel footed the bill," de Camp said, "but whatever they paid, it was worth every cent." He pointed to his cast. "Ever seen such a great job? This cast has real character." "An excellent job, monsieur," agreed the inspector. "Now, we will have to ask some of you to open your luggage." He looked up at the rows on the luggage racks. "Which bags are yours, madame?" he asked Betty. "That's one of them," she said, pointing to a brown suitcase squeezed between a leather briefcase and a plaid clothes bag. "I also have—" But the inspector interrupted her. "And yours, monsieur?" he asked me. I pointed to a bag at the end of the row between a red hat box and the door. "These folks aren't hiding anything," de Camp said in a loud, firm voice. "Save yourself some trouble. If we were a bunch of smugglers or had stolen jewels in our luggage, you guys would know it. You're no amateurs. You'd see it in our faces. You know the signs of smugglers. Nervous, jumpy." "Some smugglers, monsieur," said the inspector, suddenly seeming to take an interest in Henry de Camp, like a candle being ignited by a match. "So, do any of us fit that description?" the American continued. "No, not one of us. We're as innocent a bunch of tourists as you'll ever see. Look, these nice people have even signed my cast. You know what?" He reached in his pocket for his pen. "I'd like you to sign it, too. Go ahead, don't be afraid. It won't bite." Ha, ha, ha. He held out the pen, then suddenly clutched his face in apparent terror. "My God!" "Is something wrong, monsieur?" asked the official. Something is... De Camp broke off and stared at his cast. "Don't you see it?" "See what?" "My cast! That sparkle on my cast!" I don't see anything special, monsieur." The puzzled official looked around at the rest of us, but we couldn't help him. There was nothing where de Camp was looking but the white cast resting on the seat with our signatures on it. "The glitter! My God! The dazzling brilliance of the cast! Don't tell me you don't see it! It's blinding me! Blinding me!" Covering his eyes with both hands, de Camp rocked back and forth in his seat. "I can't stand it! I can't stand it!" he cried. "Does your husband often have spells like this?" the customs inspector asked Betty de Camp. I don't know," she said, as puzzled as he. "Maybe he's in pain from his leg." The inspector looked out of the window. "We're coming into the station now. I think perhaps your husband should leave the train and see a doctor." "I think I know what's bothering him," I said suddenly, surprising myself by my boldness. "It's his cast. The stolen jewels are concealed in it." My words were almost lost in the slow screeching of the train coming to a halt in the station. The inspectors looked at me in astonishment, then turned and looked with renewed interest at Henry de Camp. "Is this true, monsieur? Do you have the jewels in your cast?" Even before de Camp had time to reply, one of the inspectors had disappeared from the doorway. "Of course not." De Camp leaned angrily toward me. "Why did you tell him that?" he demanded in a loud whisper. "You've ruined everything." Outside on the platform, a police whistle blew shrilly. "I'm sorry," I told him. I got carried away. I was afraid. I mean, you really had me convinced." I looked out of the window. Men were running. A gendarme appeared at the door of our compartment. "Please come with me, monsieur," he said to Henry de Camp. "You're not going to take me off this train," de Camp explained in disbelief. "You're not going to monkey around with my cast?" "I don't think they will touch your cast, monsieur, unless an X-ray shows some problem. But we are certainly going to take you and your wife off the train. We have some questions to ask you both. But the jewels aren't in my cast, I swear to you. We will also ask you, monsieur, to detrain at this time, the inspector said to Karl-Heinz Mullendorfer. Please, all of you, take your luggage. Someone is coming aboard to assist monsieur. I leaned across and whispered to de Camp. You've done brilliantly. You've won the bet. Even if they only X-ray the cast, you've won. But you spoiled everything. You told them the jewels were in the cast. But you didn't. And that was the bet. Your emotion was so real, your acting so brilliant, you had me utterly convinced. Even if I'd said nothing, the inspectors would have reached the same conclusion in a minute or two. Are you sure? Asked de Camp, doubtful. Was I that good? Good? Poe himself couldn't have done better. De Camp looked down modestly. If they'd signed my cast, it might have been something of a plus. He sighed. Well, you can't win 'em all. But sometimes you can. I took out my wallet and removed some bills. Before you go, here's the money I owe you for our bet. I hope Swiss francs will be all right. Perhaps this will make up for any inconvenience I've caused you by my stupidity. Hey, you're all right, said de Camp. Only I wish you'd come with us. I'd like you to see their faces when they found out they got the wrong guy. I'd love to come, I assured him, but my wife is meeting me in Paris. He winked at me broadly. So's mine. I stared at him in astonishment. A few minutes later, a stretcher was brought to carry the American from the train. From our suddenly depleted compartment, I watched the three of them, Henry, his mistress Betty, and the Swiss, make their way down the platform, surrounded by gendarmes. Oh, look, said the elderly detective behind me. Madame has forgotten her hat-box. I glanced up and saw the red hat-box on the luggage rack. I'll take it to her, I told him. They haven't gone far. I wonder what kind of hat she can wear with that hairstyle, he wondered aloud. I wouldn't know. I took the hat-box down and was starting out the door when suddenly a gendarme stood blocking my way. Don't worry, said the old detective. This fellow will take it to her. You don't want to miss the train. Oh, no, I stammered. I insist. It's my duty as a gentleman. But doesn't it seem like a rather strange hat-box to you? Asked the detective. Shake it. Does it feel like there are only hats inside? What else could there be? Jewels, perhaps, in a false bottom? You mean, I gasped, you mean that young lady is the jewel thief? No, monsieur, he said. It isn't her hat-box. I guessed that as soon as I realized she could not wear any hat over that style of hair. Then it's his, de Camp's, or it belongs to Mr. Mullendorfer. No, the air ticket stub on the hat-box is the number consecutive to the one on your suitcase. The hat-box is yours. I sank back down in my seat. They had me. They had me. But had he actually deduced my guilt from such a stupid clue as that girl's hairstyle? That and one other detail, he told me. A detail I knew, but the gendarmes are learning only now. Which is, the reason I was sure Henry de Camp would not have the gems concealed in his cast, in spite of what you said, is because he was the victim of the robbery, not its perpetrator. As he said this, a dozen pieces of a puzzle I'd not even known existed suddenly came together in my brain. I stood up. I salute you, monsieur, I said in French. Thank you, he nodded. However, I do have one question, if I may. Please. Why did you, a man, use a lady's red hat box to conceal the stolen jewels? His words took me by surprise. No choice, I shrugged. Mother wanted the blue.
Milk Run. Written by Mary Higgins Clark. Narrated by Angie Dickinson.
Where on earth could Dick be? Jen pulled off her overseas uniform cap and pushed back the damp brunette ringlets that clustered on her forehead. The April sun shone bright and clear. The green water lapped at the land, but it was hot. Bermuda, she reflected, might be paradise for honeymooners, but for the stewardesses who worked a flight down from New York, served 60 passengers a 3-course lunch, laid over 50 minutes at Kindley Field, and prepared a hot dinner on the return trip, Bermuda was nothing but a milk run. Why had Dick phoned operations to make sure she hadn't been canceled from this flight? A sense of trouble, far into the sunny afternoon, filled her. It couldn't be cast aside even by thinking of the month since Dick had been the lone passenger on her first Bermuda flight. He had griped about his paper sending him down to do a series of articles on the honeymoon paradise, and she had griped about being frozen on the honeymoon paradise run for a month. The next day he'd been at the terminal to meet her flight, and he'd been meeting it every day since. But this was her last Bermuda trip, and next week Dick's assignment would be finished. He'd be back in New York, and they'd spend some lovely evenings making up for all the crowded hours at Kindley Field. What had Dick meant yesterday when he confided he thought he had stumbled onto a really big story? She felt a hand on her shoulder, turned, and was in Dick's arms. His kiss was urgent, brief, and fierce. "Jen, darling." It was the first time he had called her darling, but it seemed right and natural. "Listen as carefully as you've ever listened in your life, because you've got to get this straight. Here." He handed her a rolled-up copy of a magazine. "Stuff this in your pocketbook and get it to my newspaper tonight. Go to the office, 5th floor, and ask for Bill Ryan, the night editor." "Bill Ryan, 5th floor," Jen replied, but Dick cut her short. "I'll check with operations. 15 minutes after they tell me your flight has landed, I'll call Ryan and tell him what to expect. Jen, I'm putting you in danger, but I can't help it." "What danger, Dick?" He hesitated. "You've certainly got a right to know. Jen, remember that carrier that vanished at the end of the Korean War? The papers were full of it." Jen nodded soberly. "A boy I knew was on it. That ship was sabotaged, but over 700 men escaped and were taken prisoner. A list of their names, serial numbers, and the prison camps they've been sent to is hidden in that magazine. The Reds would kill rather than see that list printed." The loudspeaker in the terminal came on. The clear, precise British voice that never seemed hurried requested all passengers to assemble at Gate 2 for Federal Airlines Flight 401, non-stop to Idlewild. The announcement gave Jen a moment to think. How Dick had managed to get this list she didn't know, but obviously someone knew he had it. Otherwise he'd be taking it to New York himself. "Do you think you were followed?" she whispered. Dick started walking her to the gate. "I may have lost the car that was tailing me, but I don't know how many of them know I have this. I've signed up for the late New York flight to throw them off." They stopped at the gate. Dick kissed her quickly, then reached into his wallet and pulled out a ring. "Jen, they may try to search me somehow. I bought this to give you in New York, but take it now. It will be safer with you." Jen stared down at the solitaire diamond set in a narrow platinum band. An engagement ring, 5 minutes late. When Dick trusted her with the magazine, he had told her he loved her and needed her. "In a few days I'll make the conventional speech," he promised. She slipped the ring into an inside pocket of her uniform jacket, put a hand on his shoulder, kissed him, then raced across the field, up the ramp, and onto the plane. Alan Bates, the purser, was standing by the door ready to close it. "For Pete's sake, Jen," he snapped, "Captain Evans is having a fit. We're 2 minutes behind schedule. You make the announcements while I give cabin secure. You'd better not go near the flight deck till the skipper calms down." Jen caught her breath, straightened her cap, and turned on the mic. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard. We are flying non-stop to Idlewild Airport. Our anticipated flight time is 3 hours and 25 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelts and do not smoke until the sign over the galley door goes off. Push the buzzer at your seat any time you want us, and a pleasant trip, everyone." She snapped off the mic, pulled the reserved sign off the flight service seat, and sat down. Alan joined her just before takeoff. He stared out the window as Jen leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Her shoulder bag dug into her side, and she ran her fingers over it, thinking that she'd have to hide the bag immediately. Dick's warning that she might be followed rang in her ears, and she tapped Ellin's arm. He turned from the window and bent his head to catch her question. "Did anyone sign for the flight just before takeoff?" Ellin nodded. "The ground rep first gave me a manifest with 8 names. 30 seconds later, he came tearing out with an amended manifest with 3 extra packs." He reached in his pocket. "Here's a copy." Jen's eyes skimmed quickly down the sheet. 2 Mr. and Mrs. They would be the honeymoon couples up front. 4 women's names. That would be the 4 ladies traveling together who'd been telling her at the airport what a lovely time they had in Bermuda. And here they were, the last 3 names. Hastings Walter, seat 6. Clinton Andrew, seat 9. Carlson August, seat 18. Jen shut her eyes. If Dick had been followed, someone might have seen him pass the magazine to her. Someone may have signed up for the flight at the last minute to get the magazine back from her. But which one? Ellin touched her arm. "Signs off, Jen. Suppose you give the skipper a cup of coffee. I'll pass out the newspapers." Jen went forward to the galley, carefully shut the door between it and the cabin. Being in the tiny galley, situated between the cabin and the flight deck, gave her a chance to think. She reasoned that if she hid her purse here, no passenger could possibly get at it without being noticed at once. If she prepared the dinner and Ellin did the serving, she'd be able to guard the purse for almost the whole flight. Still, she'd better hide the bag well in case anyone tried to slip in and search for it. She rejected the grocery closets as being too convenient, bent down and opened the door to the narrow, dark refrigerator. On the bottom shelf of the refrigerator, almost level with the floor, were rows of various salads. She carefully reached the purse in and wedged it behind them. Satisfied that it was out of sight, she straightened up and closed the refrigerator door. The satisfaction vanished when she noticed that the oil from one of the salads had made an ugly stain on her sleeve. She dabbed at it with a paper napkin, making it worse, and decided to forget it. Remembering the captain was waiting for coffee, she got out a cup, drew coffee from the tank, shook 2 lumps of sugar into it, then went forward to the flight deck. "Hot, sweet, and black, Captain," she said, trying to make her voice light. Evans would not respond. He looked at her, his usually pleasant face firm, his eyes cold. "Jen, I've been flying 20 years, and one thing I've never tolerated is a member of my crew holding up a flight. I'm sorry, but I intend to write you up for this. If that was your boyfriend in the terminal, he looks like a nice young fellow, but no matter what he had to say, it wasn't important enough to hold up the plane." It was important enough, Jen thought, but she said, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize how late it was." Ellin was in the galley mixing cocktails when she returned. He thrust the small notebook in which he had scribbled the orders into her hand. "Finish these up, will you? I'll go back and try to do a little paperwork." Jen nodded. Preparing the cocktails would give her a chance to keep a watchful eye on the galley, and serving them would be an opportunity to study the passengers, especially the latecomers. She finished making the drinks, went into the cabin, and glanced at the notations Ellin had made. Bending over the honeymooners in the first seats, she offered the tray. "I believe you wanted daiquiris?" They had been having a low, earnest conversation and looked up startled. "Oh, thank you." The girl reached up, colored, and withdrew her hand as her husband took 2 glasses from the tray and offered her one with a slight ceremony. Jen smiled. Bermuda might not be a bad place to go if you drank cocktails on the plane instead of serving them, and if you held hands with a brand-new husband. This boy was nice-looking, she thought, but Dick, with his curling brown hair, easy smile, and nonchalant air, was much more exciting. A tap on her shoulder quenched the flow of her happy-ever-after thoughts. The first officer was beside her, saying, "Jen, the captain says you should send the passengers up to see the flight deck." Jen stared at him, dismayed. She'd forgotten that Captain Evans invariably invited the passengers forward. Now every passenger in the plane would go through the galley. But if she finished serving the cocktails at once and made some motions of starting dinner, she could guard the purse while the passengers went through. The honeymooners stood up eagerly. "Could we be the first?" the boy asked. The first officer answered for Jen, "Sure, come on." He started into the galley, and they rose and followed behind. Jen passed the rest of the cocktails rapidly. A warning was tingling through her nerves, hammering at her brain. She had to get back to the galley. The 4 women traveling together accepted the cocktails and gushed their thanks. At last the tray was empty. Jen dropped it flat against her side and started forward just as Ellin called to her. She went to the rear of the plane where he was working at the small panel that served as a desk. "Jen, I can't find the extra baggage declarations. They're not in the briefcase anywhere." Jen set down the tray and bent over the briefcase. "They were in this compartment when we were coming down this morning." She glanced up ahead frantically, knowing it was no use trying to leave Ellin until the declarations were found. The honeymooners had returned, and the first officer was starting back toward the flight deck with the other young couple. Next time up, he'd be taking the 3 single men. Impatiently, Jen shook all the papers out of the briefcase and spent agonizing minutes going through them. The declarations weren't there. She started to jam the papers back in the briefcase, but was stopped by Ellin's sharp, "Cut it out, Jen. Put those papers back straight. I'm fouled up as it is." By the time she had the briefcase filled, the first officer was escorting the second young couple back to their seats. She watched, holding her breath, as he invited the 3 latecomers up forward together. She glanced at Ellin's sulky face and did not dare leave him. He met her look. "Try my topcoat, will you? Maybe I stuck them in my pocket." Jen hurried to the closet, fished for Ellin's coat, found it, and raced through the pockets. In the inside one, she found the missing declarations. She dropped them on his lap. "Here they are." "That's a relief. Just read off the list of passengers to me, and I'll see if I have all the declarations. Then we can start dinner." Wanting to strangle him, Jen went down the names. When she had finally finished, the group of 4 women were returning from the flight deck. Every passenger in the plane had gone through the galley now. As Jen raced up the aisle, she was stopped by one of the women. "Isn't it a little careless, miss, to leave all those doors open in the galley? I ruined my stocking on the refrigerator handle." Jen stared at her, hurried forward to the galley, and slammed the door between it and the cabin. The galley was a mess. Every cabinet door was open. Groceries had tumbled into the sink, and the pocketbook she had left in the refrigerator was lying open on the countertop. She didn't need to look in it to know that the magazine with the list was gone. She stumbled to the counter, feeling sick, and ran her fingers numbly over her purse, trying to think. Someone had managed a hurried search of the galley and had found her pocketbook in the refrigerator. Whoever had done it knew she would be aware the papers were missing and would be doubly careful not to draw suspicion to himself. Mechanically, she began to straighten up the galley, then reached for the manifest in her pocket. It had to be one of the 3 latecomers: Walter Hastings, Andrew Clinton, or August Carlson. Maybe Bill, the first officer, had noticed if any of them didn't follow him through to the flight deck. The flight was getting rougher. Jen steadied herself against the navigator's table as she went forward. Bill was just leaving his seat in the cockpit. He smiled at her and said, "It was hardly worth dragging those people up for the minute they stood here. The captain got word we're heading into rough weather, so he told me to get them in and out fast. I think I overdid it, though. The last time I left the men up here and started back to get the 4 women. We all met in the galley, and believe me, we didn't fit." Jen turned away without speaking. If Bill had left the men alone, it was useless to question him about who might have dropped back. She would have to depend on herself to find the thief, and she had little time to do it. The plane tipped, and she steadied herself against the door. She closed her eyes, and Dick's face came into her mind, and in sharper focus, his look when he gave her the magazine. Remember that carrier that vanished at the end of the Korean War? Jen choked back a sob. "Dick," she thought, "you put your life in danger for those papers. You trusted me with them, and less than an hour after you gave them to me, I've lost them. There wouldn't be any headlines for the families of those boys to pore over tomorrow morning and end forever their doubt and despair. She had taken care of that, but she couldn't let them down. Not Dick. Not all those people, not all those boys whose plight, if positively known, might be solved somehow. She had to recover the list, and she had 2 hours to do it in." Impatiently, she rubbed the tears from her eyes. Hastings, Clinton, Carlson. She tried to reconstruct her impressions of each man when she had served them cocktails. Hastings in seat 6. Tall, thinnish, gray hair, mustache, eyeglasses, about 53. He'd been deep in the financial section of the Times and hadn't heard her when she offered the drink. Then he'd laughed and apologized. "Whenever I squeeze in a vacation, I never look at a paper, but the minute I start home, I have to begin catching up." Jen recalled her impression that he was the executive type, completely at home on a plane. Clinton had had a Manhattan. He had thanked her for it and sipped it quickly, saying, "I can use this. I just got word my father had a heart attack last night." The scion of the family, Jen decided. Very good-looking in a tanned blonde way, handsomely dressed in a lightweight blue suit, and an expensive-looking tie. He looked young, about 25, like an Ivy League graduate who had a station wagon and a Jaguar side by side in his garage. Carlson, a dark, stocky man, about 42, seemed ill at ease on the plane and shyly explained he'd been visiting his son who worked in one of the Bermuda hotels. Jen dug her nails into her fists, thinking they all seemed so right, so typical of what they claimed to be. The businessman, the well-to-do son, the grocery clerk. But one of them was lying. Which one? The cabin door opened and she stepped aside to make room for Ellin. He was looking much happier now that the paperwork was finished. "Jen, suppose you work the galley this time and I'll serve the dinners. If you're really serious about that reporter, you might as well get some experience tossing meals together. There's no trick to carrying trays." Jen debated swiftly. She had to serve the dinners. If she spent the next hour or more in the galley, she'd never get a chance to find out who had the magazine. She searched for a plausible excuse to give Ellin and could find nothing better than a headache. She rubbed her forehead. "Ellin, would you mind awfully taking over the galley? My head is splitting. I'll make it up to you next time we have a flight together." Ellin looked concerned. "Sure, kid. It doesn't matter to me. You don't look so hot at that. If you want to lie down in the bunk for a while, I can handle the meal." "Oh, no. I just can't handle the galley, but it's sweet of you to suggest it." Ellin patted her shoulder. "I'm a very accommodating fellow, but then I've always had a weakness for brunettes. You know, Jen, newspaper reporters are very undependable fellows. They haven't got half as much to offer as pursers. Or is this speech too late?" Jen smiled. "It's too late, for one thing, and you don't mean it for another." Ellin put on his rueful look, and Jen knew what was coming. Ellin fancied himself a connoisseur of women and a sought-after man about town. She had to get away. The flight deck door into the galley opened, saving her. Bill handed in the flight chart. "Here you are, kids. Show the folks where we are." Jen grabbed it from him. "I'll bring it around." She darted into the cabin before Ellin could stop her. She started with the honeymooners, making the conventional speech. "Perhaps you'd like to see the flight chart. This shows our course, the speed we're flying at, our altitude, the rate of the tailwinds. The X on the chart indicates our present position." She could have asked them to pass it back to the other passengers when they glanced at it, but instead she waited, every nerve trembling, eager for the moment she would bring it to the three men. Handing it to Walter Hastings, the middle-aged executive, she studied him anxiously as he looked it over. The only piece of luggage he had brought into the cabin was a briefcase, now lying unzippered at his feet. Some papers from it were on his lap. The magazine with the list might very well be in the briefcase, but if it was, would he be daring enough to have the bag open? Or if he were guilty, was he playing the busy banker plunging back into work? He handed her back the chart with a murmured thank you. She moved on to Andrew Clinton. He shook his head when she tried to hand him the chart. "No thanks, I'll take your word for it." He lit a cigarette and offered her one. She refused, and he nodded. "That's right. You girls aren't supposed to smoke on duty, are you?" His eyes were blue with little brown spots near the pupil. He was attractive, Jen decided, liking the smart cut of his suit, the well-creased trousers that had survived the hot Bermuda afternoon, his immaculate white shoes. Once she'd chided Dick about a rumpled suit he was wearing, and he'd told her he thought it gave him a boyish appeal. Jen snapped back to reality. She had to probe this young man somehow, try to get a feeling about him. She remembered his father was supposed to be ill with a heart attack. "You must be terribly concerned about your father." He nodded. "I keep thinking if I'd paid a little more attention to the business, he'd have taken the vacation instead, and this wouldn't have happened. But I shouldn't bore you with my troubles." "You're not boring me at all," Jen replied. "But try not to worry so much. It probably isn't half as bad as the telegram sounded." She continued down the plane. Another blank, she thought. The solicitous son blaming himself for taking a vacation while his father works himself to death. She glanced back, noticing a small zipper bag in the overhead rack at Andrew Clinton's seat. She wondered, If he had the magazine, would he dare put the bag on the rack? She shook her head in despair. He and Hastings both seemed so on the level. Maybe Carlson. She was before him, offering the flight chart. He was a swarthy man with a heavy-looking suit and brightly shined shoes. He looked bewildered at the chart, but when she explained, he reached for it eagerly. "My son knows all about these things. He works in the Princess Hotel. He's going to be a head waiter there someday." He placed the flight chart on his knees, reached into his pocket, awkwardly drew out an ancient wallet, and produced a picture of a younger edition of himself. "That's how he looks in his uniform." Jen glanced at the picture. "He looks just like you." Pride made the little man sit straighter. "That's what everybody says. You know, he sent me the money for this trip. He wrote me a letter." The letter was produced. "Papa, close up the store and come down for 2 weeks. This place is paradise." The letter and picture were put away. The flight chart was back in Jen's hand. Another apparent blank. This passenger had an ancient-looking black bag that stuck out from under his seat. Maybe the list was concealed there, and his uncomfortably proud air was an act. But more likely, Jen thought, the bag contained inexpensive souvenirs for his friends back home. She quickly finished passing the chart to the other passengers, then went to the water tank and drew a glass of water. Time was going by. Every turn of the propellers was bringing the plane nearer to New York, and she still had no suspicion which of the 3 men had stolen the magazine. Dick's face haunted her, and all those nameless people whose boys had been on that carrier seemed to be standing around her accusingly. She wanted to shout, "Please, God, help me." She gulped down the water and looked forward. Ellin had opened the top half of the galley door, making a serving table of the bottom half for the dinner trays. Jen went back to the lounge, combed her hair, brightened her lipstick, and washed her hands. She stared in disgust at the smear on her sleeve that the salad in the refrigerator had caused. Then her expression changed from annoyance to fascination, to excitement. She remembered that she'd been very careful to keep her arm well above the salad when she hid the purse, and yet she'd still stained her sleeve. Whoever had searched for her purse had only an instant to pull it out and grab the papers. Whoever had done that hadn't time to be careful and might very well have stained his sleeve, too. It was a slim chance, a pitiful hope, but it was the first tangible clue that had been offered her. Hastings, the banker, had taken his jacket off and folded it under the papers he'd scattered about him. Had there been a reason for that? Andrew Clinton had offered her a cigarette with his left hand on the armrest. Was it because he was aware of a stained sleeve that would have been out of place in his trimly elegant appearance? Carlson had dropped the flight chart on his lap when he dug for his wallet. Wouldn't it have been more natural just to hold it in his hand and reach for the wallet with his other hand? Jen hurried out of the lounge, clicking the door shut behind her decisively. One way or another, she had to see the bottom part of the jacket sleeves of all 3 men. A steaming tray was perched on the bottom part of the galley door. Ellin was ready with dinner. She raced up the aisle and grabbed the tray. Ellin's bantering humor was gone. He looked up from the oven, where he was pulling out sizzling dinners, and snapped in a low voice, "For heaven's sake, what's eating you this trip? You know this stuff turns to mush if it gets cold, but you vanish just when I'm ready with dinner." Jen quickly started passing the trays. When she came to Hastings, the papers were no longer in sight. His briefcase was closed at his seat, and he was wearing his jacket. He reached up both hands for the tray, and there was no trace of a stain on either sleeve. He was the well-bred executive who'd tidied up for dinner. Jen was flustered. If her hunch was correct, she could eliminate Hastings from her list of suspects. Andrew Clinton was next, but when she offered him the tray, he shook his head. "No thanks," he said. "I couldn't eat a thing." Helplessly, Jen passed the tray to one of the 4 women, who said, "This looks simply delicious." It was Carlson's turn. He reached for his tray with his right hand. Jen could see the underneath part of that sleeve, and it was unblemished. She started to turn away, then said, "Oh, dear, I think your coffee spattered. I hope you didn't stain your sleeve." Reaching down, she pulled his left hand up and examined his sleeve closely. Another blank. Going forward to the galley, Jen served trays to the crew. If her hunch was right, it had to be Andrew Clinton, Jr., the would-be solicitous son who'd stolen the papers. she finished with the crew and prepared a small tray with 2 steaming cups of coffee, a small sugar bowl, and a cream pitcher. Clinton was staring out the window and turned, startled, when she dropped down beside him. She made her eyes innocent. "I know coffee will make you feel better," she smiled. "And maybe talking to someone will take your mind off things. If you don't object, I'll have my coffee with you." There was nothing he could do but accept her offer. She noticed that he carefully reached for the coffee with his left hand, sliding his right hand into his lap and refusing cream and sugar. Either he likes it black, she reasoned, or he doesn't want to raise his other hand to get the cream. She began chattering to him aimlessly. She loved London, had he ever been there. Night flying was always exciting somehow. Then she broke off. "Isn't that a perfectly gorgeous cloud bank?" He looked up as she pointed with the hand that held her coffee. Deliberately, she tilted the cup so that a few drops spilled on his right hand. With a curse, he pulled his hand out of the way, then dropped it on his knee again, but not before Jen had seen the stain on the underneath part of his right sleeve. "I can't let him know that I know." The thought flashed through Jen's mind, warning her that he'd destroy the papers rather than risk carrying them if he was sure she'd traced them to him. She ignored his sleeve, pulled out her handkerchief, and gently patted his hand. "I'm so terribly sorry." It wasn't hard to stammer the words, making her voice breathless. She glanced at his face. His eyes were angry, calculating, but as she continued apologizing, they relaxed and became disarming. "It's really nothing," he said. "Please, don't be so upset." "You're awfully nice," she said. "I'm all thumbs. Don't hold it against the airline, please." She started collecting the empty dinner trays on her way forward. The relief at having located the person carrying the papers drained away as she realized the worst was still facing her. How to get them back. The magazine had to be in the small airline bag in the rack over Clinton's seat. Mechanically, she dumped the trays in the galley and came back for more. If Clinton was sure of himself, she might be able to catch him off guard. But how? If Dick were here, he'd know what to do. Dick, just the thought of his name brought comfort, joy. "In a few days, I'll make the conventional speech," he'd said. Would he make that speech if she failed him when he needed her so badly? She brought the last trays up to the galley. Ellin had finished tidying up, was tossing the garbage into refuse bags. "Hey, Jen," he inquired, giving a final wipe to the gleaming counters. "Did you do any shopping at the field? I've got to get the declaration ready for customs." Customs. Jen clutched at the word. Was there any way she could recover the magazine in customs? It was the only place Clinton would have to open his bag. How could she work it so he'd be tied up there? She remembered the ring Dick gave her. He must have forgotten that she'd have to declare it. She didn't want Ellin to know she had an engagement ring. He'd be sure to tell the crew, and she couldn't be bothered with that now. "I did pick up something," she told him. "Leave me a declaration, will you?" "Sure thing." Ellin pulled one out of his pocket. "But how you can do any shopping 2 days before payday, I'll never know." Jen went back to the cabin, sat in the crew seat, and started to fill out the declaration. 1 diamond ring. Value... She stopped, her pen poised. She didn't know what the ring was worth. She had no sales slip for it. She'd probably be in a mess trying to explain it. An idea began in her mind and made her slowly put the pen away and rip up the declaration. It was a far-fetched chance, a desperate chance, the only chance. She went back to the clothes closet and found a light trench coat marked 9. Andrew Clinton's coat. Slowly she slipped it off the rack. The buzzer sounded just as she finished. A drink of water for one of the ladies, then another. Ellin came back from the galley. 5 minutes to go, Jen. Better start passing out the coats. She passed them out in a daze, trying to flash her mind ahead. Her timing had to be exact. 1 hint to Clinton and she'd be sunk. Again, she longed fiercely for Dick's presence. He'd be able to handle this so much better. Jen, darling, if she failed him, would he ever say that again? She gave the short boxy coats to the women, a light cloth coat to Hastings, the tan trench coat to Andrew Clinton. She stood over him, quickly dropping the coat, folded, on the empty seat beside him. The bag, she noticed, was held securely under his arm. She said, "How's your hand, Mr. Clinton? Does it hurt?" Not at all, and you've been very kind. I'm beginning to feel my father will be all right. I'm glad. Uncertainty is awful, isn't it? She bit her lip, knowing her words had double meaning. The seatbelt sign was flashing. Far below, the lights of New York gleamed brilliantly, their outline familiar and welcoming. Jen turned on the mic. Please fasten your seatbelts for the landing and extinguish your cigarettes. We've enjoyed having you aboard. We hope you've had a pleasant flight, and we'd love to see you again soon. She slid into the last seat, Ellin beside her. 10 minutes more, and she'd have some idea whether the families of those boys would have news about their sons in the morning. Ellin nudged her. Let's go, kid. And may I say this is the damnedest trip I've flown with you. You've been in a fog all afternoon. He opened the outside door, and the sharp April wind blew in, making a memory of the warm Bermuda sun. Jen led the passengers down the ramp and across the field. The customs room was bright, bare-looking, and empty except for the tired, bored men behind the desk. They barely glanced at the crew's bags and waved them on. Jen stood back after she handed in a blank declaration, making a production of putting on her coat and hat, delaying her exit. Hastings was the first passenger to clear. The customs man opened his bag, patted the clothes in it, and snapped it shut. Andrew Clinton was next. He gave a side glance to Jen and smiled at the customs official. I've only got a change of underwear and my shaving kit. I've been called home because of illness. My bags will follow later. The inspector unzipped his bag and pulled out the contents. A shaving kit fell onto the counter, followed by the magazine. Jen stared at the magazine. Clinton casually reached his hand to cover it. She had to make her move now. Why don't you tell them about the diamond ring in the lining of your overcoat, Mr. Clinton? She inquired. He whirled at her, his face beet red. What diamond ring? Customs inspector didn't look bored anymore. His eyes pierced Clinton, then sought Jen. She looked at him squarely. I loaned Mr. Clinton that magazine, she explained. He didn't care about any we had on the plane. When I went in to get it, I noticed him studying a diamond ring. I knew he hadn't declared it, and I saw him slit a hole in the pocket of his raincoat with his razor and slip the ring into the lining. Clinton had raised his hand from the magazine. Jen snatched it as the customs men restrained him. She turned and fled as she heard one of them say to him, Look, buddy, don't take it out on the girl. You should know better than to try and beat the duty. The elevator in the Globe building stopped at the 5th floor. Jen stepped out and was grabbed by the shoulders. A man with iron-gray hair and a ruddy, worry-ridden face was staring at her. Have you got the list? She nodded faintly. He dropped his hands and reached for the magazine as she held it out. Thank God. Dick's on the phone from Bermuda. He's been holding the line open for the last half hour, worried sick. He says you were definitely followed. Did you have any trouble? Is Dick still on the phone? Jen asked. The man pointed to a telephone with the receiver lying on the desk. Over there. He himself raced to an office boy. Tell Charlie to reset the first 2 pages. Jen picked up the open receiver weakly, whispering Dick's name. From far away she could hear his answer. Jen, darling, I've never been so scared in my life. Are you all right? It was pretty bad, but everything's all right, Dick. I gave the list to your editor. 1,000 miles away, she could hear his drawn-out sigh. Darling, he said, put on the ring right now. There isn't going to be any conventional speech. I'm not giving you a chance to give it back. The ring. Blue-white prisms of light. Jen felt hot tears on her cheeks. Dick, I've lost the ring. It was the only way. It was that or the list. She felt the phone being taken from her. The editor was speaking into it. Hop the next plane back, Dick. We'll all go shopping for a new one.
Coin of the Realm. Written by Stanley Ellin. Narrated by Patrick McNee.
Among other things, he had learned over the years to wait patiently while his wife made herself ready to go out with him, and under no conditions to distract her from the job being done before the dressing table mirror. So, now he waited patiently at the open window of the hotel room, abstractedly looking down at what seemed to be most of the motor traffic of Paris jammed into the narrow Rue Cambon below. "Walt," Millie said. "I'm ready. Walt, did you hear me? I said I was ready." He turned to face her and saw she was indeed gleamingly, flawlessly ready, wearing that simple little black number. She looked fine in it, just fine. At 46, Millie was as trim and slim as she had been on her wedding day, and a lot more chic. "You look like $1,000,000, he said, soberly nodding his approval. Her own expression as she eyed him from head to foot was anything but approving. "I wish I could say the same for you. Is that how you expect to go out? That ridiculous Hawaiian shirt and not even a jacket?" "It's too hot for a jacket. And we're only going to the flea market, for Pete's sake, not the opera." "Even so. And that camera, and that great big camera bag slung around your neck, and that awful cigar shoved into your mouth. Do you know what you look like?" "What?" "A tourist, that's what." Walt glanced at the beefy, red-faced, bald-headed image of himself in the full-length mirror on the closet door, and unsuccessfully tried to suck in the roll of fat overhanging his belt-buckle. No question about it, Millie had spoken the truth, but that was all right with him. Even better than all right. "I am a tourist," he protested mildly. "Nothing wrong with letting people know it, is there?" "Oh, yes, there is. You don't go around like this back home, so there's no reason to go around here like some good-natured hick from the sticks." "You can look very impressive when you want to." "Sure I can. That's how I get the girls." He gave her a broad, comic wink, and was disconcerted when she refused to smile in response. In fact, she was looking downright sullen. She was building up to a real storm, Walt thought uneasily. She had been since breakfast. "Come on, honey," he said placatingly. "Something's eating you, isn't it? What is it?" "Nothing's eating me." "Don't hand me that. I bet you're still bushed from the plane ride yesterday, aren't you? You know what? If you want to stay here and rest while I tend to this flea market expedition by myself, I will not." Millie's nostrils flared. "And it's some expedition, all right. Hunting up old coins for Ed Lynch's precious collection. We've got 3 little days in Paris for our whole vacation, and he has the gall." So that was it. "Now let's leave old Ed out of this," Walt said. "I wish we could." Millie shook her head ruefully. "Walt, you don't know how much I wish you'd remember you're Ed Lynch's partner, not his errand boy. You hardly ever get away with me like this. A few days in Paris 2 years ago, a few days in Naples the year before that. But any time you do, there's good old Ed handing you that shopping list for his stupid coin collection." "Millie, if the man asks me to do him a little favor, I can't turn him down, can I?" "Why not? And I'm sure he didn't ask any favor. He told you to do it. He just has no manners at all. The way he is, he should have been some kind of gangster, not a businessman." "Now, Millie." "I don't care. All I know is I wish you were partners with anybody else in the whole world but good old Ed." "Well, I'm not." It burst out of him so explosively that Millie gasped at him in astonishment. Then her face crumpled woefully. Quickly, Walt crossed the room to her, drew her down to sit beside him on the edge of the bed. "Oh, come on, hon," he said. "I'm sorry. You know I am, don't you?" She sniffed a couple of times, but managed to hold back the tears. "Maybe. No maybes about it. But please be reasonable, Millie. Face the facts. You know everything we've got, and we've got plenty, is only because Ed took me into the plant 20 years ago and taught me the engraving and printing business from A to Z. It doesn't matter how much of a roughneck he is. Just look at our balance sheet. A fine home, a big summer place, 2 cars, a new mink whenever you feel like it. As far as that goes, do you know how much your daughter's wedding cost us? She's your daughter, too. And what difference does it make how much it cost? That doesn't make Ed Lynch any easier to tolerate. 20,000, Millie. 20,000 in cash. And because of Ed, I could sign checks for a dozen weddings like that and never feel it. That's what you have to keep in mind. She shook her head stubbornly. You've got a lot of ability. You always did. You could have done just as well with somebody else. Done what? Walt demanded. I hate to bring up ancient history, but what the hell was I fitted for when I got done winning World War #2 for the Secret Service? Super spy. That was me. Some qualifications to offer the boys running the rat race? A 30-year-old super spy who could get along in a few foreign languages. Nobody wanted to hear him talk anyhow. But with enough sense to know that when everyone else in the world is swimming in money, he's not going to be any rag picker. That's where Ed came into the picture, Millie, and one thing you have to admit about him. He didn't just talk big money, he delivered it. All right, but please don't get so excited. You know it's bad for you. I'm not excited. I'm only trying to settle this between us once and for all. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I say it's not a wife's place to mix into her husband's business. I hate to tell you how many times I've seen trouble between partners just because of that. Ed and I are partners. That's how it is, and there's no use talking about it anymore. Is that all right with you? Millie shrugged ungraciously. Nothing to say? Walt asked. No, except sometimes I wonder if you aren't more married to Ed Lynch than to me. Hardly, but come to think of it. Walt playfully nudged his wife with his elbow. It might be tougher getting a divorce from him than from you. Well, you're not getting any from me, if that's what you've got in your mind, Millie retorted, and Walt saw with relief that she'd decided to forgive him. He wasted no more time. He got up and helped her to her feet. Ready to do some shopping, then? He asked. You know I always am, said Millie pertly. Outside the hotel, the doorman asked if he should call a cab for them, but Walt said no and led the way to the metro station on the Place de la Concorde. The subway, Millie said in surprise at the head of the stairway. Why not? I thought you might like to see how the other half lives for a change. She gave him a look for that, but went along amiably, and it was plain thoroughly enjoyed the ride. Her tantrum over, the storm clouds quickly blown away, she was the old Millie again, taking pleasure in something simply because she was sharing it with him, just glad to be with him, her arm tight through his. Married almost 25 years, he thought, but when it came to him, she was still like a school kid on her first date. That was all right with him. Highly gratifying, in fact. But it did raise problems now and then. For instance, it made it just about impossible to tell her that sometimes when they were on these trips abroad, he would have preferred to be by himself, away from her company. Ed Lynch had disagreed with his feeling about it, had insisted that having Millie tagging along with him almost every step of the way was the perfect final touch. The complete tourist with a cute little wife on his arm chattering to him. But that was Ed for you. A cold-blooded specimen, divorced 3 times, and now on the verge of the 4th. He didn't know what marriage to someone like Millie could mean. For Ed, it was always some pin-up girl, as hard-bitten as he was. No wonder Millie hated him, and his succession of wives like poison. At Marcadet-Poissonnier station, Walt steered the way through the iron-fenced maze of the transfer point to the train going to Clignancourt at the end of the line. There he and Millie ascended the stairs into the golden summertime sunlight of Paris and crossed the boulevard to the flea market. They were caught up in a crowd as they entered the market grounds, tourists with Americans predominating, French family parties, young couples dreamily strolling, arms around each other's waist as if taking a moonlight walk beside the Seine, but all with an eye out for a bargain. And from what Walt could see as he and Millie were carried along by the throng, there was certainly the stuff here to suit the weirdest tastes. The market was an endless congerie of roadways and alleyways lined with rickety shacks and stands which displayed every conceivable kind of second-hand goods, from rusty paper clips to the stripped-down chassis of a once magnificent limousine. There was an almost insane quality to the variety of merchandise Walt discovered. At one point, while Millie stopped to admire a shabby Tiffany lamp hanging over the doorway of one of the shacks, he found himself looking through a shoebox full of browned, water-stained, beautifully engraved party invitations issued by various members of the 19th century French nobility to each other. It was the engraving that caught his professional eye. It was the kind of meticulous craftsmanship devoted to lettering that was so hard to duplicate today, and it was only on second thought that he wondered who would possibly be interested in buying a collection of decaying party invitations. Offhand, it would have seemed impossible to find the way to any particular location in that bewildering complex, but Ed Lynch had provided careful directions to the one dealer he had assured Millie she should do business with, and they located the place without too much trouble. Millie had been on the verge of buying the Louis XIV escritoire she had long yearned for at an antique shop she frequented at home, and it had been Ed who had talked her out of the idea. Bullied her out of it, really. If she and Walt were hopping to Paris for a long weekend, he pointed out, they must make the trip pay off by going to this antique furniture dealer in the flea market, who, so Ed had heard, gave real value for your money. And, of course, while they were at the flea market, it would be no trouble for Walt to hunt up some rare coins that Ed wanted for his collection. Trust Ed to plan everything so neatly, like a chess master looking 6 moves ahead. But the resentful mood that Millie had been plunged into when she saw through Ed's game was gone now as she wandered among the collection of furniture in the shop, her eyes bright with greed. The proprietor of the shop was a brisk, helpful young woman, as quick and hungry as a piranha. She was so insistently helpful, in fact, that Millie had to draw her husband out of doors to have a private word with him. "What's our limit?" she asked. "I guess it depends. Did you see what you want?" "Yes, there's a couple of stunning pieces to pick from. But I have a feeling she'll ask a fortune for either one of them. I'd like to know how much bargaining I have to do." "From what Ed said, all you can. Remember, he told you to go over every inch of the piece and make sure you're not getting stuck, and not to look like you're interested in buying, whatever you do." "Can I go as high as 500? "If you think it's worth it. Just take your time before you sign anything." "But what about you?" Millie said, as he had been sure she would. "You know how itchy you get standing around while I shop." "I don't have to. I can look around for Ed's coins meanwhile. You can wait for me here. I won't be gone long anyhow." He left, thankful that she always preferred having him out from underfoot while she was at her haggling, and drifted along the rutted, stony, dirt-surfaced roadway, taking no heed of the crowd of bargain hunters going their way around him, his eyes fixed on the signs marking the owners of the stands he passed. Brumont, Fermontier, Duroy, Puel, Schmidt, Bale, Mazel, Piron. Battered furniture, from rusty cafe chairs to gigantic chests of drawers, seemed to be the stock in trade of all these tradesmen, except the last one. While a few articles of furniture could be glimpsed through the open door of C. Piron's ramshackle premises, outside his shanty, instead of a display of the best he had to offer, were only some cartons containing broken bottles. Wine and beer bottles. Walt saw, when he went over to take a closer look at them, not one of them undamaged. It made as unappetizing a display as he'd seen anywhere in the market. A man emerged from the shanty and leaned against its doorway to watch Walt make his inspection. Cadaverously thin, hard-featured, cold-eyed, he folded his arms on his chest and stood there in indifferent silence. Walt turned to him and pointed at the tattered cardboard sign tacked to the wall of the shanty. "Piron?" he asked. The man admitted to this by an almost imperceptible nod. "I'm looking for a place to buy some coins," Walt said. "Rare coins. I wondered if you could help me." "Je ne comprends pas," the man said. "I don't understand. I don't speak English." "Oh, in that case," Walt said amiably, and repeated the words in fluent French. The man's eyes widened in surprise, then were veiled again. "Coins?" he said. "What kind?" American pennies, old ones, the ones with the Indian head on them. What years? 1903 and 1904. And 1906. 3, 4, 6. That's the magic numbers, all right, Piron said. So you're the one? Yes. And Mercier got my message through to you, I see. But I thought he'd be bringing back the answer himself. No, he's only in charge of distribution around here. I handle the complaints. The man looked Walt over and smiled broadly, showing a mouthful of gold fillings. Beautiful, he said, just beautiful. Who'd ever suspect it? The way you're made up, you look like the biggest innocent to ever hit town. You could walk off with the Louvre under your arm, and the cops wouldn't even give you a second look. Walt motioned at the throng eddying by. Do we have to talk about it out here? You're right. Piron gestured him into the shanty, closed the door behind them, and slid its bolt into place. With no window to admit the light, the room was bleakly lit by a single flickering kerosene lamp. Its furnishings, Walt saw, consisted of an old kitchen table and chair. Its stock was a few monstrously oversized cabinets, highboys, and armoires ranged round the walls. We've got all the privacy we need here, Piron assured him. Hardly anyone seems to be in the market for broken bottles. Very smart. It is, if I say so myself. And those pieces of junk you're looking at are all so damn big you'd have to buy a cathedral to put them in. No, you don't have to worry about any customers popping in here while we settle our business. All you have to worry about is making me happy. And you can start by sitting down at that table there and keeping your hands on it. The man was standing behind him. Walt gingerly turned his head and saw the malevolent-looking little automatic leveled at his back. What's that for? He asked. What do you think? Retorted Piron. After what happened a couple of years ago to the guy who operated over in the Belleville district, I also heard something unpleasant happen to that poor stiff in Naples who got out of line before that. So you sit quiet and don't do anything to make me nervous. If you even want to blow your nose, ask me first. Walt sat down at the table and rested his hands on it, palms down. He leant back to give the camera and its accessory case clearance. You seem to know a lot of things that aren't strictly your business, he said. I suppose that's what it comes to. We pay, or you sing to the cops. Piron stood a few feet from the table, the gun steady in his hand. That's what it comes to. And what do you sing about? Walt inquired placidly. A couple of crooks being bumped off? Who would you finger for those jobs? Mercier? I guarantee he's got an alibi for both of them that would make you look silly. Sure he has, but maybe I know a lot more about your whole operation than just what happened to those two stiffs. Do I look like the kind of idiot who'd try to put the squeeze on you unless I did? You're bluffing. It's a nice try, but it's only a bluff. So hell it is. You want to hear how much I know? If you put that gun away, it's hard to concentrate with a gun shoved in your face. That's too bad, Piron said. But it took me a lot of trouble to get this story together, and I'd hate to be interrupted while I'm telling it. After it's over, you can judge just what you're up against and what kind of deal you'll have to make. I still say you're bluffing. Am I? Then listen to this. For one thing, your stuff is being turned out in some plant in America. A big, classy print shop. And you've got a first-class engraver stashed away there doing the plates. A real genius who used to turn out counterfeit for the military during the war that they dumped in Germany and Italy. The records say he's been dead for 20 years. But you and I know better, don't we? We know that fancy print shop is just a front for the jobs he's still turning out in the back room, don't we? It's your story, Walt said. And a good one, too, isn't it? Maybe worth plenty more than you figured on paying when you walked in here. Because I also happen to know you're too smart to turn out American counterfeit and stir up trouble there. No. all these years, it's strictly franc notes and lira and Deutschmarks and maybe pesetas and pounds, too, all shipped inside those pretty bookbinding jobs to dealers like Mercier here, and the one in Naples, and another one in Berlin, and so on all over the place. And they turn over the stuff to small-timers like me to get rid of at 30% of the face value, of which I can keep a lousy 5%. 5%, Piron said with scathing contempt. And for taking all the risks? Well, it's not enough. That's what I told Mercier and what I'm telling you now. When you know as much as I do, you don't rate as a small-timer anymore, and you don't have to settle for small-time pay. What kind of pay did you have in mind? Walt said. Oh. Piron leered at him in golden-toothed triumph. So you're singing a different tune now. That's a good joke, all right. You sing sweet, or I sing sour. You're wasting time. Get to the point. I will. I don't like these commission deals where I only get my cut from the stuff I peddle. That means when things are slow, I could starve to death here. I want some cash, too. Whenever Mercier hands me a bundle of the stuff, I want him to stick a wad of real money in my fist. A big wad. How big? Let's do it this way, Piron said coldly. You name me a figure, and I'll tell you if it makes me happy. Walt shrugged. I'll do better than that. I'll make the first payment myself, right now. But you'll have to put that gun away. You ought to know you're not scaring me with it. You're not really so stupid you'd want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And you can't be sure of that until you've tried me out, jeered Piron, the gun remaining fixed on its target. Now, let's see your money. And it better be government issue, too, none of your pretty artworks. If that's the way you want to do it, said Walt. He slowly stood up, apparently oblivious of the menacing gun, and pressed the catch of the bulky leather case resting against the roundness of his belly. Hold it, Piron snarled. What the hell do you think you're doing? The money's in here. I'll see for myself. Just stick that thing on the table. Walt unslung the case from around his neck and placed it on the table. Piron approached it as warily as if it might blow up in his face. He prodded its cover back, his eyes never leaving Walt, and lifted out a sizable roll of franc notes bound with a heavy rubber band. He hefted the roll. Not bad, he said. Not bad at all. How much is it? You'll find out when you count it, Walt said, but one thing has to be understood. This is what you're on the payroll for from now on, and it's what Mercier will have ready for you when you report to him. But try to put the bite on us for more, and you'll be in real trouble. And you know what real trouble is, don't you? Jibed Piron. Don't strain yourself being funny. Is it a deal? If this is real money, you can pay off some pigeon in counterfeit, not me. All right, Walt said impatiently. Take a look at it. Hold it up to the light and see for yourself. Piron thrust his gun into his pocket, unsnapped the rubber band from the roll of banknotes, and selected one from the middle of the roll. He held it up to the uncertain light of the kerosene lamp, stretching it tight between his fingers, examining it with the eye of experience. He had time for only one choked cry when the leather strap of the carrying case was snapped around his neck in a garrote. His hands flailed the air wildly as Walt, leaning back against the edge of the table, a knee planted solidly in the small of the man's back, drew the garrote steadily tighter. Piron's body arched against the restraining knee until it seemed his spine must crack. The only sound in the room was a strangled wheezing in his chest, which finally dwindled into total silence. When Walt released his grip on the garrote, the lifeless body sagged to the floor and lay face up, features distorted and sightless eyes glaring at the ceiling. Any of the armoires in the place had room in it to store a body with twice Piron's heft. With unflurried efficiency, Walt unlocked one, placed Piron's remains in it, and locked it. Carefully he polished its massive key with his handkerchief, then using the handkerchief as a sling, he tossed the key on top of a highboy in a far corner of the shanty, where it landed with a metallic clatter. That chore attended to, he polished the tabletop with the handkerchief, reclaimed the banknote from the floor where it had fluttered from Piron's hand, replaced it in the roll of banknotes which he thrust into his pocket. He slung the camera case around his neck and looked the room over to make sure everything was in order. Satisfied it was, he doused the kerosene lamp, slid back the bolt on the door with his elbow, casually walked out of the shanty, and swung the door shut behind him with another thrust of the elbow. Then he joined the crowd in the teeming, sunlit roadway and moved along at its tempo, taking in the sights around him with bland interest. Millie was still at her haggling in the furniture mart when he got back to it. He could see her inside, volubly addressing its proprietor, and he patiently waited outside the place until she appeared before him, her face glowing. "It's stunning," she told him eagerly. "It's rosewood, and only $600, and that includes shipping. Walt, you don't mind if it costs a little more than we figured, do you?" "Not if it's what you want," Walt said. "You're an angel," Millie said. "You really are." Then she remembered. "What about you? Did you find those coins Ed wanted, those old pennies?" "I did. Took care of the deal just the way I was supposed to." "Old Faithful," Millie said teasingly. She squeezed his hand. "But, oh, Walt, you really should have seen me take care of that biddy inside. Believe it or not, she started out by asking 1,000. 1,000? Say, that's pretty steep." "Well, it was your fault," Millie said accusingly. "I guarantee she took one good look at you and decided, well, here's some more of those stupid tourists who'll fall for anybody's hard luck story." "I guess she did," said Walt apologetically.
As Good as a Rest. Written by Lawrence Block. Narrated by Angie Dickinson.
Andrew says the whole point of a vacation is to change your perspective of the world. A change is as good as a rest, he says, and vacations are about change, not rest. If we just wanted a rest, he says, we could stop the mail and disconnect the phone and stay home. That would add up to more of a traditional rest than traipsing all over Europe. Sitting in front of the television set with your feet up, he says, is generally considered to be more restful than climbing the 42,000 steps to the top of Notre Dame. Of course, there aren't 42,000 steps, but it did seem like it at the time. We were with the Datners. By the time we got to Paris, the four of us had already buddied up, and Harry kept wondering aloud why the genius who'd built the cathedral hadn't thought to put in an elevator. And Sue, who'd struck me earlier as unlikely to be afraid of anything, turned out to be petrified of heights. There are 2 staircases at Notre Dame, one going up and one coming down. And to get from one to the other, you have to walk along this high ledge. It's really quite wide, even at its narrowest, and the view of the rooftops of Paris is magnificent. But all of this was wasted on Sue, who clung to the rear wall with her eyes clenched shut. Andrew took her arm and walked her through it, while Harry and I looked out at the City of Light. It's high open spaces that does it to her, he told me. Yesterday the Eiffel Tower, no problem, because the space was enclosed. But when it's open, she starts getting afraid that she'll get sucked over the side or that she'll get the sudden impulse to jump and, well, you see what it does to her. While neither I nor Andrew is troubled by heights, whether open or enclosed, the climb to the top of the cathedral wasn't the sort of thing we'd have done at home, especially since we'd already had a spectacular view of the city the day before from the Eiffel Tower. I'm not mad about walking stairs, but it didn't occur to me to pass up the climb. For that matter, I'm not that mad about walking generally. Andrew says I won't go anywhere without a guaranteed parking space. But it seems to me that I walked from one end of Europe to the other and didn't mind a bit. When we weren't walking through streets or up staircases, we were parading through museums. That's hardly a departure for me, but for Andrew it is uncharacteristic behavior in the extreme. Boston's Museum of Fine Arts is one of the best in the country, and it's not 20 minutes from our house. We have a membership, and I go all the time, but it's almost impossible to get Andrew to go. But in Paris he went to the Louvre and the Rodin Museum and that little museum in the 16th arrondissement with the most wonderful collection of Monets. And in London he led the way to the National Gallery and the National Portrait Gallery and the Victoria and Albert. And in Amsterdam he spent 3 hours in the Rijksmuseum and hurried us to the Van Gogh Museum first thing the next morning. By the time we got to Madrid, I was museumed out. I knew it was a sin to miss the Prado, but I just couldn't face it. And I wound up walking around the city with Harry while my husband dragged Sue through galleries of paintings by El Greco and Goya and Velázquez. Now that you've discovered museums, I told Andrew, you may take a different view of the Museum of Fine Arts. There's a show of American landscape painters that'll still be running when we get back. I think you'll like it. He assured me he was looking forward to it, but you know he never went. Museums are strictly a vacation pleasure for him. He doesn't even want to hear about them when he's at home. For my part, you'd think I'd have learned by now not to buy clothes when we travel. Of course, it's impossible not to. There are some genuine bargains and some things you couldn't find at home. But I almost always wind up buying something that remains unworn in my closet forever after. It seems so right in some foreign capital, but once I get it home, I realize it's not me at all, and so it lives out its days on a hanger, a source in turn of fond memories and faint guilt. It's not that I lose judgment when I travel or become wildly impulsive. It's more that I become a slightly different person in the course of the trip, and the clothes I buy for that person aren't always right for the person I am in Boston. Oh, why am I nattering on like this? You don't have to look in my closet to see how travel changes a person. For heaven's sake, just look at the Datners. If we hadn't all been on vacation together, we would never have come to know Harry and Sue, let alone spend so much time with them. We would never have encountered them in the first place. Day-to-day living would not have brought them to Boston or us to Enid, Oklahoma. But even if they'd lived down the street from us, we would never have become close friends at home. To put it as simply as possible, they were not our kind of people. The package tour we'd booked wasn't one of those escort adventures in which your every minute is accounted for. It included our charter flights over and back, all our hotel accommodations, and our transportation from one city to the next. We did 6 countries in 22 days. But what we did in each and where and with whom was strictly up to us. We could have kept to ourselves altogether and have often done so in traveling, but by the time we checked into our hotel in London the first day, we'd made arrangements to join the Datners that night for dinner. And before we knocked off our after-dinner brandies that night, it had been tacitly agreed that we would be a foursome throughout the trip, unless, of course, it turned out that we were tired of each other. "They're a pair," Andrew said that first night, unknotting his tie and giving it a shake before hanging it over the doorknob. "That y'all-come-back accent of hers sounds like syrup flowing over corn cakes." "She's a little flashy, too," I said, "but that sport jacket of his—" "I know," Andrew said. Somewhere, even as we speak, a horse is shivering, his blanket having been transformed into a jacket for Harry. And yet there's something about them, isn't there? "They're nice people," Andrew said. "Not our kind at all, but what does that matter? We're on a trip. We're ripe for a change." In Paris, after a night watching a floor show at what I'm sure was a rather disreputable little nightclub in Les Halles, I lay in bed while Andrew sat up smoking a last cigarette. "I'm glad we met the Datners," he said. "This trip would be fun anyway, but they add to it. That joint tonight was a treat, and I'm sure we wouldn't have gone if it hadn't been for them. And do you know something? I don't think they'd have gone if it hadn't been for us. Where would we be without them?" I rolled onto my side. "I know where Sue would be without your helping hand. Up on the top of Notre Dame, frozen with fear. Do you suppose that's how the gargoyles got there? Are they nothing but tourists turned to stone?" "Then you'll never be a gargoyle. You were a long way from petrification whirling around the dance floor tonight. Harry's a good dancer. I didn't think he would be, but he's very light on his feet. The gun doesn't weigh him down, eh?" I sat up. "I thought he was wearing a gun," I said. "How on earth does he get it past the airport scanners?" "Undoubtedly by packing it in his luggage and checking it through. He wouldn't need it on the plane, not unless he was planning to divert the flight to Havana." "I don't think they go to Havana anymore. Why would he need it off the plane?" "I suppose tonight he'd feel safer armed. That place was a bit on the rough side." "He was carrying it at the Tower of London, and in and out of a slew of museums. In fact, I think he carries it all the time except on planes. Most likely he feels naked without it. I wonder if he sleeps with it. I think he sleeps with her. Well, I know that. To their mutual pleasure, I shouldn't wonder, even as you and I. Ah, I said. And a bit later he said, "You like them, don't you?" Well, of course I do. I don't want to pack them up and take them home to Boston with us, but you like him. Harry? Oh, I see what you're getting at. Quite. And she's attractive, isn't she? You're attracted to her. At home I wouldn't look at her twice, but here? Say no more. That's how I feel about him. That's exactly how I feel about him. Do you suppose we'll do anything about it? I don't know. Do you suppose they're having this very conversation 2 floors below? I wouldn't be surprised. If they are having this conversation, and if they had the same silent prelude to this conversation, they're probably feeling very good indeed. I said dreamily, even as you and I. I don't know if the Datners had that conversation that particular evening, but they certainly had it somewhere along the way. The little tensions and energy currents between the 4 of us began to build until it seemed almost as though the air were crackling with electricity. More often than not, we'd find ourselves pairing off on our walks, Andrew with Sue, Harry with me. I remember one moment when he took my hand crossing the street. I remember the instant, but not the street, or even the city, and a little shiver went right through me. By the time we were in Madrid, with Andrew and Sue trekking through the Prado, while Harry and I ate garlicky shrimp and sipped a sweet white wine in a little cafe on the Plaza Mayor, it was clear what was going to happen. We were almost ready to talk about it. "I hope they're having a good time," I told Harry. "I just couldn't manage another museum." "I'm glad we're out here instead," he said, with a wave at the plaza. "But I would have gone to the Prado if you went." And he reached out and covered my hand with his. "Sue and Andy seem to be getting along pretty good," he said. "And you and me, we get along all right, don't we?" "Yes," I said, giving his hand a little squeeze. "Yes, we do." Andrew and I were up late that night, talking and talking. The next day we flew to Rome. We were all tired our first night there and ate at the restaurant in our hotel rather than venture forth. The food was good, but I wonder if any of us really tasted it. Andrew insisted that we all drink grappa with our coffee. It turned out to be a rather nasty brandy, clear in color and quite powerful. The men had a second round of it. Sue and I had enough work finishing our first. Harry held his glass aloft and proposed a toast. "To good friends," he said. "To close friendship with good people." And after everyone had taken a sip, he said, "You know, in a couple of days, we all go back to the lives we used to lead. Sue and I go back to Oklahoma. You 2 go back to Boston, Mass. Andy, you go back to your investments business, and I'll be doing what I do. And we got each other's addresses and phone, and we say we'll keep in touch, and maybe we will, but if we do or we don't, either way, one thing's sure. The minute we get off that plane at JFK, that's when the carriage turns into a pumpkin, and the horses go back to being mice. You know what I mean?" Everyone did. "Anyway," he said, "what me and Sue were thinking, we thought there's a whole lot of Rome, a mess of good restaurants, and things to see and places to go. We thought it silly to have 4 people all do the same things and go to the same places and miss out on all the rest. We thought, after breakfast tomorrow, we'd split up and spend the day separate." He took a breath. "Like Sue and Andy'll team up for the day, and Elaine and me'd be together." "The way we did in Madrid," somebody said. "Except I mean for the whole day," Harry said. A light film of perspiration gleamed on his forehead. I looked at his jacket and tried to decide if he was wearing his gun. I'd seen it on our afternoon in Madrid. His jacket had come open, and I'd seen the gun, snug in his shoulder holster. The whole day, and then the evening, too. Dinner. And after. There was a silence which I don't suppose could have lasted nearly as long as it seemed to. Then Andrew said he thought it was a good idea, and Sue agreed, and so did I. Later in our hotel room, Andrew assured me that we could back out. I don't think they have any more experience with this than we do. You saw how nervous Harry was during his little speech. He'd probably be relieved to a certain degree if we did back out. Is that what you want to do? He thought for a moment. For my part, he said, I'd as soon go through with it. So would I. My only concern is if it made some difference between us afterward. I don't think it will. This is fantasy, you know. It's not the real world. We're not in Boston or Oklahoma. We're in Rome. You know what they say. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. And is this what the Romans do? It's probably what they do when they go to Stockholm, Andrew said. In the morning, we joined the Datners for breakfast. Afterward, without anything being said, we paired off as Harry had suggested the night before. He and I walked through a sun-drenched morning to the Spanish Steps, where I bought a bag of crumbs and fed the pigeons. After that, oh, what does it matter what came next? What particular tourist things we found to do that day? Suffice it to say that we went interesting places and saw rapturous sights, and everything we did and saw was heightened by anticipation of the evening ahead. We ate lightly that night and drank freely, but not to excess. The trattoria where we dined wasn't far from our hotel, and the night was clear and mild, so we walked back. Harry slipped an arm around my waist. I leaned a little against his shoulder. After we'd walked away in silence, he said very softly, "Elaine, only if you want to." "But I do," I heard myself say. Then he took me in his arms and kissed me. I ought to recall the night better than I do. We felt love and lust for each other and sated both appetites. He was gentler than I might have guessed he'd be, and I more abandoned. I could probably remember precisely what happened if I put my mind to it, but I don't think I could make the memory seem real, because it's as if it happened to someone else. It was vivid at the time, because at the time I truly was the person sharing her bed with Harry, but that person had no existence before or after that European vacation. There was a moment when I looked up and saw one of Andrew's neckties hanging on the knob of the closet door. It struck me that I should have put the tie away, that it was out of place there. Then I told myself that the tie was where it ought to be, that it was Harry who didn't belong here. And finally I decided that both belonged, my husband's tie and my inappropriate Oklahoma lover. Now both belonged, but in the morning the necktie would remain, and Harry would be gone. As indeed he was. I awakened a little before dawn and was alone in the room. I went back to sleep, and when I next opened my eyes, Andrew was in bed beside me. Had they met in the hallway, I wondered? Had they worked out the logistics of this passage in advance? I never asked. I still don't know. Our last day in Rome, the Datners went their way and we went ours. Andrew and I got to the Vatican, saw the Colosseum, and wandered here and there, stopping at sidewalk cafes for espresso. We hardly talked about the previous evening, beyond assuring each other that we had enjoyed it, that we were glad it had happened, and that our feelings for one another remained unchanged, deepened, if anything, by virtue of having shared this experience, if it could be said to have been shared. We joined Harry and Sue for dinner, and in the morning we all rode out to the airport and boarded our flight to New York. I remember looking at the other passengers on the plane, few of whom I'd exchanged more than a couple of sentences with in the course of the past 3 weeks. There were almost certainly couples among them with whom we had more in common than we had with the Datners. Had any of them had comparable flings in the course of the trip? At JFK, we all collected our luggage and went through customs and passport control. Then we were off to catch our connecting flight to Boston, while Harry and Sue had a 4-hour wait for their TWA flight to Tulsa. We said goodbye. The men shook hands while Sue and I embraced. Then Harry and I kissed, and Sue and Andrew kissed. That woman slept with my husband, I thought, and that man, I slept with him. I had the thought that, were I to continue thinking about it, I would start laughing. 2 hours later, we were on the ground at Logan, and less than an hour after that, we were in our own house. That weekend, Paul and Marilyn Wells came over for dinner and heard a play-by-play account of our 3-week vacation, with the exception, of course, of that second last night in Rome. Paul is a business associate of Andrew's, and Marilyn is a woman not unlike me, and I wondered to myself what would happen if we 4 traded partners for an evening. But it wouldn't happen, and I certainly didn't want it to happen. I found Paul attractive, and I know Andrew had always found Marilyn attractive, but such an incident among us wouldn't be appropriate. as it had somehow been appropriate with the Datners. I know Andrew was having much the same thoughts. We didn't discuss it afterward, but one knows. I thought of all of this just last week. Andrew was in a bank in Skokie, Illinois, along with Paul Wells and 2 other men. One of the tellers managed to hit the silent alarm, and the police arrived as they were on their way out. There was some shooting. Paul Wells was wounded superficially, as was one of the policemen. Another of the policemen was killed. Andrew is quite certain he didn't hit anybody. He fired his gun a couple of times, but he's sure he didn't kill the police officer. But when he got home, we both kept thinking the same thing. It could have been Harry Datner. Not literally, because what would an Oklahoma State trooper be doing in Skokie, Illinois? But it might as easily have been the Skokie cop in Europe with us, and it might have been Andrew who shot him, or been shot by him, for that matter. I don't know that I'm explaining this properly. It's all so incredible. That I should have slept with a policeman while my husband was with a policeman's wife. That we had ever become friendly with them in the first place. I have to remind myself and keep reminding myself that it all happened overseas. It happened in Europe, and it happened to 4 other people. We were not ourselves, and Sue and Harry were not themselves. It happened, you see, in another universe altogether, and so, really, it's as if it never happened at all.